This course is made so that you stay ahead in the UI UX design landscape in 2025 and stand out from the crowd. In recent time, UI UX design is becoming more and more popular. There is a horde of designer learning UI UX out there, but the process becomes more tedious considering the fact that design is a very intuitive process. It isn't something that can be learned by cramming theory. But don't worry, it's not rocket science either if you get the basics right. And in this course, we are exactly going to do that so that you become eligible for fresher UI UX designer jobs that are paying an average pay of 13 lakh rupees. When you start any UI UX project, the first thing you need to figure out is what problem you are trying to solve. Every design begins with a purpose, a real world issue, a need or a use case. For example, I needed a website where designer and developer could easily find specific design inspiration. That's the problem. Once the problem is clear, we move to ideation, asking ourselves if this is the problem, how do we solve it? How can we make it faster, easier and better? We map out user's journey, what they expect, what they need to find first and how to keep their experience smooth and simple. After that comes inspiration, where we explore what's already out there. Websites like Dribbble, Behance or even apps we personally use. We don't copy, we learn what works and then adapt it. In a nutshell, by following 3 core steps, problem definition, ideation and inspiration, you build a strong foundation for any great design. And trust me, mastering this is what separates good designer from truly great ones. So if you're ready to become a confident UI UX designer who can stand out, make an impact, without further ado, let's get started.
Almost every person is online right now, either on desktop or mobile phones. The comfort and accessibility of mobile applications are the main reason why opting for mobile over desktop. In 2018, the number of mobile apps downloaded worldwide was 205.4 billion, which is expected to reach 258.2 billion by 2022. This shift made UI UX designing an integral part of any product-based company. UI UX design is a science that works on improving the user experience and usability of the application. Almost every company, including Facebook, Amazon, and Google, invests heavily in it. UI design is the process of transforming wireframes into a polished graphical user interface. This both enhances a product's usability and creates a connection between the end user and the product. A user experience or UX is therefore made up of many user interfaces which come together in a seamless flow to form a product. The difference between user experience and user interface is that UX is about the experience a user has with the product or service, while UI refers to the aesthetic elements by which people interact with the product. And UX focuses on interaction design, wireframes, information architect, user research and scenarios. UI focuses mainly on visual design, colors, graphic design, layouts and typography. Despite the differences, UI and UX are not entirely different. Both UI and UX are crucial to work closely to determine how a product will function and be visually attractive, with each other influencing the other. Imagine you spend months creating a beautiful website only to get the result that people can't find what they're looking for and struggle to navigate. No matter how attractive and aesthetically pleasing the interface is, without user experience, users will become frustrated because of its lack of usability and will leave your site. The role of a user experience designer is to understand the customer's journey. That means understanding the target audience, interviewing customers, defining user flows, and conducting user testing. A UI designer's job begins where UX designer's job ends, and that is at the prototyping stage. They take the wireframes and add visual design to make them more usable, aesthetically appealing, and optimized for different screen sizes. The starting salary of UI UX designer in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and once you gain experience, it will be in the range of 18 to 25 lakhs per annum. And similarly in USA, the average salary is $100,000. There are over 1 lakh jobs available related to UI UX design just in India.
UI stands for user interface and UX stands for user experience. Let me explain that in a form of example. Assume that you're viewing a product. The product must contain design elements such as colors, layout, design, and all the visual elements you interact with. This is what user interface is. It deals with the visual part of the product. Now, let's say you're using a website and you're enjoying it. You're not facing any issues like slow functioning buttons, and you're able to smoothly navigate through apps or websites. This is what user experience is. It deals with the overall experience of using the product. So, UI is like the outer appearance and UX is like the inner workings of a digital product. Both are super important because they determine whether users will love using the product or find it annoying and ditch it. Good UI UX means happy users, and happy users usually mean a successful product. Now that we know what UI UX refers to, let us take a look at the roles and responsibilities of a UI UX designer. First is to determine the digital assets of the company's UX design requirements and create and develop UI UX design strategies for brands. Next, utilize wireframing, flow diagrams, sitemaps, Figma, prototypes, graphic and visual design and storyboards to create excellent UX designs. Next, create UI component for the company's digital assets, utilizing a variety of UI UX technologies such as search boxes, menus, widgets, and tabs. Then, test user interface components for landing pages, including banners, call to action, page design, page layout, target links, and page flows. Then we have work together with a marketing group, in-house designers, and outside designers to ensure that the customized content is produced and sent to online consumers. Lastly, provide guidance and advice on how UI UX design principles, UX research tests, and procedures should be used to guarantee accurate user behavior analysis and prediction. Now, moving to our main agenda for today's topic, the UI UX scope in the future. The future of UI UX is bright and full of innovation. With the integration of artificial intelligence, the expansion of virtual reality technologies, diverse job opportunities, competitive salaries, and evolving design trends, UI UX developers will continue to play an important role in creating exceptional digital experiences for users around the world. So, first up, we have AI's influence. AI is capable of analyzing user data to provide individualized services. This implies that interfaces that adjust to user preferences can be designed by UI UX developers, increasing the significance of interactions. Chatbots and virtual assistants driven by AI are becoming more popular. The interfaces for these will be created by UI UX developers who will make sure they are clear and functional. UI UX developers can now concentrate more on the creative aspects of their work by using AI tools that can automate repetitive design. Then next up we have AR/VR product development. UI UX developers will be essential in creating user-friendly AR/VR product interfaces. Users will interact with digital elements in real-world contexts. Therefore, these interfaces need to be intuitive and seamless. Gesture-based interfaces are becoming more common with AR/VR. These interfaces will be created by UI UX designers to feel intuitive and natural to act with. Next up, we have job opportunities. Companies will need more and more UI UX developers as long as they value customer satisfaction. Positions like UX researcher, interaction designer, and usability analyst are becoming more common in UI UX, and the field is getting more diverse. Many UI UX professionals have flexible schedules and a wide range of projects through their freelancing or remote jobs. Next, we're going to talk about salaries. UI UX positions are highly compensated because of their significance to the success of products. Salaries vary based on location, experience, and the company. With years of expertise, senior UI UX designers can earn much better compensation. Lastly, we'll talk about the future trends. Designing voice user interfaces will be essential for UI UX developers with the rise of voice assistants and smart speakers. designing ethically, taking user privacy, inclusivity, and accessibility into account is becoming more and more important. Increasingly, designs that are straightforward, uncluttered, and simple are focused on the key components to cut down on complexity. Interfaces become more logical and engaging with the addition of small animations and feedback loops. Now, next we'll talk about the top UI UX trends in 2024. On first, we have customer-centric design. UX designers are more in demand as design becomes an integral part of business initiatives. Organizations that prioritize design understand the importance of user-centered design and depend on UX designers to assess user requirements and develop memorable experiences. The growing significance of design has given rise to companies like Apple, Nike, and Coca-Cola that focus heavily on design. These businesses place a high value on design and recognize the importance of providing outstanding user experiences. Next, we'll talk about neumorphic design and minimalist design trends. Design trends are all about simplicity and a sleek modern look. Neumorphic design offers elegance and depth with its rounded edges and soft, delicate shadows. Consider objects and buttons that are to be pressed into the background, giving the impression of 3 dimensions. On the other hand, minimalist design eliminates unnecessary components and concentrates on simple, elegant lines. The Apple Music Player interface, where the button seems to be gently pressed in, is an illustration of neuromorphic design. This gives the digital experience a smooth physical sense. Then we're going to talk about voice user interface. A voice user interface, or a VUI, is like having a chat with your devices using just your voice. It occurs when you communicate with Siri, Alexa, or Google Assistant and they comprehend your needs and carry them out. Consider asking Siri to create a reminder or Alexa to play your favorite music. By allowing us to connect with technology organically without having to type or tap, these VUIs simplify our lives. The Amazon Echo is a great example, as you can ask Alexa to play music, check the weather, or even place grocery order by simply speaking. Next, we'll talk about typography. The skill of creating elegant and readable written words is known as typography. It's the font type, word spacing, and word arrangement in a design. Imagine elegant typefaces used in posters or plain, uncluttered text on a website. Good typography can add enjoyment to a book. One famous font from the Harry Potter book series is an example. Readers of all ages are drawn in by the way the letters are styled, which brings the story's magic to life on the page. Then we'll talk about generative AI. Generative AI is like a creative robot that makes new things. It occurs when machines are taught to produce art, music, or even narratives on their own. Imagine a machine writing a song or painting an image without assistance from a human. Next, we'll talk about data visualization. Data visualization is turning boring numbers and information into colorful, easy-to-understand pictures. It's similar to using maps, charts, and graphs in place of words to communicate a story. Imagine viewing a map that illuminates more clearly in areas with higher population densities or a graph that displays the number of users of various social media sites. With their COVID-19 tracker, the New York Times achieves this quite well. You can examine vaccines, death, and cases in several categories. All of these have vibrant, clear graphics. It involves more than just looking at figures. It involves perceiving data in a whole new light. UI versus UX. User experience design, or UX design, is everywhere, from how you interact with your smartphone to how your home is designed. Of course, not all experiences are well designed, and that's why UX design is such a rewarding and challenging field to be in. While the user interface, or UI, encompasses all the visual elements the user sees, hears, and interacts with, including colors, typography, buttons, icons, screen, animations, and more. These visual elements are key to support tasks and usability, while UI is how a product looks and all its visual elements, which plays a significant role in UX, which is the overall product experience. Now, let's begin by seeing what is UI and UX design refer to. So UI design, which is also known as user interface design, focuses on the visual and interactive elements of a product to create aesthetically pleasing interfaces, while a UX design, also known as the user experience design, focuses on creating a seamless and meaningful user experience by understanding the user needs, conducting research, and designing intuitive interfaces. Now, let me give you an example of UI. UI is the table setting, dishes, and cutlery, so how it looks and feels. We're basically talking about the appearance here, while the UX is the service, menu, and the overall dining experience. So here we're talking about how enjoyable and efficient the experience is. Now, let's move forward and see the stages to creating a UI and UX design. Let's begin with the stages of UI design. First, we have define and research. Then we have design. And we have testing. So let us start with define and research. First thing, target audience. Who are you designing for? What are their needs and goals? Then project goals. What do you want to achieve with the design? Then we have competitor analysis. What similar products are doing well? What can you learn from them? And lastly, information architecture. How will the content be organized and presented? Then we have the design process. In this we have wireframing. We create a low fidelity mockup to visualize the layout and structure. And then we have visual design, where we define the color scheme, fonts, and other visual elements. Then we have prototyping, where we develop high fidelity mockups for testing and user feedback. Then the last stage of UI design is test, where we have testing, where we test the UI for usability and accessibility. And we have iteration, where we refine the design based on testing results and user feedback. Then we have prototyping again, for the high fidelity mockup for testing and user feedback. Now let's see the stages of UX design, where we have research, prototype, and analyzing and iteration. So let's begin with research. In this process, we have empathize as the first process, where we understand the user needs, motivations, and pain points through research methods like interviews, surveys, and user testing. Then we define clearly the project goals, target audience, and desired user outcomes. Then we analyze research data to identify user needs and opportunities for improvement. Then lastly, synthesize, where we develop user personas and user journeys to represent user behavior and needs. Next step we have prototype, where first we ideate, meaning we brainstorm and develop innovative solutions based on research findings. Then we have prototype, where we create low fidelity and high fidelity prototypes to test and refine the design. Then we have test and iterate, where we conduct usability testing with real users to identify and address usability issues, iterate on the design based on the feedback. Then our third step is analyzing and iteration, where we first analyze the data to identify areas for improvement. Then we refine and iterate on the design based on the user data and feedback. Then we have improve, where we continuously improve the user experience. Now, despite the professional relationship of UI and UX, the roles themselves are quite different, referring to very different aspects of the product development process and the design. So let's take a look at the differences between UI and UX. So let us check out the differences between a UI versus UX. So first thing, focus. In the UI design, we focus on how it looks and feels, while in the UX design, we focus on the overall user journey and emotions. Then we have think, where in the UI design, every artist has the potential to be a teacher, where in the UX design, we think about the user research, information architecture, usability testing, and much more. The goal in the UI design is to make the product aesthetically pleasing, intuitive, and easy to go, while in the UX design, the goal is to make the product enjoyable, efficient, and meet user needs. The tools used in UI design are software like Figma, Sketch, Adobe, And in UX design, we use tools like surveys, analytics, and prototyping. Then lastly, UI designers collaborate with UX designers and developers, while a UX designer collaborates with UI designers, developers, and other stakeholders. Now let's see how closely do they work together. As now you know, UX and UI overlap but are distinct disciplines. UX is the umbrella and UI falls under it. Both are essential for a product to succeed. If you've got a website with an attractive interface but it's hard to use and navigate, the website won't succeed because it is a bad user experience. While a UX benefits from a stunning UI, beautiful design can enhance user experience. Think of them as two sides of the same coin. Both are crucial for creating successful digital products that people love to use for crafting exceptional digital experiences. Remember, UI and UX are not rivals, but collaborators. They work together to craft exceptional digital experiences. Now, let's take a look at the essential skills required to become a UI and UX designer. Starting with the skills required to become a UI designer, first we have visual design, where a strong understanding of color theory, typography, and layout principles are used. Then we have front-end development, where we use basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then we have software proficiency, where we design software like Adobe, Photoshop, and Illustrator. Now, let's see the essential skills required for a UX designer. First, we have information architecture, where we organize content for optimal user experience. Then, we have interaction design, where we design intuitive and user-friendly interactions. Then, we have prototyping, where we create low and high fidelity prototypes for testing. Then on number 4, we have user testing, where we conduct usability testing and analyze the results. Then on number 5, we have wireframing, where we create low fidelity layouts for visualizing structure and flow. And lastly, designing software, where we use Figma, Sketch, and InVision. Now, moving forward, let's discuss the salary of a UI and UX designer. Now, because UI and UX are so crucial to the entire process of creating an application, they generally get paid really well. On an average, a UI designer makes 6,34,064 rupees per year in India, and a UX designer makes an average of 9,02,881 rupees per year in India. Let me show you guys an example of a perfect color theory. Now, as you can see, we have an interface over here which looks very bad. The red is popping in my eye and I am not liking it. So we're going to change this. Now suppose, let's say you're creating an app and your target audience is people from the age group around 25 to 40. Now, we'll change the color. A color typically associated with an app should have white, which might be a better suited primary bright color instead of red. And your secondary color should maybe contain mainly blue color instead of orange. And for your accent color, you can use black. Now, when you combine all these, you develop a color scheme for your branding materials as a part of your brand color palette. Now, let's change this and see how it looks. So for my home page, we want to get rid of the red, so we're going to make it white. And we'll do the same for registration. Change it to white, and the same for confirmation. Okay, now that we are done changing the primary color, let's move to the secondary color. As said, we will change it into something blue. So we'll change this into this color here, and this one as well. Okay, now that we're done changing the secondary color as well, let's move to the accent color, where we're going to change the red into black. Oh, okay, I missed one more thing, and we're going to change this as well. See how much better this looks now? Now, to pick the best colors every time, designers use a color wheel. So let's move forward and see what a color wheel is. A color wheel or a color palette generator helps brands find a swatch of colors that match their brand aesthetic or a style they are trying to emulate. Whether you have design experience or not, these tools are an efficient way to discover the exact colors that can make up for your brand color palette. The color wheel consists of 3 primary colors: red, yellow, blue, 3 secondary colors, color created when primary colors are mixed, like green, orange, purple, and 6 tertiary colors, colors made from primary and secondary colors such as blue-green or red-violet. In the color theory, color harmony refers to the property that certain aesthetically pleasing color combinations have. These combinations create pleasing contrast and consonances that are said to be harmonious. Now let's take a look at the different color harmonies. We have analogous color harmony, split complementary color harmony, complementary color harmony, tetradic color harmony, and triadic color harmony. Now let's take a look at them one by one. So, analogous color harmony are groups of 3 colors that are next to each other on the color wheel and a tertiary. Red, orange, and red-orange are examples. Next, we have complementary color harmony. 2 colors on opposite sides of the hue wheel are called complementary color harmony, such as blue, orange, red, and green. Then we have split complementary color harmony. A split complementary scheme involves the use of 3 colors. Start with one color, find its complement, and then use 2 colors on either side of it. For example, the complement of blue-green is red-orange, and the split complement of blue-green would be red and orange. Now let's talk about triadic colors. A triadic color scheme is comprised of 3 colors evenly spaced on the color wheel or forming a perfect triangle. The 2 most basic triadic palettes are the primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, and the secondary hues are orange, purple, and green. Now let's talk about tetradic color harmony. In a tetradic color harmony, we use a combination of 4 colors that consist of 2 sets of complementary colors. These color schemes form a rectangle on the wheel. For example, purple and blue-green plus yellow-green and red. Now let's talk about the key terms in color theory. In color theory, we have hue, saturation, value, tint, tone, and shade. Now let's take a look at them one by one. Starting with hue, it refers to the dominant color family of the specific color we are looking at. White, black, gray are never referred to as a hue. On second, we have saturation. It refers to the intensity, in other words, whether the color appears more subtle or more vibrant. Then we have value. It has to do with how dark or light the color is, ranging from black to white. And then we have tint. It is any hue or mixture of pure colors with only white added. Tint is moving closer to the white. Then on number 5, we have tone. It is any hue or mixture of pure colors with only gray added. Tone moves closer to gray. Then on number 6, we have shade. It is any pure hue or mixture of pure colors with only black added. Shade moves closer to black. Now, let's talk about the color models. First, we have CMYK, which stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. This uses what is subtractive mixing of light to derive different colors. 4 colors are mixed together. The overlapping result is black. It is usually used for pages and with printers. Then we have RGB, which stands for red, blue, and green. Used what is called additive mixing of light to derive different colors. 3 bright red, blue, and green lights are projected at you with full brightness. They are used for digital screens. Then we have hue, saturation, and brightness. Change of purity and density of color as well as how much light is projected through the color. It is used by UI or visual designers. Now let's see the color categories. First, we have the jewel tones. These colors are richly saturated hues named after gems like ruby red, emerald green, amethyst purple, and much more. The ideal range of saturation for these colors is 83 to 73 and of brightness 76 to 56. Then we have pastel tones. pale family of colors like pink, baby blue, lavender, and much more. These are soothing colors. The ideal range of saturation for these colors is 14 to 21 and of brightness is 89 to 96. Then we have earth tones, colors found in nature like ochre and sienna. The ideal range of saturation for these colors is 36 to 41 and of brightness is 77 to 36. Then we have neutral tones. Pure neutrals include black, white, beige, and all grays and near neutral tones like browns and tans. The ideal range of saturation is 1 to 10 and of brightness is 99 to 70. Then we have fluorescent tones or neon tones. The ideal saturation for these colors is 100 to 63 and of brightness is 100 to 82. Then we have shades. It includes black and white. The ideal range of saturation for these colors is 0 to 0 and of brightness is 0 to 100. Now, let's talk about the 60-30-10 rule for color use. The 60-30-10 rule gives you an easy way to choose a color palette and stick to it. When done well, it can also help establish a brand's color identity. So, this is an example of an interface. The 60-30-10 rule has three components: the primary color, the secondary color, and the accent color. The primary color is the 60%, which is the main color. The secondary color is the 30%, and the 10% is your accent color. Now, let's describe the primary, secondary, accent color one by one. The primary color. This is the dominant color of the design. It forms the foundation of the color scheme and covers the majority of the design, which is 60%, as I said before. The primary color is typically a neutral color and is often used as the background of the design. Colors like white, blue, beige, and so on can be used as a primary color. Then we have the secondary color. This color supports the dominant color and adds more visual interest to the design. It covers about 30% of the design. The secondary color can be used for typography, icons, and subheadings or subtitles in a design. Colors like teal, black, dark blue, and others can be used as secondary colors. Then, lastly, we have the accent color. This color usually covers about 10% of the design. It helps highlight specific sections of the design like buttons, call to action elements, or any element that needs emphasis in the design. Accent colors are usually colors that have high contrast. Colors like yellow, orange, light green, and others make good accent colors. Introduction to typography. What is typography? Typography is a visual art technique through which designers arrange lettering in a meaningful, legible, and aesthetically appealing manner. It serves as a multifaceted purpose in establishing the tone for a message, facilitating communication, and captivating audiences with its visual elements. Most typographical approaches involve the consideration of various textual elements including typeface, style, structure, layout, font, appearance, and color. Now, let's see why is typography important in graphic design. Typography has two main purposes in graphic designing. The first is to promote legibility, and the second is to help communicate the messaging, tone, and sentiment of a design piece. Another function of typography revolves around aesthetics. We're drawn to visually attractive designs that are clean and easy on the eyes. In contrast, if a design is busy, confusing, and causes us to strain our eyes, we run the other way. Thus, it's in our best interest and our clients to learn how to effectively use typography in graphic designing. Now, typography is an important part of design theory because of its ability to inform how audiences perceive messaging. Those who practice it may employ it for various purposes. Those who create products that include written elements typically incorporate typographical standards into their work. You may find examples of typography on products and in media, including stationery, clothing, books, marketing materials, advertisements, websites, and magazines. Now, let's see what is the purpose of typography. As typography has increased in popularity, business began using it in many other applications. such as web design and graphic designing. Now, let us see what are the basic typography terms. So first, we have typeface. Typeface is the visual design of a text. Then we have font. Font refers to the weight, size, slope, width, or arrangement of a typeface. Then on number 3, we have stem. A stem is the initial stroke of a letter prior to the addition of secondary strokes. Then we have slope. The slope is the incline of a letter's stem. Then on number 5, we have weight. Now weight is the thickness of a stroke. Then on number 6, we have size. Size is the height of a text in measurements called points. Then on number 7, we have kerning. Kerning refers to the spacing between adjacent letters in a typeface. Then on number 8, we have tracking. Tracking is the spacing between all letters within a word. Then on number 9, we have baseline. A baseline is where the bottom of a letter sits and dictates a line of a text. Then on number 10, we have descender. Descender are the parts of letters that fall below the baseline of a text. Then on number 11, we have X height. X height refers to the middle axis of a typeface's total length, which is the typical height of lowercase letters. And on number 12, we have ligature. A ligature is a stroke that conjoins letters that are next to each other. Now, here is an example of Arial, Calibri, Cambria, Garamond, and Georgia. Now, moving forward, let's see how to learn typography. Now, here is a step-by-step guide on how to learn typography. So, first thing, review basic rules and elements. There are various resources such as online guides and books through which you can review the basic rules, terminology, and elements of typography. To begin your self-instruction, take advantage of these resources and familiarize yourself with the essential components of typography and its best practices. Once you have an understanding of this information, you can begin your typography practice. Then on number 2, practice customization by combining and modifying typefaces. With an understanding of typeface and the structure, you can practice customization. To do this, choose one of many specialized design software available for layout and lettering. From here, try to combine and change typefaces in ways that are visually appealing to you. When combining, pay attention to how two typefaces interact with one another. When changing them, consider the leading kerning and tracking of your text. Then, on number 3, experiment with layout design. Once you understand how to combine and modify typefaces effectively, you can experiment with layout design. Try to use variations in fonts and typefaces to create an aesthetically compelling layout for a mock document, book cover, flyer, or other product. This activity can help you better understand how audiences may perceive your design so you can maximize their impacts. Then, practice lettering. As you become more comfortable with layout design and customizing typefaces, you can practice lettering and creating visual hierarchies. Lettering refers to the activity of drawing letters and generating your own typefaces, and visual hierarchies can help you arrange layouts to portray a specific tone or message. These tasks can be challenging to perform, but you can advance your skills and develop a distinctive style and a skill set. Lastly, join a workshop or take a course. There are many workshop groups and courses available to help individuals learn typography and master its elements. Consider taking advantage of these opportunities to develop your skills in formal setting and keep yourself accountable for practicing your art. You may also receive feedback from others on your work through these activities, which can help in your growth. Now let's take a look at the 3 tips to master the art of typography. The first is to pick the right typeface for the job. The typeface you choose can have a big impact on the overall look and feel of your design. When you're picking one, think about the purpose of your design and the message you're trying to convey. For example, if you're designing a poster for a rock concert, you'd probably want a bold and edgy typeface to convey energy and loudness. If you're designing a website for a ballet school, you might want a typeface that reflects delicacy, precision, and elegance. From there, you can adjust its size, pick the right colors, and maybe even add some shadows to make your text punchy. Depending on your design, mixing different typefaces could work best, like combining a serif and a sans serif font. Number 2, pay attention to spacing. So you've settled on the right typeface and styled it to your liking. There's just one problem. It's not the most legible piece of text. That's where typography techniques like kerning and tracking come in handy. Kerning is all about adjusting the space between two letters at a time, which is especially useful when you've got two similarly shaped letters next to each other, like an A and V. Tracking, on the other hand, lets you adjust the space between multiple letters at once. But apart from the horizontal spacing between words and letters, it's also worth keeping vertical spacing in check. If you're working with a paragraph, say for a book blurb, magazine spread, or website copy, you'll want to make sure the lines aren't too close or too far apart for readability. Lastly, be consistent. Some designs involve multiple text layers with varying styles, and that's okay. The most important thing in this case is to be consistent with your choices. That doesn't mean you'll have to limit your design to one typeface or size. Rather, it's about regulating the look and feel of your design to give it a cohesive look, all while making it easier for readers to consume. For example, in a magazine, you'll probably make your quotes much larger than the article copy, or even make them different colors. But to keep things consistent, you might want to make sure all your quotes come in the same style to easily distinguish them from your body copy.
So let's quickly go through a quiz, and our first quiz question is, which of the following is not a key principle of UI UX design? Our first option is consistency, second option is intuition, third option is cluttered layout, fourth option is user feedback. So I'm sure this question is very easy, and I am hoping to see a lot of right answers in the comments. So I want all of you guys to quickly comment your answers in the chat.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Introduction to Fina. So finally, we are basically working on the Figma. I'll be showing you how to create things in Figma, how to use Figma, and all of those. Okay. Okay. So most of the things we'll be learning, we'll be doing in Figma itself. So I'll introduce you the Figma first. So I think let's say if you don't know about the Figma, I'll tell you from the scratch. So let's say I'm quitting Figma. Okay. I hope you guys know how to open Figma. So you see the icon on your desktop if you have downloaded the app, or if you haven't downloaded the app, then maybe you would usually see you would just log into figma.com, create your ID, and then you can basically open Figma and access it right away. Okay. So when you go to home, maybe somewhat like this, you might see the Figma. You might have some other projects and all. Okay. When you click on new design file, that is how you come to this particular screen. Okay. On top of it, okay, there is a toolbar. Okay, over here. Whereas the first is the Figma menu. So you all the quick actions, files, edit, and all of those things are over here. Right. You can just go one by one through this menus. Okay. And I think you'll get it. These are pretty standard in most of the apps. Okay. On top also you'll see the same, most of this thing. Okay. Edit, view, object, text, arrange, vector, plugin, widgets. And then there are over here, there are preferences. Okay. Libraries are mostly like you have files. Let's say you have the design kits from iOS or material and all of those things. You can add those things in Figma they come auto added these days. Okay, you can either remove these things or maybe you can keep it as it is. Okay, once you do it, there is a layer. Okay, I'll just take you through the libraries after some time. Then there is help options. Okay, and then there is this is move and scale. So whenever you are working on the Figma, usually you won't be going through all of this. You might try to get familiar with all the shortcuts so that you can easily create the stuff in a quickest time. So V is for move. Move is like your cursor. This is now my cursor. Okay. So this is like, I didn't type V or something, but it is how the cursor usually looks like. If I hit K, okay, I have, so if you see, I have hit K. So cursor remains the same, but the functionality changes. Okay. So I'll show you what I mean after some time. So basically, if you want to scale any object, then you will have to hit K, or you will have to hit this scale property, and then you can scale it. Okay. Then there is a next tool is like frame, section, slice. Okay. Let's start with the frame first. So frame is like when you click on this frame menu, or if you hit F, you will basically able to create a frame. Okay. Frame is basically your screen or your slide or your web page or anything. Okay. So this is, you can name it like this is a login screen and so on. And you can name your frames and any which ways. Okay. When you click on frame, you see on the right side, this is basically the property panel. Okay. Whenever you hit any of these buttons, okay, you might see some property regarding this particular menu or this particular option on the right side over here, design and prototype. Design and prototype are two tabs, basically two modes. When you are in the mode of design, basically this particular things will be helpful. When you want to prototype your frames, already created frames, and you just want to connect the dots from which frame to what frame you will go, so there you will go to this property panel. Currently for frame, when frame is selected, these are the options that you're getting. Okay, so let's say we are creating iPhone 14 screen. So once you click it, automatically that frame will get created. Okay, with and now when I select this frame and I see the other properties. Okay, like the X, Y, these are mostly not that usable. Okay, but you can see over here width is 430, 932. Okay, so this is basically based on the iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 and 15 Pro Max screens base resolution. So base resolution is basically, this is like I'll tell you the concept. Okay, what is the base resolution? How do I start? Let's not go towards it. I can explain, but I think it will get pretty confusing to you at the start. But just remember that base screen is where you will start with the base dimension. Okay, let's say you created some particular icon. Okay, you will always want to create a tappable. So what, as we discussed in the last class, let's say 44 by 44 is the width and height for the any particular. So when you export this, here is the export. Export is basically when you want to, let's say, give this icon to your developer or something. There is a 1x. Okay, so 1x is like 44 by 44 pixel output will get created if I export this thing. When I go for the 2x, this is usually the earlier iPhone resolution before the Retina display comes in. Okay, or at the time of Retina displays, I think. Okay, so when Retina displays came, the 2x, we had to give the icons and everything in the 2x format as well as in the 1x format. Okay, 44 by 44 is used for icons. It depends on you, as in it's not just icon itself. It's not standard like you have to use 44 by 44. 44 by 44 is the tappable area, basically a click area that you have to always leave for your any icon so that it will be easier for click. Mic access, let me just scroll again. So then there are 3x, 4x. So as soon as our mobile screens are getting higher and higher resolution, like they are trying to fit more and more pixel in on the screens. The basically the actual resolution is far bigger than what we have here 430. So to compensate for those screens, we have to give our icons in this 3x, 4x. Some in for some mobiles there are 5x also for the Android thing. Okay, so this is basically 1x is like 44 by 44 multiply by 1, which is 44 by 44. If we create 2x, then 44 by 44 multiply by 2, it's 88 by 88. So if I export this particular icon, let's say I'm exporting over here, and I'll just get this icon again in the Figma. I'm just dropping that icon on Figma. Wait. Okay, so over here the resolution you won't be able to see because my on my screen it is showing 88 by 88, but the icon that I have got over here is the image that had automatically come on to 44 by 44. I don't know for what reason. That might be Figma settings. Yeah. Some of you are saying Figma has updated. You will find the toolbar at the bottom. I don't think I have got that particular access for the new thing, but any which ways in the new any update you will just find they might be playing with this particular icons. They might be at the bottom or the top, doesn't matter as long as you know the icons what it does, right? So this is the 4430 by 932 screens you have got. You will see if I click F again or if I click on frame again, you would see I can just get any of this particular screens array. These are like presets they have given. For Android large, you would just see, okay, this is 360 by 800. Okay, usually in India, more the phones the phones that are used by our audience are 80% Android. So usually we do designs for Android first, and then basically it expanded to iPhone or any other platform. But for any particular screen you do the design, it will always be responsive and all. You just have to think about the responsiveness of it. I'll just take you through what is responsiveness and all of those. Then you will be able to create design. Okay, your bounding box is visible exactly as the same size, but the 8 and R case for X, we are dropping an icon from our local PC. Then, so this is about frames. Yeah, even if the mic access is provided, I would suggest you to ask your question when the at the end of this particular session, I would say. Okay, or maybe I'll ask in the middle. Okay, if you have any questions on it. Okay, then there is a section. Section is basically, let's say if you have few frames. Okay, let's say these are the frames you have created, 2 3 frames. Now if you just want to group them, what you would do, you won't basically select all of these frames and just try to group it basically. Okay, what you would usually do is to create a section. Once you create section, you can basically present this one. So this is, let's say you want to call it, let's say login flow. Okay, and under login flow your first screen might be, let's say, splash screen or registration screen or sign up screen, and then let's say all of the personal data, profile making, and all of those things. So you would always keep it like grouped so that it is easier to present to someone and even the developer will get to know. So that is how you might want to group. The slice is usually the less used feature, I would say. The slice is basically if you want to, if your design is, if you just want to get the slice of your design, okay, in export. Okay, so if I export, you will see this preview is only this part is will get export. So maybe whenever you want to just export some of the part, maybe that time you would use slice. Usually I haven't used slice that much. I usually group things and then I export that particular group. So let's say if you have created an icon, okay, let me just take any icon over. Okay, this particular icon is there. Let's use this. Okay, so in this frame you have kept this particular icon. Okay, and you are using this icon on this particular screen. Okay, let me just, तो आपको ये पता चला सबको कि हमने एक कंपोनेंट बनाया और वो कंपोनेंट को रीयूज किया. अभी जब मैं कंपोनेंट में जो भी चेंजेस कराऊंगा, जैसे बटन को मैंने ब्लैक कर दिया तो सारे बटन यहाँ पे ब्लैक हो जाएंगे. ठीक है, उसका फॉन्ट मैंने ब्लैक कर दिया, इसका फॉन्ट में फिर से नॉर्मल इसमें लेके आता. सो ये बटन को हम क्या बोलते हैं, दिस इज अ कंपोनेंट. ठीक है, एंड ये जो कंपोनेंट हमने यूज किया अलग अलग जगह पे, इसको बोलते हैं इंस्टेंसेस। ये एक इंस्टेंस है, ये एक इंस्टेंस है, ये एक इंस्टेंस है, और ये बटन एक कंपोनेंट है। ठीक है, अभी समझ लो ये प्राइमरी बटन है। ठीक है, इसके भी इसके भी कोई तो स्टेट्स रहेंगे, इसको हवर करने के बाद कैसे होगा। तो बेसिकली हमें क्या, यही बटन के वेरिएंट्स बनाने हैं। ये तो एक टाइप हो गया, एक टाइप का बटन। ठीक है, हम वेरिएंट्स कैसे बनाएंगे। ठीक है, सो वंस यू आर, लेट्स से अगर आपने फ्रेम किया हुआ है, ऑलरेडी आपने कंपोनेंट बना हुआ है, तो जैसे ही आप कंपोनेंट को सिलेक्ट करेंगे, यू विल गेट ओवर हियर एज अ प्लस ऐड वेरिएंट। व्हेन यू क्लिक ऑन दैट, तो आपका डायरेक्टली एक इसका ही कॉपी ऐड हो जाएगा एज एन वेरिएंट। ओके, तो मैं इसको ये साइड पे रखता हूँ। ठीक है, तो समझ लो कि ये यहाँ पे आपका एक प्रॉपर्टी पैनल, जैसे आपके सारे प्रॉपर्टी पैनल में बाकी ऑप्शंस थे, अभी और एक ऑप्शन दिखाई देगा करंट वेरिएंट करके। ठीक है, इसमें आपका ये करंट वेरिएंट है, प्रॉपर्टी 1 है। इसकी प्रॉपर्टी आप छोड़ दिए, प्रॉपर्टीज बेसिकली इसका नाम है। प्रॉपर्टी 1 हम अभी इसके लिए हम इसको नेम रखते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये इसका नाम क्या है, ये हमारा है डिफॉल्ट बटन, और ये हमारा होने वाला है हवर वाला। ओके, तो वी कैन कॉल इट हवर स्टेट। ओके, अभी हवर स्टेट में वी थिंक लेट्स से क्या होने होगा, इसको थोड़ा सा डार्क बनाएंगे, समझ लो। ठीक है, तो ये हमारा बन गया और एक वेरिएंट। अभी समझ लो मुझे बताना है कि ये वाले में मुझे दिखाना है कि जब ये बटन पे क्लिक होता है तो क्या होना है। तो मैं क्या करूंगा, सिंपली हवर वाला चूज करूंगा इसका। ठीक है, तो ये मुझे हवर में दिख रहा है। ठीक है, तो बट मुझे क्या है, अभी ये मैं यहाँ पे कुछ भी चेंजेस करूँ, समझ लो मुझे हवर पे इसका बटन भी एक्स्ट्रा ब्लैक बनाना है, तो वो भी हो जाएगा। ठीक है, अभी अगर इसको मैं प्रोटोटाइप बनाऊं, प्रोटोटाइप में क्या करूंगा, ये फ्रेम से इस फ्रेम को सिलेक्ट करूंगा, इस फ्रेम से इस फ्रेम को, तो क्या होगा, ये इंटरेक्शन का पैनल है, ये बता रहा है ऑन टैप, मतलब ओके सॉरी, ये बटन से ये स्क्रीन पे हम जाएंगे, समझ लो। तो ऑन टैप ऑफ दिस बटन, ऑन टैप में बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस है, इसको हम बाद में देखेंगे, पहले ऑन टैप पे देखें। ऑन टैप में नेविगेट टू ये स्क्रीन है, इस स्क्रीन का नाम क्या है, -2, एंड्रॉइड लास्ट -2। इस पे जाएंगे, कैसे जाएंगे, इंस्टेंटली जाएंगे, डिजॉल्व एनिमेशन से जाएंगे, स्मार्ट एनिमेशन से जाएंगे, मूव इन मूव आउट, अलग अलग टाइप के एनिमेशन है। समझ लो हमें इंस्टेंटली जाना है। ठीक है, तो हमने ये पूरा ये कर लिया। हम अब देखेंगे जस्ट अपना बटन एकदम सेम इस पे ही है कि नहीं, और ये मिडल लाइन है, ये भी मिडल लाइन। अभी जब मैं ये फ्रेम को सिलेक्ट करके यहाँ पे जाके प्रेजेंट करूंगा तो एक अलग स्क्रीन में ओपन होगा, न्यू टैब में ओपन होगा। और अगर मैं प्रीव्यू करता हूँ तो यहीं पे ओपन होगा। देखो, प्रीव्यू करता हूँ तो मेरा यहीं पे ओपन हुआ ये वाला फ्रेम, जो विचेवर सिलेक्टेड। अभी मैंने क्या दिया है, यहाँ पे टैप करूं मैं तो ये हो जाए, एक्चुअल में तो होवर में होना चाहिए, बट मैंने अभी इंटरेक्शन टैप दिया है, तो मैं जैसे इसको टैप करता हूँ ये देखो इसमें चेंज हो गया। तो इस तरीके से ये एक छोटा सा प्रोटोटाइप बन गया। अभी मुझे समझ लो टैप पे नहीं करना है, मुझे हवर पे करना है। आई अगेन गो टू प्रोटोटाइप वाला मोड, आई सिलेक्ट दिस लिंक, एंड मैं इसको टैप नहीं वाइल हवरिंग दूंगा। ठीक है, वाइल हवरिंग ये हो, तो अभी जैसे मैं यहाँ पे आऊंगा, इसको मैं रीसेट कर दूंगा, और देखो हवर कर रहा हूँ तो ये चेंज हो रहा है। ठीक है, सिर्फ हवर पे। तो उसी हिसाब से मैं जैसे ये हवर का इफेक्ट दिया, तो मैं टैप का भी दे सकता हूँ। ऑन टैप क्या होगा, ठीक है, मैं चाहता हूँ कि लेट्स से ऑन टैप ये कुछ प्रोसेसिंग में बदल जाए, जैसे ये डॉटेड लाइन हो गया, एंड आई वांट कलर टू बी सेम। ठीक है, तो मैंने इसका कलर जो था ये डिजाइन में, ये मैंने सेम यहाँ से उठा के इसको, इसका जो बैकग्राउंड है इसमें ये पेस्ट कर दिया अभी के लिए। ठीक है, अभी मैंने क्या, ये स्क्रीन टू स्क्रीन किया ना, मैं वही सेम प्रोटोटाइप यहाँ पर भी कर सकता हूँ। तो जैसे प्रोटोटाइप मोड में मैं गया, ये बटन को मैंने सिलेक्ट किया, इसका ये नोड इसको सिलेक्ट किया, एंड मैं बोलूंगा वाइल हवरिंग ये हो जाए। ठीक है, तो हवर में इंस्टेंटली ये हो जाएगा, और ये हवरिंग के बाद वाइल हवरिंग ये हो गया, बट जब मैं टैप करूं तो इसमें चेंज हो जाए। ठीक है, नेम 3, अभी इसका मैंने नाम दिया नहीं ना, ये हवर दिया था, ये दे देता हूँ क्लिक और टैप, वॉट एवर यू कैन राइट। सो हवर करेंगे तो ये होगा, क्लिक करेंगे तो ये होगा। ठीक है, अभी आई डोंट नीड दिस टू स्क्रीन, बेसिकली मैंने एक ही स्क्रीन में मैं ये कंपोनेंट यहाँ पे इसका इंस्टेंस एक यूज कर रहा हूँ, तो जहाँ जो भी मैंने एनिमे प्रोटोटाइप यहाँ पे कर दिया है वो पूरा यहाँ पे आ जाएगा। तो जैसे मैं इफ आई प्ले, मुझे शॉर्टकट्स मालूम है इसलिए मैं वो डायरेक्टली पे कर रहा हूँ। शॉर्टकट इज शिफ्ट स्पेस। जैसे ही हम यहाँ पे आए, देखो हवर कर रहे हैं तो हवर पे ये हो गया, और जब मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ, क्लिक पे नीचे some problem, this interaction will not trigger। ओ बिकॉज हवर वाला भी था ना, हवर से मैं यहाँ पे जाऊंगा ऑन टैप, ये होगा, यहाँ से नहीं जाऊंगा कि जब तक मैं उसको उसके ऊपर जा रहा हूँ बटन के ऊपर, वो तो स्टेट चेंज कर चुका है हवर पे, और मैंने ये नहीं बोला कि हवर से ये यहाँ पे जाएगा। तो अभी मैंने हवर से ये इस पे डाला है। तो लेट्स सी नाउ। ओके, तो जैसे मैं इसको हवर करता हूँ तो ये बटन ब्लैक हो रहा है। जैसे इसको मैं क्लिक करूंगा तो ये देखो डॉट 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 में बदल गया। राइट, बेसिकली कोई तो प्रोसेस हो रहा है, ऐसे मैं बताना चाह रहा हूँ। ठीक है, जैसे फिर से रिसेट करेंगे तो बटन पे हवर पे ये हो रहा है, जैसे क्लिक करूँ तो ये इस पे आ गया। तो देखा, ऐसे मैंने ये कंपोनेंट में ही ये वाले वेरिएंट्स इसके बना दिए। ओके, अभी ये वेरिएंट का मैं ये इंस्टेंस कहीं पर भी यूज करूं, किसी भी स्क्रीन पे यूज करूं मैं, अगर ये यहाँ पर भी आता है और इसको मैं प्रीव्यू करता हूँ तो इसके ऊपर भी सेम चीजें ही चलेगी जो मैंने यहाँ पे बनाया है। व्हाट आई यूजुअली डू, जब हम स्टाइल गाइड बनाते हैं ना या कंपोनेंट लाइब्रेरी बनाते हैं, हम कंपोनेंट लाइब्रेरी का एक वर्ड पे भी एक हम ये बना देते हैं कि ये बटन ऐसे कंडीशन में यूज होना चाहिए, बटन ये बटन पे हवर करने में ये होगा, हवर से क्लिक करने में ये होगा, और ये सब हम डॉक्यूमेंट करके रखते हैं ताकि कोई भी डिजाइनर, दूसरा कोई भी डिजाइनर ये बटन को यूज करे तो यही फंक्शनैलिटी चले। डेवलपर विल, if the new developer, he'll read once, he will create the same component, and उनके भी डेवलपर जो फेलो डेवलपर्स रहेंगे वो उनके डेवलपमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म से जब वो बटन यूज करेंगे, इट विल वर्क द सेम वे। ठीक है, तो ऐसा कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं है कि कितने डिजाइन देने कितने नहीं डिजाइन देने। क्लाइंट इज योर यूजर, तो of course he will be paying you, right? So you just need to create the file which is understandable to him as well। तो ये हमने बना दिया बटन। इसी हिसाब से let's say this is a primary button, you might create some secondary buttons also। let's say secondary button में ये मेरा secondary color नहीं है, मेरा समझ लो secondary color है, समझ लो ये secondary color है, तो इसका hover state I'll have to create। तो ये मेरा ये बटन पे क्लिक करेंगे तो समझ लो कि hover state ऐसे हो रहा है। देन ये बटन पे क्लिक कर रहा है तो let's say मुझे ये सेम ये चाहिए, मैं कॉपी कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, तो इसको मैं नेमिंग भी सेम ये दूंगा। अभी नेम क्या है ये रेंडमली दे देगा। ठीक है, सो व्हाट आई विल डू, आई विल create the naming system also। Now I was calling this default, I maybe call this is as a primary slash default। okay, तो ये मेरा primary default हो गया। I might call this I'd be calling all of this primary। ये primary का hover state है, ये primary का click state है। okay, this is again same but this is like secondary, right? So this is secondary hover, secondary click। ठीक है, नाउ यू हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड क्रिएटिंग अ डिजाइन किट। ठीक है, तो अभी ये भी बटन कहीं पर भी यूज होगा तो इट विल लुक लाइक दिस एक्सेल। ये सेकेंडरी बटन है, समझ लो आपका बटन ऐसे आ रहा है। ओके, यू माइट वांट, यू इन द एक्चुअल डिजाइन यू वुड चेंज द बटन नेम्स आल्सो, लेट्स से ओके और मे बी नॉट ओके। आई एम जस्ट लॉग इन, मे बी आई माइट कॉल दिस लॉग इन एंड मे बी आई वुड कॉल दिस रजिस्टर, लेट्स से। तो ये, so all these buttons will follow the same thing। See, hover state, click state, hover state, click state, so you can create the prototype in a proper manner। So now you have created these components, you have given the namings and as well। okay, so what happens, Figma will start creating the assets for you। okay, so once you go in the asset panel, now these are the default one, but you might go local component। okay, so in the component you will see, okay, you have created one component। now the frame one is this particular name, you might call it, this is like buttons। okay, you might call this buttons, whichever button you want to select, you can select that। okay, but now if you see, let's say if we will be creating primary, secondary, tertiary, then this list will go on and on, it will become much more bigger, right? So what you would do, you would basically give, now this was only the name property, right? So we were providing the name, what you will provide, you will basically provide the different more properties, let's say. Okay, so this is called, let's say now this called type of button. Okay, this property. So type we can say primary, but and let's say the default is basically the state. So what I'll do, I'll click on this button system overall. I'll click add and I'll give variant. Okay, I'll add this property variant and I'll call this property as state. Create property. Now you see there is a type and there is a state. Now I don't have to name it like this. I don't have to, no longer have to name this button in this particular. What I can do, I can take this default from here. I cut that and I paste it over. It was default itself. Okay. So now this is primary is the type, state is default. Okay. Same way I'll have to do for all these buttons. Okay. So what I'll do quickly, I'll select these three buttons. I'll just write it primary. I'll select these two buttons, called as secondary. Okay. Now it has overlap on all those things. Okay. Now this is primary. Okay. These two buttons are default button, secondary default. These are hover buttons, right? So I'll select these two buttons. I'll call it over here. Hover. All these buttons are called states are click. So now you will see whenever I use this button, okay, or I'm calling this from here, I might get this copy from here by clicking on option. All these buttons are same. You are just calling out it from this component, local components thing. Okay. Now when I keep it in my screens, at the right hand side, you will see, okay, I don't want this to be primary. I want this to be secondary. It will change it to secondary right away. Okay, I don't want this as a default. I want it as click state. Okay. So this looks more organized, right? Now you can add tertiary and link buttons and all of those things. And here you just have to add that, okay, link, primary, secondary, tertiary, link, and all of those. So this makes your panel very easier for to choose from, right? So here, whoever will be creating the design kit might want to create in this particular fashion so that there is your component library is simple, right? There is nothing disturbing, no complication. You want to use button in your UI, you just drag and drop this button. Okay, now you would decide which type of button you want to use. Okay, this is primary, I want secondary. It turned into secondary. Okay. Of course, you will see the accessibility and all of those things. Now over here, I didn't give that much attention to it. Okay. But this is how you can create a design kit, okay, which can be used across all the platform, all the files. To make it use for all the file, what you have to do, you have to click on library over here or over here, two icons. You click on library. Now I am in the I'm not in the professional plan. So once I'm in the still I am able to publish. Okay. I can publish this share component when you upgrade to pro. I can maybe publish, but I don't know if others will get to use it. Oh, see, so I cannot publish this. Once I publish this, what would happen, it will be like this, iOS 18 and all of these things. Let's say if I go from over to here. Now, here you see, once you start making all the components, your library will become like this. Now, if I want to use play button, I can just drag and drop. Okay. There are these properties. Okay. I don't want a small button. I want large button. I would use this. Okay. I don't want fill state. I want, okay, this is not state. I want bezel style. Okay. This is the bezel style. I want to make it disabled. Then it's disabled. Let's say you have two buttons. One is enable, one is disable. I don't know. Whichever way you will be creating the design. Once you create this design system, now this is the small demo I showed you. Once you create all this component, it will start getting shape into this kind of a design kit. So now when Apple will make change in their design kit, I'll get an update. I might, or it will update automatically because it is having a global icon. I don't know what is how the Figma would work for this, but I would just get something like over here. Okay, if I want to update this icon or not, and once it is updated, my designs will be all updated. Okay, so this is the bigger version. What we created is the smaller version. Only we have created is buttons. Okay, Once we create this thing, it will be like this. It is just visually it was same thing only. Button. You might want to create buttons under some other values also. Let's say button. These are called, let's say, home page buttons. Maybe I'm just adding the name. Now you will see. Okay, buttons under there is home page buttons and varieties of buttons. Maybe I usually would write button. So what will happen? But inside buttons there is this button. So there can be another types of buttons, right? You would create another one which is like this, where there will be no text, but there will be only icons. Maybe you will remove text, but you would add some icon. Okay, see if that's not. Yeah, maybe this is the icon, for example, and you would always try to use it across this. So now you have created another button now. So this is button type button one. This is button type two, let's say. So now if you go in your assets, okay, which type of button you want, button one or button two? Then you can decide, okay, what you would state and all you want with that button. Okay. So this is the components. Let me quickly show you. If you are, let's say, creating some graphic, let's say, if you are creating this circle, and let's say for reason you want to just take out the pie from this, okay, or you want to just take out this rectangle from this circle, okay, how you can do that? So there are Boolean operations over here. So what you have to do, so there are these four options. One is union. Union is what as the icon represent. If you have two elements, okay, let's better thing is let's create those. Yeah. So this is the second element. So what I can suggest, once you click on union selection, it will create a union of this. So you click on this. Now see, this is a single icon. Okay. Let's undo that. Subtraction. Okay. What it is saying, when you click on this from the background layer, whatever is the foreground layer, you can get the idea of, the idea of background and foreground, right? This, if you see the layer panel, this rectangle, it's rectangle 4 is above the rectangle 3. And see, so this is 4 and this is 3. So the foreground rectangle will get deleted, or that area will get deleted from this background. So I select this thing, I click on subtract. You see that foreground one got eliminated. Let's go back again. When I click on intersect section, so only the intersection part, which is this rectangle, right? This is only getting interactive. If I give it some opacity, okay. So this is the dark. Let me make it a bit darker. And let me create this of a different example. So whatever is the intersection will only remain like this. If I want to exclude selection, so whatever was the intersection, it will get excluded. Okay, so it's like this. Okay, so these are the usually the options maybe you would use to create the icons. Okay. So we have covered instances, variants, this Boolean operations. Let me just check to that PPT. What is else to cover? We have created variant. Any questions on the variants on my screen? Let's say as a 44 by 44. Let's say this is, or let's say this is Android. So I'll use a 48 by 48, for example. You might use it in some different size, and that is all okay. As in, you guys are designer, so it depends on your taste and your choices. Okay, this is now. Let's say your developer asking for the assets. Okay, what you will do? You select this icon, select export, and this is the 1x format. So you can see this preview over here. Let me just export it. Let me just check how it looks like. Is it coming right in the right format or not? Yes. So if I just drag it in the Figma again, you'll see this is 48 by 48 pixel. Okay. But whenever your developer asks you for the assets, usually what you would do, this is by far from the experience I have got, if your developer is going to use it in website, you would give XVG. You would not give PNG. Give SVGs or PDF. These are the vector format, and these are the raster format. Okay, you always try to get vector. Vector is like, now if I zoom into this, you see this, like, because this is a RAS related. But if you give it in the SVG, however they can zoom and all, it will remain proper. But if they're using this icon in, let's say, native iOS for application or native Android application, what you have to do, you just create, these are for iOS 1x, 2x, 3x. Export these icons on your Explorer, on your file basically, and just share those three icons. If they are going to use it for the native Android, then you add more of this 4x and 1.5x. And even for that matter, I usually give 5x as well. It's not over here, but 5x. Okay. So you can add the suffix or prefix to this particular file, and you can basically share this file. Here you can actually select the color profile as well, and you can share this file. Color profile is, I'll tell you in brief, okay? P3 color gamut. Just hear me out. You don't have to worry about these things. Okay. So for this image, let me just copy this Figma. This is just a concept. As you would work on any particular designs and all, you will grow and you will get to know what it is. Okay. So this white rectangle that you see, okay, the colors inside those rectangle are mostly some, these are the colors are produced by, let's say, some kind of monitors. Okay. Only this kind of colors. So if you want red, the maximum you can go is up to this red. Okay. This representation is also a kind of a representation, because you'll only see the colors that is produced by your display, the right now which you are using, right? So for me, the colors will be different. For you, the colors will be different. It depends on the manufacturer and the technology that they are using. Okay. Some displays, especially your TV, will provide this sRGB colors gamut. Okay. If you are on the Mac, okay, iPhone, Android phones, and the higher end phones, basically, you will see that all of this color gamut, basically this P3 color gamut. No, not all. This one, the gray one. So basically, if you want to use deep red, so that display can provide the deep red, deep green, and deep blue color, it can basically produce. Okay. So if you are if you are providing assets, sometimes you might want to make sure that you are providing the display P3 assets. Okay. So that the colors that you're using, that exact color will get will they will use it in their development platform, and that is when the user will see that particular icon and all, they will able to see those. It depends on some of the displays that provide richer color, so you would always want to share those kind of assets with those colors, you can say. Okay. So whatever the screens users are using, the newer screens are actually provide all the richer colors. Okay. Usually are like older laptops, Windows mostly laptops does not provide you the P3 color gamut, basically. The older Windows laptops. Okay. So even if you provide the display P3 assets to your developer and they develop it in that particular colors and all of those things, but when eventually, if it depends on your users also, na, which kind of a phone he has. On the basis of that, they will see the image. You can just provide the P3 images. But the only thing is, if you are using P3 colors, like if you are using the deeper red and all of those things, then only it is of use. Otherwise, and you might not want to use the display P3 color always, because your most of the users might be left out then. Okay, they will see your app is like washed out, why it is like that, and they will not get the richer experience maybe. See, P3, all your new phones, laptops use P3 color. They show richer color. In while you go and buy TV, they will tell you, which kind, how many colors it can produce, right? So you're using OLED or QLED and blah blah. All of them are now providing richer colors. So P3 color gamuts are providing, getting provided by all the screens, newer screens. Just tell me if you have any query uh, regarding the things that I saw now till now. This is, let's say, circle. You want to take this circle out of from this. Okay. What you will use? Basically, you will use subtract. What subtract do is like from the background image, the foreground image will get, or from the background shape, the foreground shape will get eliminated. So when I select this two and I click on subtract section, the foreground shape got eliminated from the background. This is background, foreground is only for this subtraction. Okay. For all the other things are pretty self-explanatory. Is like union is like all those two shapes will combine and become one. Okay. Intersection is like the intersecting part will only remain. See, the intersecting part. And exclude selection is like intersecting part will eliminate, everything will else remain. So mask option is like, let's say you, first of all, what you'll do, usually you will put this on some group. Okay, so I've just grouped it. You can see this in group one, there are these two things. Let's say when I do this use as mask, okay, so what happens is basically the intersection part. Okay, but the thing over here is your I would have put it in, like over here you can create multiple groups also. Like in earlier example, when they were just two these circles, okay, you might want to add another circle, or maybe you might be crafting very complex shapes, right, like this. Okay, so this thing maybe you can do all this subtraction union and can create this thing. But let's say if some of these things you are you are grouping it, let's say you want to create a group of it, then let's say this and this are a group. Okay, you don't want to lose all of those things. Okay, and let's say, and you want to, as in you just want to show this much part, as in this bigger circle, whatever it is, as in whatever it is consuming from this two. So you just want to mask out, as in okay, in a simple language, let's say whatever you see in this screen, in this is, let's say, your design. Okay, let me create kind of a design itself. For example, let's say this is this, let's say this is nose, uh, these are the two eyes. Okay, let's say this is a beard. Okay, and you want to just show not this complete part, but just want to show this much part. Okay, what you'll do, you this layer has to be the bottom layer of your artwork, let's say. Okay, so this is, let me just rename this to bottom layer. Okay, I'll put it at the bottom because all of these top layers creates this. Now if I say mask, use as mask, only the layer, the portion visible in this particular bottom layer only getting represented, right? And this I had given the opacity of 30. If I move it to 100%, or I can decrease it to 20%. Okay, so this is how you would basically use it. So now I haven't cut anything. Okay, I'm just selecting the part that I want to show. So this is like masking. I'm just masking the part which is outside this shape. Create a text which is called button, and I create a frame. So create a frame, I click command option F, command option G, right? So this has become frame. There is another property which is called auto layout. Once I click on this, okay, now this, what is auto layout? Basically, whatever inside this frame will follow this particular properties. It's like, so this horizontal padding, if I add more padding, see, You see, this is getting expanded. So let's say if I keep 24, and from top to bottom, I have to keep, let's say, 12. Okay. Now you will say, where is the fill for this? So even for the frame, there is a fill option. So you click here and there is a fill. Let me just click, make my button black. Okay. So this way I usually create my button. So if I have to quickly create this, the same thing over here, what I'll do, I'll just duplicate this. Let's say hover state is like this. Okay, I didn't create the component, but that is okay. You can create these two buttons as component, right click component, or you can just use this shortcut. So I'll use this shortcut. Okay, and then I can select these two buttons and I can say combined as variants. So now they becomes as a variants. So now if I want more variants, I can just create more variants. Okay, let's say if I created this kind of variants itself, I gave name. Now, if you just see this button, if I type anything, it will get expanded because it is following the auto layout. Okay. Okay. So all of you got the auto layout part as well. I hope you have got the auto layout. Let's see how you can create the styles in Figma as well. So for styles, how many styles are there? Basically, you for text you can give, like this is the text. For there are this size you can change. You can change the, if it is medium, regular, bold, and all of those things. Then there are line height and all of those things. So what usually designers do, they create a style guide first. So style guide is basically your colors and text in a plain thing. So colors can be your plain color, backgrounds, and your font color, your any color basically. Okay, so you will create a color palette first. Okay, let's create this is a let's say I want to use this blue. Blue color is my, this is the blue color is my, let's say, primary. So what I'll do, I'll just go to this and I can create a library. So I can create a, click on this add button. Okay, so this is blue color. I'll just name this and create variable. But there are a lot of other things are also on this page. Wait, if I'm creating the proper color, yeah, this has come in my library. Okay, yeah. See, in the local colors, this blue color is now added. Now let's say this is my black color. Let's say usually we use black color as well, right? So I'll add that also in the library. This is black. Create variable. Okay. Now if I just want to see local colors, you will see this variable. So same way I might add more colors in my library. Okay. And same way I will add more text in my library. So maybe this is like title. Okay. So title I want to keep it like, let's say 28. Okay. Then I would create another, let me make this auto also. This is 0. This is 0. So this is like my one style of text. Then this is, let's say, 20 pixel. This is my subtitle, for example. Okay. Then this is my body text. So for body text, I want to keep, let's say, 14 pixel text or maybe 16, whichever. And I'll create this style guide. Now I have to add this in my styles also, right? How to add this? So over here, if I click on plus create style, I would say, let's say this is title. And I can add other things also for what I will be using this, descriptions and all of these things. This is my title. Okay, description also I can write. There are more options also. You can again change it over here as well. I can create this style. Let me quickly create this style also. Body. Okay. This is a small kind of a style guide I have created. So if I go over here, or not here, over here, you can see these are the textile, the color styles. Okay, I think from here I have to create the color style. This blue. Okay, over there I created the variables, which is not the right way. Over here I have to create the colors. Okay, so let's say this is black color, black, create style, and let's say one I'll use as a white. So for any reason I have a very smaller style guide, right? It's not white. Yeah. Now I can quickly add this. So if you see, I'll just remove. These are not required at all. So I can create this white color. So do you see this my style guide is getting created. This colors are there, then textiles are there. So if I'm on the screen, I'll just get it over here. If I'm on the screen, let's say for this particular icon, I want to use any color. What I can do, I can just click on this styles and variables. I can click on blue and the blue will get added. It is added in the background because I selected the background. That's why over here. I have to change the color over here. This is the icon, right? So if I add blue, it will get added as a blue. Okay. Over here, this white was the background of. Let's see if I want to change this color to black, I can change it to black. I can change it to white, but white will not be visible. Okay. Now I've created this style guide, a small style guide. I showed you a small component library. I'll remove these components, remove this components as well. Okay. This is my, let's say, icon library where only sun icon is created. The buttons are there. And in the style, these are the styles. So you see my text styles, color styles, and my components. Okay. I have created all of this. Now I can create the variables also, which mistakenly I created earlier itself, but I'll show you how to create variables. So our styles and color styles are over here. But let's say if we want to create variables. So you'll go inside this variable. Okay. What you can do, you can click on create variable and you can add, or else you can add it this way also, like which I mistakenly did it in the start. Okay. Let's say this was like this. Why it is proper. Okay. What I would do is I'll open this, create a color variable. I can say blue, I can say black, I can add color white. This blue color is basically this color. I add it over here. Black is black and white is there. I can basically connect this also over here. So if I create this now, and let's say for any particular icon, if you use this instead of style, if you use blue over here, then if we come over here, it becomes, sorry, for some reason it's not showing up over here. I don't know for what reason. Sorry for that. Okay, I'll show you the variable thing, for the different thing. Okay. So for now, forget about the variables. Did you get the how to create the style guide? So this for what you will use the styles. Basically, styles you can use to define fill, stroke, background color for any particular component that you do, any particular shape that you would use. For textiles you will create, you can even create the effects also as a style guides, right? As we saw over here, there are effects as well as there are grids. Okay, that also you can add it in your style guides. Okay. Okay, so for grid, that I think I forgot to show you how to add grids. So when you click on any particular frame, okay, there is a custom grid. You click on that icon, you'll get this 8 pixel grid. Okay. Maybe you want to use column or maybe you want to use a row. It totally depends on the designer itself. Designer can use this 8 grid also and they can work on this. Okay. I usually use the column thing. Okay. So in the column, depending on my screen size, how many columns that I want. Usually I might use 4. Okay. Do I want it stretched or I want it left align or right align or center, all of this. Usually I use stretch. I give 16 pixel margin. So margin is like you get it right. Margin is which is getting added on the left and right side, extreme left and right. Okay. So this is, and then the gutter. Usually use 16 pixel as a gutter itself. Okay. So this is how you can create your grid and you can save that grid as in your library also. So like this material design already you can see they have already added this grids for specific screen size. See this 1600 plus. Okay, so screens 1600 they might be using this extra large grid. Okay, for smaller screens there are like below from 0 to 599. I mean, that is like below 600 they'll be using this particular grid. Okay, so this is they have already created this things. Okay, So this is how you will create the grids. And again, depends on you which type of grid. You can add multiple grid on top of each other also. So like this 8 pixel grid as well as the grid that earlier created. Okay, or maybe I don't want 8 pixel, I might want to use rows. Okay, and I don't want stretch rows because my page will be scrollable. So I want to use it from top to bottom. Let's say height to be 24, and offset is basically I would say 60 because my title bar might take that much 64 or something like that. Okay, and I want to use gutter also as 60, and I might increase the count. Yeah. So this is how I can use my I can create my own custom grid and I can use it across. So grids are the guidelines for your designs. Okay, I'll quickly show you on the internet. There might be some example, or let it be. I think I'll just show you practically. So let's say you are creating a website. Okay, so you might be going with this 1440 screen size. Okay, so you might be having this particular grid. I usually use 12 column grid. Let's say count is 12. I would give 80 pixel margins on both the sides. Again, depends on you. These numbers are not any constant or something. Okay, or you can connect with your developers also to share this grid system as well. Okay, so now here are the
Okay.
12 columns. I created a UI like this. This is my cards. Okay, got it? These are my cards. Now, if developer wants, how this will convert into, let's say, on the mobile. Okay, so I'll again have to create the mobile site as well, right? To show them, I'll add the grid column. So I'm using 12 grid system with the card. If you see, I'm using it as a four columns are taking as a for a certain for this particular card. So my mobile usually naturally I'll be using 4 columns, 16 pixel margin, gutter maybe 16. Okay, and on the mobile, whatever the design I will do in this cards. Okay, just give them some. Let's say they are black for this particular example. Okay, now when they will come onto my mobile screen, I might use it in a vertical format. Okay, and they might be scale up to this. So this way the grid will just help me how I'm organizing the layout from desktop to the mobile. Maybe there might be another screen which is like not desktop, but let's say for the tablet. Okay, which is like, let's say iPad Pro. Okay, here I can decide, okay, I might use the 8 columns over here. Okay, I would go for 8 and then margin 16, or depending, as in if I want to increase the margin to, let's say, 56 or something like that. Okay, so here what I'm saying to developer, only 2 columns will sit over here. Okay, and of course my columns will be responsive, so they will go like this. Maybe height will change or whatever, that I have to again tell as in show it in the design itself. But this is how the grid system works. Okay, you just use it to organize your design with. Otherwise anyone can come and might make this like this, some grid would be like this, and there won't be any cohesiveness in the design, in the spacing and all of those, right? So you don't want to do that, so you'll always follow some grid system. Nowadays designers, there are some style is like where they are not following any grid system, but that is, those designers are very conscious about their design choices as well, as in the placement of their elements and all of those things. Otherwise, if you just start creating website without following any grid, it will be messier. And as we learn, like level up, leveling up your design from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, all of this has to be evenly spaced out, should work on all the screen sizes and all of those things. So grid basically helps creating that. Okay, for all the interactions, as in again micro interactions and all, as I showed you regarding this button and hover effect, the same way in all the frames you can create the create the animations. Let's say this is like a frame. You can add multiple frames and create a design basically. Let's say this is how you want to show this loading buttons. Okay. So here there are like this, then there are like this, and here maybe like this. And when you connect these frames, you might see some animations. Let's say, let me just show you just an example. Let's see how this works. I'm just connecting these frames. Whatever the connections I have done, I'm just selecting all those connections all at a time, because the property that I want to do are the same for itself. I don't want it on the tab. After delay, how much delay? I don't want any delay. So zero replaces with 1 milliseconds, right? So if I run these things, so it will look like this. Okay, so let's say this is kind of an animation I want to use in my screen. So this is basically a micro interaction that we just did. And there is a Lottie file plugin. Once we go inside plugin, there's a Lottie file plugin. If I run this plugin, selecting these frames, it will automatically create a Lottie file out of it. Okay, export to Lottie, export to Lottie. See this particular. This is the thing every designer should give it to their developer. Not the GIF, not video, nothing, but the Lottie file or the RIVE file. So I'm just typing out the name over here. You do your own study. What is RIVE animation? Okay, you can just Google it and you will get to know there is new format that is coming in the industry, which is called RIVE for the animation. Lottie is been there for quite a while. Industry is using Lottie itself, but the RIVE is, I think, the next best thing. Okay, so this is the way you can add the micro animations. I would suggest to go to plugins and widget panels at your own time and just try to fiddle it. What this there are a lot of plugin. What are the functionalities they provide? There are widgets. What are the functionalities they do? What are how they help basically in your workflow? You have to basically, on the basis of that, you have to select a plugin or widget to use it most of the time. It depends upon the designer, is on their choices. Okay, go with learn about the shortcuts, learn about the plugins, as in and yeah, there is a variable thing that is remaining: colors for UI design. So colors are the way of generating emotions, correct, and have the ability to guide users' attention when it comes to designing an engaging user interface. Color is considered to be most important aspect. So here it says the colors. Grid topic once, just a recap. Yeah, we can take it after we just complete this particular topic. Okay, we'll go into Figma again and I'll show you the grid thing. So yeah, so it says that colors are way to generate emotions. Okay, so I'll just show you an image. I'll put it over here itself. Dullah Khan wants to edit. Okay, no. So I won't give edit access right now. Okay. If you want anything, you can just copy it and put it and paste it in your file itself. Okay. So you can edit and do things. Acha, maybe you want to add your that's why you want edit access. Okay. Okay. Just ask me again. I'll give you the edit access. Okay. So here is the psychology of colors. Okay. So you can see, let's start with red color. These are the basic colors. Okay. To everyone. So feel free to, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you can see over here, like the emotions that these colors brings out. So you can see red, of course, it's for love, passion, energy, adventure, excitement. So these are the emotions basically. Red is mostly associated with the food also, because it fiddles with your appetite as well. Okay, so you will see Zomato and other food related app using red colors as well. Okay, then you can see orange shows. Yeah, so for orange color, it's like more original, enthusiasm, pleasure, emotion, youth. So basically, uh, okay, you can type out the app that you see using orange as a primary color. So you can just type out red dash app name. Or if you want to show any particular app using orange as a primary color, then you can just type out orange dash app name. I remember, or on the top of my head, yeah, Swiggy uses orange, correct? There was a very old app which called Jabong as well. Okay, it was e-commerce app uh, for clothings and all. So they were using orange also. If you remember the application called Jabong. Okay, it was very famous at that time. For red, I also remember the Snapdeal. In e-commerce, the Snapdeal uses color red. And if you see yellow brings the positivity, joy, warmth, fun, curiosity, happiness, and clarity. Do you remember any app using yellow? Snapchat. Okay, good one. The green brings out emotions like health, safety, harmony, loyalty, luck, prosperity, nature. Green, big basket. Superb. Rapido, yellow. Yes, correct. Then the blue brings out success, power, trust, confidence, purpose, security. So you'll see most of the app basically use blue color. Apollo Pharmacy is green. Yeah. Like Facebook somehow wants to say they are secure. So maybe they are also using blue color. Okay. Then we see purple. Purple is for imagination, justice, royalty, fantasy, art, mystery, spirituality. Telegram is blue. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn is blue, correct? Indigo is blue. Okay, indigo is more, yeah, it can come in the in terms of primary color, you can say blue, but it's more like a Persian blue or ink blue kind of. Phone Pay, yeah, Phone Pay is using purple. What for black, like red? You can just the Google it out. What emotions do comes out from black? I would say black also provides safety, and so some of this it's not that the confidence will only come from blue itself. Okay, it's basically a basic tenet, a psychological tenet, these colors that they have. Okay, does not mean that you have to find a color from this particular chart itself. It depends on how you use the color. Okay. Okay, there's another image. I'll put it over here, which is talking about the emotions guide, they say. Okay, so you can see the black, Nike, Puma, Honda, Times. This is Times of New York or something. Wikipedia, Apple, Cartoon Network. So this is like balance, neutral, calm emotions. Okay, peaceful, grow, health. Those are all green thing. Monster is in peaceful. Wow. Okay, Dell, you can trust, you can see Dell and HP, Oreo, Facebook. Okay. Then for the purple, I think this gives a better idea about what kind of apps comes into the color zone. And you can just think over it. Are they providing this particular qualities or emotions of are these emotions working for you? Are these colors working for you to bring out these emotions or not? Okay, so effect of using right colors. Color coordinates the basic experience for the web product. Coordinate. Okay, colors influence clarity. Designing for the specific gender. Yeah, like stereotypically blue is for boys, pink is for girls. So most of the company use these also because psychologically we also think this way. Psychologically, it's not we consciously think that way, but you would see kids would be going like male kids would be going to the blue wherever they see blue colors, and female would be going for the pink colors and all. Okay. Again, it's not law or something. You can always challenge this thing. You can create a red toy as well, and childrens will love that. Okay, it's not black and white in terms of this psychological effect. And designing for the specific culture. So you would know, as in if you are designing something for the LGBT community, they use all the colors, right? And whenever any particular thing gets all the colors, you kind of think nowadays, you kind of think like, okay, this might be related to LGBT community or something. Okay, so you have to think this when you would be choosing colors. What happens in most of the organizations, when you would go, there is a branding team itself. Okay, let's say you want to become part of the branding team. Let's say you are the part of the branding team. Most of our graphic designer friends must be knowing this. So they come up with this brand guidelines as well. So in that, colors, typography, how to use the brands, how not to do their brands, like the do's and don'ts. It's all laid out properly. So this is the first documents usually a company creates for their logos and everything. Okay. Once they choose this, now when they are creating app, you would be borrowing those colors itself. You might not be, um, uh, let's say, as I said, Zomato using red color. Tomorrow, Zomato come up with the travel app. Okay. They might not want to suddenly use some other color. Okay. Because they are associated with red color for a very long time. They might want to continue with that color itself. Or they might come up with a different color, but that's up to them, as in that's up to the branding team that they work with. Okay, but you usually I have seen, I got the opportunity to create the branding for my previous startup company as well. So I started from branding to the, so created the style guide and then created the design gate, website, UI UX, and applications and whatnot. Okay, but it's not the case with most of the companies, right? So you'll always, whenever you join any company, just go check out their branding guidelines, or if they are having pre-existing UI, just go through that UI, how they are using those colors, uh, and that is how you will learn. You will study the existing patterns, and then you will implement. You will make the best use of the colors that you already have. Okay. So over here, what is the 60-30-10 rule? So this rule states that the color scheme should consist of three colors in the following proportion: 60% of the dominant color, 30% of the secondary color, 10% of the accent color. Now again over here, I will tell you, even if this says 60-30-10, it's not the exact value, as in you won't be calculating how much the color that you're using in any particular screen. I'm just wondering why Intellipaat uses both purple and orange, especially since they are almost contrasting colors. Yeah. Okay. Maybe they want to bring out some emotions and some. It depends on what you think. When you see this logo, let's say Intellipaat logo, what are the emotions that comes out? Can you answer that? Okay. Success. Well, when I see that particular man having joyful emotion, to me it looks like, okay, is joyful. Then Intelli, that pink colors, not the pink color, the purple colors kind of show me that it is more professional. That is what I think. What do you guys think? You can just type out in the chat section. Okay. So what I was saying, whenever this you see that 60%, 30%, 10%, it's not that you're going to calculate the colors in the UI. It's just a visual representation in a way. Okay. The amount of color that you would be using. If you following, let's say this main color is this cyan color, let's say, then secondary color is black, and then the accent color is pink, then you would be on any particular screen, you might not be having lot of accent color, use of lot of accent colors, right? Like your screen background won't be pink, like the background would take lot of real estate on the screen, the your that it no longer remain as an accent color. So how to apply 60-30-10 rules to your UI design? First is choose your dominant color. Okay. So dominant color is over here. It's this cyan color or something, whichever is the color is this color. How you will choose? Consider your brand's colors, your audience, your design goals. Okay. So again, when you see say like this is brand color, you might not want what I did with the Zomato in this particular the app that I had created earlier. I don't know where is that. This one. Okay. Over here you would say this red is taking 60% area and red is the Zomato's brand color. So I'll be using red as a dominant color. No, it's not that case. You just have to choose it very carefully. If you're using it as a dominant color, all of your screen would look in a certain way, right? You might not want to overdo also with your colors. Okay. Choose secondary color. Consider the following: color theory, contrast, mood. Okay. Usually your secondary colors becomes mostly in most of the app, the secondary color is black. It's not the secondary color in terms of branding. Okay. Brand guideline. It's not like that. It's the on the particular screen. What is the 30% area occupied by which color? Okay. That is the secondary color over here. It says it's not the primary color or the secondary color in terms of the style guide. Okay. For Zomato, red is their primary color, but it may not be the dominant color in all the screens. Okay, it might be accent color as well. Okay, so for both secondary and accent color, color theory, contrast, mood, I would also add like the branding colors also in this bucket, and that is how you should choose. If you get to choose these colors, okay, usually you will be naturally you will be selecting the color. How I'll tell you. Okay, let's see some of these examples. Okay, over here, and it's kind of blur. Okay, but in a okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, over here, which one is the dominant color? White is the dominant color because white is almost occupying 60 more than 60% of real estate. I don't know. Let's call it 60% of real estate. We're not going to calculate that. Then 30% is the complement. Okay, they are say complement, we can call it secondary or whatever. So when they say 30%, they are I think referring to this man and women and their t-shirts over here. Then the accent color is usually for this loading bar, the steps 1 by 7, the card selection. Maybe at the starting it might not be selected, so it would be white, completely white. Okay, so if this would have been white, then you would have understood like the how why the complement color is more than the accent color. When it is selected, it looks like the accent color is more than 10%, right? But the basic funda is this: white is your dominant. The second color which is dominating in this particular screen can be this cyan color or the purple color. When it is non-selected, of course, cyan color would be dominating. And when it is selected, the purple is basically the accent color is getting dominated. Okay. Over here as well, if you see the blue is occupying all the area. That's why the blue is the dominant color. Then the white color, that is the card that you see, even the text boxes and all, is the secondary color. And for the accent, the CTAs and all are in the accent colors. Okay, let's move to this particular. Oh, this is crystal clear. Okay, so here you can directly see, right? Your white is the dominant over here. Here it's a 60%. So we just say it's a dominant one. Okay, the black color, you can see there is a lot of black or darkness in the image itself, which is which is grabbing your attention as well, right? So that is the black is occupying, let's say 30%. So it is a secondary. And then you see the accent color over here. Okay. They have not overused this accent color for, let's say, title as well, or icons and prices and everything. Okay. So they have used it in a minimal quantity. Next is this one. Let's say this 3 screens. Again, as you can see, white is the dominant color. So that it does not mean that white is their branding color for this particular app or the primary color in the branding. Okay, it's just a dominant color in the screens. Okay, Then after that, black, or this is not as a pitch black, but kind of a black color as a secondary color. Okay, that you can see all that, almost all the text is in black color. Some is in gray and all to provide the hierarchy. Okay, and there is a green color, which is they are using for the CTAs. In this over here, it's also the green is there. Then you can see the pastel colors are over here. There is some green in their products also, and even in the illustrations, okay, that they are using for. There is pink and red color as well, but we are just following these three colors. Like these are getting dominated in the screen. That is why we are just noting down the three colors. Okay. Uh, we can just go over the internet and just check other applications as well. Let's go to Dribble. Let's see if we can find something interesting over there. Let's say UI. Okay. So let's say if we come over here, okay. So now what are the, whatever you see on the screen, what you see as a dominant color over here? White, white, white. Yeah. It's not a pure white, but it's kind of a grayish. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So let's consider that grayish is the dominant color. Then the secondary color. Okay. Some say green, green. Oh, I think the white is the secondary color, because after the gray, the white is occupying a lot of area in this particular UI. Black is in the typography, of course, but the real estate wise, it is not occupying that much area in the screen. Okay. And green is 10%. Yeah. We have no debates over the green, but there are some debates over which is the secondary color. Cool. Let's look at the next example. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay. Over here, what do you think? Which one is the prime, not as in primary, the dominant one? Again, the grayish color, the gray color. Okay. Which one is the secondary color? Yeah, maybe black. Considering all of these things, the black looks like to me as well. Yeah. And what is the accent color over here? Accent color, white, orange, pale yellow. Yeah. I think any of this can be the accent color. There might be 2-3 accent colors for this particular design. So as I said, there is no such rule that you have to use one accent color or only 10% of it has to be used. But whenever you use it in this proportion, the screen looks good. Is this brutalism? I don't know. This seems the brutalism. If it would have been brutalism, in my perspective, they wouldn't be adding any. What do you say? It would be just a plain representation, like plain representation. They might not add this background also. They might just say accounts. They might just list out the things. Okay. Over on this screen, it looks like following kind of a brutalism, because this signature, I think, does not mean anything, but it is there, and the colors looks like uh, kind of brutalism. I'm not sure. We use shades of a color? Yeah, you can create and like uh shades of the color, like you mean to say like monochromatic in a way, like, or analogous in terms of colors. You can do that. I usually follow this Pooler website as well. And if it is working currently, I used to follow color adopt color. Earlier it was called Pooler or something. So over here you can create, you can explore. So here there's a color harmony. So now here you can see that the colors are in harmony. Like color harmony is analogous. So if I use monochromatic in a, it's following a kind of a same shade. Okay. If I use complementary, then you would see like green complements to red or red complements to green. So in that particular way, two colors are in red and shade of red, and then 3 are in shade of green. Then split complementary. So again, these are the various ways basically you can just fiddle around with this color wheel, and you maybe create your own color um, color palette as well. Okay, adopt Canva color wheel. Okay, if you're following that, whichever, as in these are just tools. Just we just need to know the concept. What is analogous? If somebody say analogous colors, we should be able to answer what are the analogous colors. If somebody say monochromatic, we should be able to uh, tell others. I mean, we can designer can talk in this particular manner. Okay, palette maker. Yeah, there are various apps which can help you create the color palette. Okay, from here, okay, we are basically discussing about this thing itself. Selection of colors based on the color scheme. So monochromatic color is the simplest of all color scheme, as each color of the palette is derived from the same hue. Okay, so before going into that, I would like to show you the color wheel or the color palette that will be. So all you can see this color palette that usually you get to use in most of the design applications. Okay, here there is a way to change it to hex code or RGB or CSS for that matter, or HSL and HSB. So hex is, anybody know what is hex? It's just a code for a particular color. So as you move around this, the color, uh, we can say color panel, you can basically see the hex code is changing. Okay, in terms of RGB, it's like red, green, and blue, and at the end there is a opacity. Okay, so you can just fiddle around this with values, but it's difficult basically, at least for me. uh, and I think most of the designer basically go for the HSL or HSB. Okay, so HSL is again hue, saturation, and lightness, brightness, and all of those things. And here again it's a same thing, hue, saturation, and brightness. Okay, so you can use any of this HSL and brightness. So I use this HSB. So the hue is basically this. The hue is actually the color, which we in a plain language you say which is the color. This is the red color, yellow color, green, all of this. Okay, now we are in the red hue. This is the saturation, how much saturated color we want. Let's say we are this is our color palette. Let's say if you want to add red from, let's say, from your water, from the bottle of color. Okay, how to remember hex code? Oh, how to remember as in you can remember as it depends on your uh, memory itself, right? You don't need to remember any hex code or something like that. If you are working with a company, you will see the same color number of time, you will eventually remember their hex code. You don't have to, but okay. So the saturation is like from white, you will try to add more red, and actually you will reach to a point where this is almost red. Okay, so saturation is like color is getting saturated. When it is desaturated, means colors is getting basically washed off. Okay, so this is the saturation uh, axis. Let's say this is a brightness axis. From darkness, you it's like you are throwing a light on the color. Okay, now there is no light on the color. As soon as you started throwing more light on this color, the brightness will increase, and you will reach to this. Let's say this is the maximum brightness, maximum saturation. With the hue is basically you do not need to remember as in what is the yellow hue value for the yellow or green and all of those things. It's like the zero is for red as well as 360 as well, because it's kind of a wheel. Okay. So usually whenever you'll have a color, you would say, okay, I think you need to be less bright in this color. So you will go like this. If you need to make it more unsaturate this color, then you will go to over this way. Okay. This is how usually designers talk in terms when they want to change the color. Okay. So that is our color wheel. Not the color wheel, but the color palette that the color component that we usually fiddle around with. No one remember any code except the black and white. Oh no, you don't have to remember the black and white code as well. No, seriously speaking, you don't have to remember any color or any hex code and anything. Not even the hue, not even the brightness value and or the saturation value as well. Okay, you will just once you get more into using these colors, and you will automatically start talking in terms of okay, थोड़ा सा saturation बढ़ाते हैं इसमें, या थोड़ा सा brightness इसमें बढ़ाते हैं या brightness कम करते हैं. All of this thing you will say. You will not say make this 000 to FFF just to say that make it white to black or something. Okay. Okay. So we see the monochromatic color, we see the analogous color. It is easier to understand from this color wheel, right? Analogous, what happens in the color palette, right? On this wheel. Okay. Rather than mugging up any particular, but I know that's what I'm saying. Okay, cool. Complementary, again, two colors which are complementing, which basically opposite colors, you can say. Okay. So you can see the website is also there. Over here, it is a monochromatic website. They are using one color and the colors are in harmony. Okay. Like harmony, I mean to say it's on the same, it has the same hue, only the saturation level is changing. Okay. When I say hue again, this is how we will usually talk. Having same hue as in having this H value is same, but maybe you would go like this to this, or maybe somewhat like this to this as well. Okay. Here you can see the analogous colors as well. Okay. So they are basically like it's like friends, nearby friends on the color wheel. Okay. But do all these hue shades need to be included in the style guide? So in the style guide, you will always mention, you can just put the color itself. Figma does it for you. So when developer will see, if they want to see it in RGB, they'll see it in RGB. If they are seeing it in Xcode value, they will see it in Xcode value. Even the developer don't remember the Xcode or RGB. Usually they'll be as per your style guide that you would provide. They'll first create the tokens in their development platform. So they will call this color, let's say if we say this color, okay, they will simply call this color as red. Okay. So this hex code is equal to red color. Okay. Then you, let's say, give them this red, they might say dark red, or whatever, as in they can name whatever they want, or you can suggest what to name the color as well, so that you both can talk on the same language. Okay. Usually if the whatever is the brand color, usually you would call it as a brand uh, red or green or something like that, rather than calling it just red, green, likewise. So you don't need to mention anything. You just create a swatch or the palette, and when developers see your Figma file, they will get to know on the right hand side panel. Okay, I'll just show you that how they will see on the right hand panel. We just make it dark. Okay, this is the color that you gave it to your developer. When they'll go into the developer mode, over here, when they click on this thing, rectangle, okay, there's some of the things they might have to add. Is it because I'm in the starter plan, that's why I'm not able. Otherwise, here they will see in this particular format, right? Like you see padding and all, they will see the color in RGB or in Xcode or whatever. Okay. Next is complementary. We saw triadic. It's like a triangle over here. Again, you can see it triad over here. So again, it's the triangle that is getting created by this three color. It's like a equilateral triangle. So these are the colors that you would choose. So you can choose any. Let's say this is blue is your brand color, and you want to use a triad as your color schema. Then you would maybe want to use the green and red orange in your on your screen. Now let's come to style guides and design system. This is we have been as in discussing. I have been telling you what is style guide in design system. So let's just go through this in a theoretical manner. We have already seen the practical use yesterday itself. How we can create the styles in Figma, and then create buttons and all of those things. Okay, just now we explore the material design, material design style guide itself. Okay, so this is the style guide where they are calling out that what are the kind of types of typography they have used, from smallest text to the largest text, and then the colors also, from whatever the hues and saturation and the brightness level they are using in their overall designs. Okay, so style guides are comprehensive manual that define the visual language and design guidelines for a brand or product. Okay, so usually you would in companies you would refer to a brand guidelines or brand document, and from those document you will be able to get the colors. Okay, if you are starting from this very scratch. Okay, otherwise whichever team you will join, they will tell you what are the colors that you are using. They might have already created the style guide as well as the design kit. Okay, they outline the rules and standards for various design elements such as typography, color schemes, spacing, imagery, and more. Okay, so you can see in this in this image itself, these are the color that has been defined. Okay, these are the text style that has been defined. These are the icon and the color for those icons that has also been defined. Even the grid also they have defined. Even the imagery in terms of illustrations, and what are the colors that you would use in the illustration, usually those are also gets defined in your style guide. Components of style guide, of course, color palette, typography rule. Why it says rule, basically for the title you might want to use this text style. For body you might want to use, like over here, for body you might use this particular text style. For headline, use this particular text style. You might have seen this in Word application or PowerPoint application as well, right? They already define the typography rules, even the colors as well. Okay, then layout and grid. Yesterday we saw how to put that in your style guide itself, right, on the Figma. Then the logo use. So this is logo use you usually gets documented in the brand guidelines rather than the style guides. Okay, but you can as in if you are creating a style guide, it is good that you would also specify how to use logos, not only in terms of space, but if it is coming into onto the your title bar, then how it will look like. If it is coming on to some particular components, then how it will look like. You would always want to define that. Okay, the variations of that, do's and don'ts. Over here you can see how not to use the Spotify logo they have mentioned. So what usually in organization happens is like we always create this in Figma, but the documentation we do it on the other softwares, like all this text and all. Usually use it on the other software, which are basically shareable and can be seen by your leadership or other stakeholders also, because not everybody knows how to use Figma, right? Or you can create a PPT in the Figma itself, and you can very well provide the link to the stakeholders or whoever is want to see the style guide or brand guidelines. Next is, of course, imagery, as in the varieties of icon styles that you would use. Okay, no, that you would always add it in your style guide. The interaction pattern like button navigation and forms. So as I said over here, it says the components of style guide. Again, in companies, you will find someone saying this is a design kit or or component library, and there are various names. But usually, you will just get to understand. Okay, these are the things you can find it in this kind of documents. Okay, benefits of using style guides. Of course, I think we all know now because we have been discussing this. It brings up consistency. It's a unified brand identity so that it doesn't look like, okay, this is the design. These are the screens designed by Nilakshi and these are the screen designed by Pratibha. You don't want user to see these screens that way, right? You just want to use, okay, if they are working for a particular organization, this is how the let's say if they are working for Apple, okay, this is how the Apple brand identity looks like. Okay, then of course, benefits is a collaboration. I think we can collaborate and create a very cohesive designs. Adaptability, yeah, the developers can adapt it very faster. They can reuse these components on the website. The development become faster. Again, that is calls out for the efficiency as well. Onboarding, I don't know what they mean by onboarding. Okay, brand equity, again I think it's again the consistency. I think it means to say I don't know what they mean by brand equity. Error reductions, yeah, of course, if everybody is following the same style guide, then there will be less error in the designs. So everybody will be using the same input box, nobody will be using creating their own input box from the scratch, or nobody will be creating own buttons from the scratch, right? Or they won't change the colors or use for any particular designs. Okay, effective marketing, yeah, if all the designs are cohesive, then the marketing becomes the marketing gets more effective, right? We can see it on any of on the television itself. When we switch to any particular channel, the designs that the channels use in the break, or at the beginning or at the end of your any particular serial, you would see there is a cohesiveness, right? If you can, for that matter, you can see the all the stars channel or the Z network likewise. So their marketing also become effective. Like whenever you see those elements, you kind of get the, okay, this is from this particular brand. Okay, recognition, again, when if there is a effective marketing, the recognition for the user becomes easier. Okay, user can just recognize the branding from the motif also. Like when I say motif, like Google usually use their four colors in their product. So a user can directly, if there is any artwork which is done in that part, those uh, specific user tends to know that, okay, this is coming from maybe Google. Okay, our style guides components, and we only use instances. See, style guides is a is a bag actually, which contains all your styles, color styles, text styles, your components, and your, again, atomic level components, your templates and everything. Basically, it's creates a design kit for you. Okay, so just don't look at it like it's all component or not. It's you. I would suggest to go through the material design, this design kit they say, and you will get to know what are the components they have used and how they are using it. Okay. Next is, what is design system? So design systems are comprehensive framework that extend beyond style guides by including a wide range of design components, patterns, and best practices. Again, so you will always have your components, patterns, templates, in that creates a whole design system or design kit. Okay, so over here where what we see is like they have provided the examples also. This is iOS 18 ipad os, so they have provided the examples as well. Let's go to material design. I'll show you over here. They have provided this example. So here you can see the layout breakdown they are trying to explain. Over here they are, again, this is layout only. Let's see the utilities like keyboards and all. Maybe Android has not added the templates in this particular, but usually you'll see iOS adds the template as well, like the examples. Yeah. So here are the examples. How do your what will happen when you click on share icon? So because this is kind of a universal. Okay. So they are showing the alert messages, how it will look like. This is the action sheet, the color picker. This is like they're calling it context menu. Okay, so these are the example. Also, you will always add it in your design kit so that anybody want to just use it, they can directly drag and drop in the content area. They can add their content and they can directly use. Okay. While style guide focus primarily on visual elements, design system encompasses a broader set of guidelines that enhance the consistency, efficiency in design. This is what I was the differentiation. Style guide is basically all your styles only. This is what I consider your textiles, your color style, your effects, backgrounds. Uh, that's it. Okay. Even what the logo guidelines, the branding guidelines, that would come in your style guides. Okay. But you in your design system or in your design kit, you'll always add all of those things as in style guide as well as the templates, the components, elements, do's and don'ts. Again, you can use add it in the Figma itself, or you can create a separate documents for all the rules. Okay, these rules are very important so that it helps other designers to understand how to use a particular component and which in which case to use that and what how not to use it also for your in your designs. Okay, let's go to next. Benefits of using design system. I think they would be same. Faster design and development. Of course, all the components will get reused throughout your websites. So it helps you create design faster, and as well as for the development is also will get faster. Okay. Improved collaboration. Yeah, with in between your designers and as well as the developers. Consistent user experience for user. Once they know, okay, this is how your button looks like, or this is how your switch you looks like on any particular screens they would go, they would be getting the consistent experience. Scalability, again, reusability makes it more, makes any particular component more scalable. Okay. Brand integrity, branding will look same. Accessibility, while creating the any particular component, you'll always make sure that it is accessible for varieties of user. Okay, there are the accessibility guidelines also that you would follow for the color contrast and all. You'll always make sure that you follow these guidelines so that your design system when you add that in the design system and when that particular component will get used in other screens, those screens also will pass the check for the accessibility. Okay, material design and other design system. Okay, I think it's not much of a use because we have already seen the design system. I would suggest everybody has to go through this material designs design kit as well as the iOS design kits if you want to create the native and native apps. Okay, and you wanted to follow their guidelines as well, because if you are creating the native apps and if you are not following their guidelines, okay, then they won't allow your app to get uploaded on their app stores as well. Okay, so you would design beautiful screens, developers will develop it as well. And when you go after the development, after your uh, after all the sanity work also, when you ultimately uploading that particular APK on their portal, like in App Store or Google Play Store, they might reject. Okay, and they always mention the why they are rejecting all of these things also. And if it is because of you are not following their guidelines, the blame will directly come to you, and that is the loss of time and effort that all the teams that have put in, and it usually looks bad on the designer. Okay, so you want to make sure that you are always following all of their guidelines whenever you are creating any component. Let it be the like, for example, I'll tell you an incident happened with me. We were designing a screen to take the users permission for their SMS. Okay, so before we tell user, before you get the permission, as in the OS screens that comes for the SMS permission, we were creating a pre-permission screen. Okay, and they had a specific guidelines for this pre-permission screens. Okay, the guideline was not to use the cancel or close or any button except the next or continue button or allow access button. Okay, so as in naturally we thought, okay, how user will go back to a screen. Okay, if they come onto this pre permission screen, how they will go back if on this screen there is no cancel or close button to this. So we had provided the cancel button, and after we put it on the app store, we our app got rejected. Okay, and the rejection was for putting up the cancel button on the pre permission screens. Okay, so any of you knows this about this thing, pre permission screen having no cancel or close button? And this is because we do not know the guidelines and all. If we miss the guideline, then this kind of things can happen. So I would always suggest, if you are using buttons, just see what are the guidelines. If you are using tabs, just see what are their guidelines, what they have said no to and what they have said yes to, how you can do all of these things and so on. Okay, so these guidelines are very 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 important for any particular app to get launched, or at least be on the app store or play store. Okay, okay, I think we can move. So using material.io, the design system is organized into three main part: foundation, styles, components. Over here, if you go the website I had shared earlier, material design, it always gets updated. So you might see next year they might be adding some more to their material design. Now this is material design 3, so this is third version. So now you can see there's getting started, develop, foundation, styles, and then the components. Okay, I think this, when this document was created, there were only 3. So if you go into the foundation, you would see foundation, there is accessibility. Okay, they've given the overview as well. Accessibility, content design, customizing, how you can customize the material also according to your own branding. They are telling you what are the design tokens that they have created, which you can take advantage of. Yeah, the very end they might be, or how to use the token. Yeah, so you can just go through these guidelines, and basically you will be a better designer in terms of the designer whose design gets implemented actually in action, right? Otherwise you would be just designing, sharing it with developer will try to design, develop it somehow. They will have some problems, they'll come to you, and you might have progress to any other project, and then there will be a lot of collaboration you would require to get it right. And at the end, when it goes to app store or play store, there might be some problems, those you might have to solve if you haven't go through the human interface guidelines as well as this material design guidelines. or maybe you can think by the time you might leave the company, so no blame on you. But to be a better designer, even if tomorrow you are heading the team of designer, you want to educate your fellow designers about all of these things, because at that particular level the responsibilities would be high, right? So you might not want to like be ignorant about this uh, guidelines and all. So I think you can go. I would suggest you go through these documents. These are very much comprehensive in terms of the information, and you will get to learn lot just by going through this design foundation than any particular course, I would say. Then there are styles, of course, go through styles. Even they have guidelines for the motion. Do go through the motion guidelines. All the components we already see on the Figma, how they have laid out all the components. And there are other design system to consider. IBM's language, Microsoft's Fluent. There's and design. There is a I think you will be able to find these files in the Figma. In this, you just have to click on this globe icon and you can just search for. Let's try if Microsoft Fluent is there or not. See, by Microsoft Fluent to uh, web. So they have this guidelines created for web, for iOS, and I think this is for iconography and all. So I would suggest go through these things. You will get to learn a lot. Okay, this end design is very. I would suggest go through this also. This is available on Figma. Again, this is the one. This is open source, so you can adopt this uh, design system in your designs also. Like if you're starting from scratch, or you can just use it for the guideline. Uh, how to how to create the design system or design kit file in Figma. You can always follow this particular. Okay. Apple's human interface guideline, which is called as HIG. This is a must read. Now, when I go from this 1240 to 1280, acha, I would make constraint for this also. This is always follow this aspect ratio. And one second, in this auto layout, I always want this to be fill. Okay, this is also to be fill, and this also to be fill. Whatever is the space remaining, it will always get filled by this. Then this button is, I'm not creating an auto layout for the button right for now. So if let's say if I create this particular screen in this manner, and let's say if I'm going from 12 going to 1280. So did you see how it adjusted automatically? Your two lines text became three lines automatically, but everything is properly spaced out, right? Maybe you want to make a version where, let's say mobile version, as your, it will not work directly. What you'll have to do, this was horizontal layout. You might want to create a vertical layout, and you might want to do this way. Yeah. And then create this 360, and then you might want to adjust this. The way to basically create mobile screen with minimum effort. Okay, see this button layout, that's why it didn't work, right? The auto layout will help you, all the constraint will help you, and this you will scale. Or maybe if you don't want that image, then you will eliminate. Or if you want that image to be on the top, then again you will get it on the top. No, I created everything auto layout now. I created everything as auto layout. I just took this layer on the top. I kept it on the, just that I know I remember the shortcuts, so I did it. Okay. Let's go to variable. I would say that you are just starting with the variable. So variables are very complex phenomenon in the Figma. If we consider the options that they provide, okay, compared to those, it's complex. If you practice it, you will find it very simple, and you will use it more often. Okay. So basically, what is variable? When you just click on the Figma file over in the blank space, you click on local variable, you will see these are the some of the variables that I had created yesterday. Okay, so these are the color variable. Same way you can create the text variables also. So let's say this is title. Okay, and my title says, let's use this design itself. Okay, my title says this, then my subtext says elevate your brand and this thing, and then the body says this. Okay, so what do you see that I have quickly created some variables as in text variable for this. Okay, the next thing usually you would do is to select this. Okay, and you will find a apply variable icon on the property panel. You click on that, and this is title, so you'll click on the title because you have defined it as a title. Next, let's do it for the subtext. Let's do it for the body text itself. Okay, so for you have to do it from the starting itself, otherwise it will be like you'll always have to collect. So let me just select this, all this title I have selected, and I'm selecting title. All this subtitle I have selected, subtext let's say, and all of this body text I am selecting, and select the body. Okay, let's say if there is a change in copy, what you'll have to do, you'll have to go one by one and do the changes in all of this design for this 1440 website, for 1280 website, and even the 360 width website. Okay, but that is not efficient, right? So what we did just now by saying that this particular text box is connected to this variable, the title variable, same for the subtext and the body text. So tomorrow if I change this catalyzing your success to, let's say, hi, I am Raj, so it will automatically change in every design. You see, in all the designs it will get changed. So if let's say if your ask is that, then you would create a variable for all the text in your designs, and you can use that. Okay, the same text is coming over here also. It is not part of this component, but let's say it's part of some other designs. Let's say it was like this: I am Raj and I am Raj. Okay, so this is, if you create this component, whenever you will change in component, only here it will change. Maybe here, and maybe here. Okay, if you have these three variants in the component, but I want to change it over in the overall design file. Okay, then what I'll have to do, I have to just call it, I have to connect this all as a to this variable, and whatever changes I would do, I'll say Tarun Pal, it will get changed everywhere. You understand how it is different from the component? So same way, Figma provides you four kinds of variables. One is color. Basically, you can define the color. Okay, let's say if I want to define the color, here it is red, but red, let's say red is not the color that I want, is not my brand color. Let's say I would define it. Let's say this blue. Okay, so and I basically defined, okay, this, for this also I'll define the same color, blue. Okay, let's say in this also, I over here also, over wherever I see red, I'm just defining this blue color. I just want to show how quickly this thing, this variables makes your life easier. There is some red color also. Okay, let's say it is like this. Okay, and let's say my company decides blue is not our hero color. Our hero color is yellow or green. Okay, I have to just make changes in this variable file itself. Wherever I have used that particular variable, it will get updated over there. Did you get how powerful it is? Right? All right. So this is how you will use your color and text variable. Let's see, there are more variables. The string variable we saw, color variables are, there is a number variable also, and then there is a boolean. Okay, let's see what is the number variable. You might have seen, I think, let's say let's download Swiggy app. Okay, let's see if we get Swiggy screen, Swiggy UI, and let's say the specific screen actually I'm looking for where you click on you if you want to add more if you want to increase the quantity, then you click on plus, right? And you increase the quantity. Let's say quantity. I'm typing. Okay. Over here it is. So let's quickly go over here, copy this thing, and let's come to our file. Okay. Okay. So this is the UI that we have. Okay. And we want to create uh, a, a prototype where you would click on this plus icon and you want this quantity to change. Okay. And maybe accordingly this quantity you might want to increase the price also. Okay. So let me just create this particular kind of UI. Okay. This is egg. This is let's say food item. Okay. Then there is some description. Let me quickly some description. Okay. Quick bites. Okay. Quick bites. Amount is rupees 108. And there is this panel. Where in this rectangle, I would add the quantity, let's say 0 for now. And there I'll create, okay, we have the button. Okay, let's reuse this button. Okay, here we'll say plus, and here it will say minus. Okay, so what I want, whenever I'll click on this plus, I want this 0 to increase. Okay, now if I want this 0 to increase, okay, I'll have to do some maths. Like if you just think about it, when I click on this changes to +1, correct? So what I'll first do, I'll quickly create a variable. Okay, let's create a new collection, create a variable called numbers. Okay, this is quantity. Okay, currently it is 0. And what I'll do, I'll just connect this thing to this quantity collection, this particular thing. Okay, now it is collected. If I make this 2, you see it is also getting updated. Okay, let's keep it 0. Okay, again, now in the prototype, I'll get this in a separate screen so that whenever we'll run, it should work properly. Okay, this is somewhat big. Okay. So this is our UI somewhat. Okay, just creating quickly, just creating some constraint. I want this 16 from left and right, and I want this to maintain. Okay, whatever is this space, fill it. This is also filling it, and these things are also filling this space. Okay, this is not, it does not matter over here. This is somewhat our UI. Okay, now I'll have to add the interaction. Okay, the interaction is whenever I click on this, whenever I tap on this, I want variable to change, right? So I'll say set variable. I hope we will be able to, I would be able to show you this particular feature. Figma is getting loaded. Cool.
It will take some more time.
Can you, Acha, just close this window? We know we don't need this window. This is the prototype thing. This Figma 101, this 4 tab you see, right? Urban app, screen, Intellipaat. Then there is another Figma 101. Just close that one. Last one. Just follow my instruction. Okay. Just be over here. Okay. You have selected this. Okay. Now click on the tab interaction. Okay. Yeah. On tab in none. We just need to set the variable to something else. Select set variable. Okay. So, so can you just delete the variables that you already just delete this and maybe from the negative also. So what you'll do basically you'll click on. I'm just explaining. I know how to do it. I'm just explaining for the other guys. You want to set variable. Okay. So you'll click on set variable. Yeah. Now you see this what the variable you need to choose. The variable is quantity that we had created earlier. Remember? Yeah. Select that one. Okay. Now you want to set this variable to, as in what should happen with this variable. So again, you will select this variable so that this is basically the expression you want to add. And you will say plus one. Addition. Yeah. Addition one. Okay. So now, yeah, if you see what it says on tab, set variable quantity to quantity plus one, isn't it? In a simple sentence, it is saying when you click on the plus icon or when you tap on this plus icon, set the quantity variable. The first one is the quantity variable and change it to quantity plus one. Okay. So now if you can just show the prototype. So now when you are in the prototype mode, yeah, now it is 0, right? When you click on plus, it will 0 plus 1, that is 1. Now if you click on plus again, it will be 1 plus 1, so 2, and that is how you will create. So I hope you guys would be know how to do the same thing on the minus icon. Yeah, can you quickly make that? So select the interaction on tab. Yeah, what to do? Set variable. Which variable? Quantity. Yes. What to do? Change it to quantity addition. Oh, sorry, subtraction 1. Right. And now when you play this prototype, so plus is adding and minus is, yeah, making it negative. So if you click again negative, then it will go to minus and on. So if you want not to do that, you will have to add more variable, like do this only if it is 0 or 1 and something like that. You'll have to create that particular expression. Okay. Which is not required as such, right? This is not the prototype which you will be publishing, right? This is will be you will be sharing it with a stakeholder. Maybe you will be doing some usability testing. That time you want to create such kind of a prototype, right? And also you can change the quantity as well. Let's say if you are in the cart, there is a quantity. Now it's a 108, let's say. Let's say you want whenever you click on plus icon, this 108 also to be changed. So what you'll do, you'll again create another variable. Okay. And in that variable, what you will say, when you click on plus, make it 108 plus 108. So whenever you click 108, when you will click plus, it will add 108 plus 108 and it will show you the amount actually. Okay. Uh, just create another variable, string variable, and call it total. Sorry, number variable. Sorry, I'm sorry. Delete variable. Yeah. Can you make this variable in the collection that is already there in a different collection? The collection that quantity also has. Yeah, collection. Yeah, over here, number, say total, and you'll have to remove the earlier total wala. Yeah. Otherwise, we might get confused. Okay. You go to collection and you will say, let's say 108. Yeah. And now what you will do, you will click on plus again. You will first assign this variable to, or you can duplicate this thing and just say total or something like that. Not over here, as in duplicate the text layer only in the same frame. Just copy this, paste it. Let's say this is where you want to, yeah, total, and you'll have to create another text box. Acha, okay, you want to update over there itself. Yeah, better create another text box. Total and over here it will be, let's say 108. Okay, that is okay. You can just assign the value. Leave it. So this is the total, okay, which is saying 108 for now. Now again, you will click on plus icon. Okay, just click on plus icon. You'll go to prototype, interaction. Yeah, edit this. And there is a plus icon that you see next to the cross. Yeah. So you want to add more action. When you click on plus, this 0 will also change. The quantity will also change and the total also will change. Yeah, you click on set variable. You will see now there are two actions that is getting added. Okay, on this action, what you want to do? Just go to this total. Yeah, set this total to total plus 1. Oh, sorry, 108. Addition 108. Yeah, correct. Now, when you play this thing, both the values should change now. Okay, let's see if it works. You click over here. Yeah. Acha, just from 0 to 1, it happened like, okay. So I think first you'll have to set that variable to 0 in the total, which you set as 108 now. Just just go back to that 101. No, not here. Full screen, first of all. Slowly. That is my pain point also. It always comes in the way. No, not over here. Here is you're just this is a dummy value. You'll have to change it in the not over there. Just correct. Over here, you'll add 0 only. Now when you yeah run this prototype, you can use shift space so that the prototype will be run over there itself. You click on that on Android large, select this frame. Yeah, shift space. Yeah, now you click on plus. It's not working. Check the variables as in overall variables. This is not connected. Now it will work. Now just restart. Click on R or something. Reset and just click. Yeah. So one quantity 108 is the price. You change the quantity to 2, so 216. So this is how you will create the prototype. Trust me, our team which work on the shopping app and even on the fresh or the other things, they are also not using these variables to just to show these things. These are just the basically if you want to create it, then only you would use it. It usually in prototypes and all depends on the your requirement. So, but it's good to know that these are the things you can do. You can think something different also. Okay. So this is how you will use these variables. Okay. I hope this give you some idea about the variables. Okay. The next one I think is the Boolean variable. Boolean means yes or no, basically black on white. Okay. So what we can do, let's say for some reason, okay, when we click on okay, Boolean way, how we can use that? Yeah. Okay. So let's say for some reason, whenever we'll click on minus sign, the food item should vanish. Okay. Food item should not be seen on the screen if this is the requirement. Okay. So what Tilak will do, just open the local variable panel, create a variable, Boolean variable. Yeah. Say food item, show, write show and question mark. So this is like question mark, whether to show or not. Okay. So currently it is false. Okay. So just make it true. Yeah. Okay. Now you'll have to connect that variable to the food item. Select the food item. For now, let's just remove the text only. Okay. So apply variable and select the newly created variable. Just scroll down. You'll have to click on the eye. No, select the layer. No, select the layer food item. In the layer, you see pass through 100% and there is a eye. You'll have to right click on that. The Figma basically has messed up with this interaction for the and you will select this thing, this variable that we created. Okay. So the default value was true, right? True means the show food item. Okay. Now you'll have to add the interaction. Whenever Tilak will click on minus, the food item, this particular thing should vanish. That means it should set to false, correct? So again, you open the tap interaction. We'll add another value, another set of action. Yeah, click on plus, set variable. Select the variable that we created. Just scroll. Yeah, food item show to false. It was true, right? So we'll put to false. That's it. So what it says, can you just open that panel? in the plain English, can you open that panel again? Interaction. Yeah. In the plain English, what it say, on the tap of this minus button, you will set the quantity variable to quantity -1, and you will set the food item show variable to false. Okay. So now you can show the prototype. Prototype is already, yeah, running. Just refresh it, I think. As in click on R, or you can click on that icon also. Click this icon, and you can click on minus. See, when you click on minus, the food item got vanishes. Okay. So this is the particular function you might want to use whenever you want to toggle any particular value, true and false, kind of that way. Okay. And this will only toggle the visibility only for now in the Figma. It will show or hide. Okay. This boolean you won't be able to use for the other complex item, let's say for text or something, like as in the value of the text or something like that. If you want to, let's not go to that. In the development, you would use it in a very different manner. Okay. In Figma, you can just use it for show and hide things. Okay. I hope this covers the variable.
Moving on to the next question, which is our second quiz question. In atomic design, which of the following is the smallest building block? Again, this is a very easy question, so I want all of you guys to comment the answers right now. First option is molecules, second option is atoms, third option is organisms, fourth option is templates. So quickly comment your answers in the chat, guys.
So this ideation and problem solving is directly related to the creative part of our personality, right? You would know, like they say, everybody is a creative, like everybody is a genius or creative when we are born. And as a matter of fact, the baby engages, as in when we are baby, we were engaging all our senses to explore the world, right? We would shake things to know what it is. We can listen to it, we can just watch it how it works, we can smell it, test it, or touch it, or rub it on our skin, just to know the texture, just to make it feel how it is, if it is sharper or softer, or all these things, right? So we use all our senses basically to explore all of these things. And as we grow up, we basically we basically uh, create the kind of a constraint, or our mind creates a shortcut to basically comes to the solution, right? And the solution are basically based on our past experiences. So you might have seen, it might have happened to you as well. Whenever somebody gives a problem, we directly jump to solution, right? So here is the brainstorming and ideation is kind of a processes that has been created to generate more ideas, not directly the solution, but to generate more ideas, and then evaluate those ideas, then select some of the ideas, and then go to the final. As for the final selection, you would go and implement some of the ideas likewise, right? So this session is regarding that only, so that it will make you more creative by knowing the processes, and you can use this processes to any of your projects when you'll be working with the companies and likewise. Okay, so let's get on to the brainstorming and mind mapping. So again, what is brainstorming? Let's say we get some topic, we ideate basically how we can solve these topics, and we come up with the solution, and then we basically create some categorization about those solutions, and then move ahead, right? So we know, like, these are the techniques that used by various companies, like uh, IDEO, let's say, which is a global design company, very renowned for its brainstorming sessions and all. So, or even for the Apple or Google, all of these companies. So, the IDEO, they use the brainstorming to generate wide arrays of ideas for their product designs. Okay. For example, when they wanted to create the new medical devices, what the IDEO team did is they conducted a brainstorming sessions to improve the usability of the doctors and patients regarding any particular product. So they focus on the quantity, encouraging all ideas, no matter how unconventional or conventional or whatever the idea is, like, to ensure that there is a diverse thinking about it, right? So a lot of companies actually go through these standard practices of brainstorming and then mind mapping. So as you can see, the brainstorming is a technique to employ by design team to foster creative thinking to generate solution for well-defined design challenges. They generate a wide ranges of ideas and establish connection amongst the uncover potential solutions. So I'll just go through this quickly, and then we can jump to the some of the uh, how to conduct the brainstorming sessions, and we'll also do some of the studies and all. Okay. So why conduct brainstorming session? Is the idea to generation diverse perspective. Like if one person is generating idea, he'll be thinking from his perspective. Okay, he'll be having his past experiences. Accordingly, he'll be having a social environment in a of where he might have grown up. Okay, so he'll be thinking from that perspective. And when there are multiple people with various backgrounds, when they come along, they have a very diverse perspective, as you will know, and they can contribute to the best of the best ideas, and that can be combined and create a outstanding product. Okay, of course, it's for problem solving. The problem has to be there, so that we'll be brainstorming on those particular topics, and okay, to encouraging participation. Okay, step for conducting brainstorming. We'll go through this as in. Okay, let's do our brainstorming session. Okay, so what we can do, we can let's say let's give ourselves a problem. Okay, let's start with developing a personal finance management app. Will that do? Let's try and see uh, what kind of ideas we get. Okay, we need a simple font. Personal management, personal finance management app. Okay, so this is a topic for us today. We'll do some brainstorming on this. Okay, so the objective I was talking about, the objective is how we can create this app that helps user track their expenses and budget efficiently, uh, uh, and help in save more money, right? So this particular app gonna make user to track expense, budget efficiently, or save money, and whatever that comes out of your mind, guys. So when you would go for the such kind of brainstorming studies, what you need to do is, like, you need to have participants, right? And depending on the problem, you will be making sure the participants are that having such some kind of a background in related to the problem itself. So currently, this is the for this problem, it's a finance management app. So maybe you can think of, let's say, financial expert you can involve in your in your brainstorming session, or maybe some potential users, like, of having various backgrounds, let's say students or professionals, working professionals or freelancer. Just try to get the varieties of people, varieties of experienced in the same room, and you can give them a sticky notes, markers, and prepare a whiteboard, and you can set up some timer as well. Okay, so you have to first set the stage, as in you have to tell the clear objective to all the participant. Okay, why are we gathering? So in this case, as I told you guys, we are creating a finance management app to make user track their expenses, budget efficiently, and save money, or whatever there is in top of your mind. Okay, and of course you will be setting some time for this particular activity, so that the fundamental is like you every participant, we do the first rule is nobody will be judging them. Okay, so whatever the ideas that you guys would be having, we can just you can just write it down on the sticky note and then put up on the whiteboard that you would be having, right? So of course, you will set up some timer, let's say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on the complexity of problem. You would always want to give some time for your participant to think and to put up something on their sticky notes, right? And then you would ask participant to write down their ideas and of course encourage them to think creatively and to consider all the aspect of the problem. Okay, set limit for the monthly budget. Yeah, okay. Expense tracking. So maybe user will add their net income. They can add, so then net income is actually kind of a or budget, maybe set limit for the monthly budget as same thing. Categorization of the expenses and debit, so that is like their transaction history, you can say, right? Transaction history. Oh, okay, bifurcation on expenses, really nice point. Bifurcation based on expenses. So basically, which is like a categorization of the expenses, right? So I'll write categorization of expenses. Cool. Show statistics. Yeah, statistics. Statistics. Then okay, monthly, weekly. Okay. Okay, planning personal finance to buy homes and cars, right? This is like goal planning, right? So it's like financial goals that user may have. And then split income into various parts. Okay, that is like categorization, expense categories, same thing. Uh, Depreciation, track on how depreciation they have. Okay, this depreciation, investment analysis and recommendation. I think that will come in the statistics, and maybe we can add statistics and recommendation. Okay. Link the bank account. Yeah, bank accounts has to be there, right? So that the app will know how much how they are spending basically, or maybe they can check their balance or something like that. Tax planning and management. Okay. Tax planning. Insurance collaboration. Okay, this is going to be a like super app. Like user won't need any app because it has everything, right? Insurances, maybe users bills, or maybe recharges, or like the financial expenditures, like let's say, let's call it bills itself. So insurance is bills kind of a categories itself. Expense categories, yeah, multi-color currency, international support. Yeah, that is a good feature, I would say. Multi currencies, right? So they have to think about the forex charges and all of those things. Expense alert. So alerts is like notifications. Expense alerts. So maybe we can give alerts for if they have say set up something for auto pay or something like that. Okay, so you would say everybody has lot of ideas, right? And so considering those ideas, so this is like we are diverging, we are thinking how we are not judging the any particular idea. We're just accumulating all the ideas that are coming in our mind and just jotting them down. This is basically called the brainstorming. So that, and as you guys are mostly I think say learning for the UX UI design, so I consider you from the design background itself, or maybe you guys have come from the other background itself, like engineering or uh, commerce or any other various backgrounds, right? So you might be bringing your own perspective into this, right? How you're seeing this particular financial planning app, right? So this is what brainstorming session is all about, to get all the ideas on the table itself. Okay, let's now see what is mind mapping. Okay, now we have all the ideas, right? Okay, let's make this as a huge title. Okay, so now we have this idea. So are you able to see if we can categorize this idea, or just find some sense out of these ideas, as in which are let's say can go well with each other, something like that, right? So what I see over here, the branches that we can come up with, the first branch that I see is like expense tracking. Let me just mark it. Okay, so this is expense tracking. Would go well with expense tracking? As in, I think the automatic categorization also makes sense, because we are tracking all the expenses. Then maybe integration of banks also, like having bank account. Like this is how we can the track the expenses, debits and credits as well. And maybe the financial, we had written statistics and recommendation. So I think this makes a good group of where we can track all the expenses, categorize them. Based on the categorization, we can throw up some recommendations. And this is, of course, user might have different bank accounts, so all in one we can make a categorization, right? Let's see if we kind of get another group. Okay, maybe another group can be this first one. Let's say budgeting. Okay, let's see if there is any other that matches with the budgeting. Okay, so like user can create budget. User can also track their budget. We haven't written it, but user can track their budget also, but that is okay. Expense alerts also can come with the expense tracking. So I would make it yellow itself. Okay. Net income. So financial goal can also come like a setting budget. Like we have some budget, we are following some rules, and we'll make some expenses likewise. Your this can also be your kind of a goals. Like you want to set limit for your bills, or maybe keep a track on. You might have said got some insurances as well. Okay, which comes under your financial goal itself, right? Then another section can be your tax planning. So this is more on the planning section. So you can plan your taxes, and also we can. I would just add one more to this, which is just coming in my mind, which is like you can actually track investments as well, right? Investments, and those will also have kind of reports, right? Your tax planning will also give some of the reports. Your investment tracking also gives some of the reports. So maybe reports can be part of that thing. And yeah, this reports would be more. You might get confused with the statistics and recommendation, but this is not a statistic recommendation. This is like financial, how this particular app can help user grow financially, that kind of a report, right? So maybe we can break this recommendation here. This is just a statistics. The reports can be more of a kind of a recommendations, right? And I think transaction history would come down to the yellow thing itself, which is like tracking this thing. Net income also is the yellow part. I see that multi-currency can be a new, it's kind of a new feature. Depreciation is kind of a feature, I feel like. Okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. So what we do after the brainstorming, we can just categorize all of this thing, uh, and then we can uh, see if there are more ideas to this, as in more branching to this, right? So let's say depreciation, bank accounts, expense alerts. This comes down as a different set. Okay. So this is where we can categorize this thing, and then we can see one by one as in all the ideas on the board. Now we can see if there are multiple branches to this, or so this is like how we have connected them, and this can become the part of our financial management app itself, right? We can keep adding more to this and come up with a wider, bigger mind map in a way, but you get the idea, right? So by creating these branches for different categories that are identified in the brainstorming sessions, this each category actually represent the major aspect of the our particular app, right? So all of this categorization help us now kind of a visualize this particular app, and how, and we can then on the basis of this uh, particular points, we can say, okay, these are the features that we can come up with to create this financial management app, and that will solve users problem, or at least the problem of the participants that are there in the brainstorming session, right? Okay. So this is kind of a small brainstorming and mind mapping exercise that we have done. Okay. So we'll again go to the presentation and we'll just see what are the things that I've covered. Okay. So again, what is mind mapping? Mind mapping serves as a valuable tool dissecting the data algorithm. So this is written in a very bookish format. It's more of a, you have all the information that you have from all your users. So I would just summarize this uh, in a short. So basically, by the brainstorming, you you get more ideas on the table in a simple language, and in the mind mapping is kind of a visual tool to organize this idea around the concept, which is in our case it was developing personal finance management app, right? And this mind mapping uses these branches to represent the related subtopic, the same way which how we categorize all our ideas with keywords, or you can depict it with color of it. And this is kind of the non-linear method, basically, problem solving by making the complex information clearer and more accessible. Okay, this is very non-linear. Anybody can actually contribute whatever thoughts that are going in their mind. They can just jot it down on the piece of paper, and the host basically can stick it on the whiteboard and categorize it. So the concept of mind mapping is, as I said, after the brainstorming session, you will have the lot of ideas on your table, right? Everybody having their post-it cards, and everyone as in the panelists of that brainstorming session would be having their ideas, their perspective, all of these things. When you put it on the whiteboard, you'll be able to find out the relation between all those ideas. And with the help of those, you what you would do, you would categorize this idea uh, into some of the groups, and then you will be able to visualize the solution for your central concept. Okay, so in our case, the central concept was to come up with the personal finance management app, right? And for that, lot of people had lot of ideas, right? How we can come up with the let's say expense tracking, budgeting, setting of financial goals, then adding multiple features also like multi currencies, then tax planning, track investments, reports, and all of these things. So basically, if you see the connections between all of these ideas, like the way we have categorized in the yellow, orange, blue, grouping of the same ideas. Yeah. And on the top of it, you can branch out these ideas as well. Like, let's say you might say this is a transaction history. Okay. So transaction history will be having, let's say, categorization of the expenses itself, right? So we'll map it in a more logical format itself. Like the categorization of expenses and having a transaction history. The transaction history a string looks like a parent of all of these things. Like under the transaction history, you will have a categorization of the expenses. You will have, so expense tracking is again the same thing. Then the statistics will be the part of the expenses. Let's say if you see a Google Pay app, right? Once you go into transaction history, you would see there is no categorization expenses, but you'll see all the entries, all the debit and credit entries that you have. Let's say if the only categorization that they have done is the month wise. Okay, so in the August month, whatever the debit or credit that you would do with the GPay app, they will be sitting in the August section itself, right? So this is like like you just connecting this particular ideas that you have with each other, and that is how you are creating the mind mapping, so that they all make sense and they always belong to some of the categories. So if you observe yourself, you are basically creating a mind map itself, right? When you say account
Yeah.
becomes a brand. In under account, you might add personal account, corporate account, saving account, current account,
Yes.
all of this. So this is like you are
Okay.
then expanding into those mind map. So there is no limit to how you can how in what particular resolution you can create your mind map. Okay, but for overall it just has to make sense for the panelists in for you that are there in your brainstorming. That is why we basically limit with some time frame, right? So let's say in 10 minutes, whatever is the ideas, the concept that we have that panelist comes with, we just categorize those, right? Later, as a UX designer, you can go much deeper into it and you can add more connections to it, and then you will be able to visualize it properly, right? With the categorization, it's like the solution coming into life, correct? So let's move ahead. I hope this brainstorming and the mind mapping concepts are clear. Let's move on to basics of sketching. Okay. So now you have build your mind map. You have a lot of ideas, and you would be starting to visualize this idea also, right? And now you want to convey this idea to your, let's say, stakeholders, product manager, or the other uh, uh, or the other users maybe. Okay, so how you can do those? So the sketching is the medium by which you can actually draw it on the paper, and then you can share it with your stakeholders, right? And this particular this is not very new. This is usually we do, right? Whenever we have any idea, we just grab a piece of paper, we draw it, and then just show it to show it to anyone which you want to show, right? And lot of companies, especially designers, use this technique of sketching and showing the idea to each other, right? You might be knowing when Apple come up with the iPhone, their lead designer, Sir Jonathan Ive, had a lot of early models sketched out on pieces of paper. Those also got famous later once the iPhone got famous throughout the world, right? And so the process of visualizing the idea starts with the sketching itself, right? So it's very simple. There is no concept over here. It's just those, you can just read it out. Like, sketching refers to the process of creating preliminary, hand-drawn and digitally produced visual presentation of the user interfaces, layout and design concept. It is just, you can create wireframes, you can create low fidelity designs on Figma, FigJam, and you can just show it to the stakeholders, right? Why do we use sketching? Simple. It's for concept explorations, to communicate our ideas. You can do rapid prototyping. You can just connect your frames and create a simple prototype and show it to your users as well. I remember a case study which Apple had published, which they call it like a fake it till you make it, right? So fake it means, uh, so till you create your actual working prototype, well, not a prototype, actual working product, you can actually fake it by creating a prototype. Okay, so in that, it's a funny story. What they had done, they had to create some products. Okay, and that product would utilize some of the mechanism and some. It was actually a toaster. Okay, so on the phone you can just draw how you want your bread to be toasted. If you want to draw something, let's say some smiley or heart, you can draw it on your phone, and then you click on you just press on a button, and the toaster will provide you that kind of a toast. So to know if this idea works or not, what they had done actually, they had created a stamps. Okay, stamps of this heart, smiley and all of these things, and they had created a same prototype, which was just bunch of screens connected to each other, and they actually tested with the users. So when user used to select any particular stamps, let's say smiley, and press on a button of, let's say, toast it or print it, the there was a toaster, and behind the toaster there is an actual guy with the stamp who used to actually stamp on the piece of bread, and then he used to put it on the toaster, and then the toaster would come out with those particular thing. And user, you were just going, oh wow, this is a good product, and they would share their they would share their feedback to the designers, right? So that is why the sketching or rapid prototyping comes very handy. So that is why it was called fake it till you make it. Okay, used for problem solving, quick visualization, and of course collaboration. You will show it to your users or stakeholders, you will get the feedback, and then you will iterate. Okay, so steps for sketching, they're simple, as in there's not a complicated concept over here. It just, you sketch it, you show it, you get the feedback, and just keep on doing this, right? Pros and cons of sketching. So pros is like, you can effectively communicate your idea. It is much faster. The cons is like lack of details. So one funny thing happened with us is like, we were working on one project, and we shared our first wireframes. Okay, and the company to which we provided the wireframe thought it's a final design, and they went on to say, okay, now you can develop it. Okay, so then we had to tell them, okay, no, 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 this is just a wireframe. We'll be coming up with the design style guide, and we'll be adding branding to it, and we'll be creating much a polished version of it. And that is so. Sharing wireframe, you have to always tell your user what are you sharing as well. If you're sharing wireframes or idea which are not that on a finish level, there might be misunderstanding. This is just comes in the cons. And it's a limited realism. Okay, so sometimes your stakeholders would come up with some feedback is like, oh, this is not looking good, or this is not visually making sense to their branding and all of this stuff. But you just need to convey them, this is just a concept, this is just a sketching, this is not the final version of it. So sometimes you would find uh, the companies gets confused, or the stakeholders gets confused with the prototype that you would present. Okay, so the tips over is, even if they get confused, you don't have to worry about the quality. You have to keep drawing and iterating, and you can use templates. There are various softwares which can help you create wireframes or prototypes. And the idea is to iterate and refine it and polish it to the final state. Right? Okay. So we go to the next, which is observation skills, perspective in sketching. Okay, we'll just go through the presentation, what it contains. Observation skill in sketching refers to the ability to keenly and accurately observe real life subjects, scenes. That is pretty simple, right? You need to observe and to find a problem into that. That is the most challenging part. Okay, tomorrow you will be working for companies, or today also you might be working for companies. Finding the problem in the already existing product is also a challenge, and it requires a good observation skill. Yeah, I'll just go through a significance of observation skill is attention to detail, proportion of perception of proportion, understanding perspective, capturing light and shadow. I think these are very simple to understand concepts. The perspective is a method of employed in art and design to represent three-dimensional shapes. Okay, I think lot. This is more on a bookish side. I'll tell you more on the practical side of it. Okay, I'll share you some of the stories where this uh, observation skills, how the skills has help multiple companies grow their businesses. Okay, so I would give first example of Airbnb. So during the early testing, Airbnb designers observed that their users had difficulty understanding different types of accommodation and filtering options. Because if you see Airbnb and the other hotel industry, it is quite different, right? It is quite the Airbnb's proposition is quite different than the other hotel industry. Hotels, I mean to say, which are 4-star, 5-star, where you go and as in book a room and all of those things. Those kind of hotel concept is pretty different than the Airbnb. Airbnb provides you the experience. You can stay in farm, you can stay in villas, or uh, and mentions also, all of these things, right? So the user were not able to figure out what are these filtering options. Okay, and this was Airbnb's designers observation, that they then simplified the filtering options and provided the clearer description and images of the accommodation types. So let's take for the Airbnb early website. Okay, so when they had come up, they were associating their product with the other hotel products itself. So if you go to, let's say, Make My Trip, let's go to Make My Trip. What do they provide? So if you see, if I go to hotel, they provide you a simple form where you want to see this property, check in, check out, guest, and all of those things, and then search, right? So the same model they were earlier also established in their early website, which was like this. But their value proposition is not as per the hotel industry, right? Their value proposition was different. It was more on the experience part. So this was their observation. Okay, this is not working out as per the hotel society. So if you see the current Airbnb website, just go to current Airbnb website, you would see all the filtering option upfront, right? So over here only they are showing the Airbnb's value proposition. So what you would get, you would get amazing views. You'll get to see live at the farms, uh, designer interior or designer bungalows, lakefront. They have some categories called oh my god. So you can see the value proposition now coming out, which was earlier missing in their design, in their product itself. So that was their observation. Okay. So the another I would say is the Google Map. Okay. So Google Map team observed that their user often trouble with the navigation while they are driving. Okay. So when you are driving, you might see it on the map. Okay. You have to look for that particular screen. You have to find out, okay, you have to take a left turn or right turn and all of these things. So there was a friction in their experience, right? So what did they come up with? Okay, as a product it was self sufficient. Okay, you have the map. A lot of people use it that way. They just, while driving, they just see it on their dashboard. Okay, you have to take left and right turn, but they didn't stop over there. They observe there is a friction and they come up with a more intuitive voice navigation prompt, right? So now when you turn on the voice navigation prompt, it automatically, when there is a left turn or right turn, or whatever, you have to drive to this much kilometers to take left or right or turn about, all these prompts it gives in a, yeah, in an intuitive format, right? So this is how they observe and come up with this thing. The third example I would say is the Netflix, right? So what happens is, like, Netflix observe that their user are often overwhelmed. I also feel the same today with the most of the other OTT platform. Like, they're overwhelmed with the lot of number of contents, right? There are a lot of things to see, and you would spend a lot of time in just surfing all of those things, which movie to watch, which show to watch, which episode, and all of these things. Okay, so they observe these things and they come up with the more sophisticated recommendation algorithm. Okay, so you might observe yourself that on the Netflix you might get the content that you want to watch more frequently than the other OTT platform, or especially OTT platform that are very new, I would say, because the new platform would not have that much of a bandwidth to create algorithm for their content and to provide that. But Netflix has figured out that, right? It shows you on the basis of your viewing history, your preference, your demographic wise, and they consider a lot of these things, right? So this is about the observation. Okay, when you will be working on your on the projects, you will be asked to find out the gaps in the experiences as well, right? Of course there will be data that will also provide you that will be provided to you, but you have to come up with the insights from those data. You have to observe where the users are facing the friction in the product, right? So that is the power of observation skill. This is most important when you are working in the industry. Okay, so this is more about the observation. Okay, then this is about the how to make a perspective image. This is very simple, as in this is like, this is more for the product designer. Product designer, I mean to say, as a tangible product designer, like a 3D. 3D product, you mean to say industrial designer. Okay, so one eye perspective is like just one vanishing point, and let's say you would draw some, let's say if you visualize a cube, all the horizontal lines will be very parallel. Okay, but they will be coming from a same one vanishing point itself, right? And you would come up with a figure something like this. When there are two, then you get even this will be parallel. Okay, so this one and this one parallel to each other, this one and this one parallel to each other. So, or let's just Google it, point perspective versus 2 point perspective. Okay, over here you will be able to see. Yeah, A is basically a 1 point perspective. So you can see a one vanishing point. All the other lines are parallel. Only the lines that are coming from the vanishing points uh, are not parallel and meeting to the vanishing point. All the other vertical lines are also parallel. Same for the 2 point perspective. There will be two vanishing points. So you can see uh, this line and this line are not parallel. They are meeting at the vanishing point. Even this and this are meeting at the vanishing point, but the vertical lines are parallel too. And the third point perspective, all the lines, no lines are parallel actually. All are meeting their respective vanishing points, you can say. Okay, going back to, yeah, so there are 1 point perspective, 2 point perspective, 3 point perspective. It's the points just represents the vanishing points. Okay, you just have to keep that in mind. One vanishing point will create two sets of parallel lines, because 3D products are like having length, breadth, and height, right? So length and breadth would be parallel, but maybe height would be having the converging to the vanishing point. Same for the 2 point, 3 point, as we see. There are called as a 4 point perspective. This is very interesting. 4 point perspective. When you say, the figures are like this. Usually, this is just to show that, let's say, ant's point of view. Let's say, ant would be looking at some building would be like this, maybe, right? And there is something called as a 0 point perspective. 0 point perspective is like our scenery. We are viewing the mountains and all of this thing from a very long distance. And there are no specific vanishing points that are converging to each other, something like that. So this is more about those perspective images. If you are an industrial designer, okay, at that particular time, if you had to create any product, let's say you want to draw a bottle, okay, draw a bottle, then you would require this kind of a perspectives where you will be able to draw in a much in a much better way, so that you can communicate the idea properly. Okay, over the handle will be over here, the knurling on the on the bottle top would be like this, and all of those things. Or maybe you are drawing a chair or something like that. In that case, this 3D skills comes very handy, and everyone should be practicing those. But in UI UX, you will be drawing mostly 2D. In if you are a graphic designer, yes, you would require to learn this perspective, and should be in a better position to draw these things to quickly come up with the ideas. If you are a logo designer, of course, it's good to have these skills. But if you are creating applications, most of these things would not be means. In my career, I haven't used this perspective drawing so far. I have been creating wireframes and a lot of 2D sketching itself, not the 3D and 4D or this 0 point. 0 point you can do as an artist for fun. All of these tools are just you make you enable to get more ideas and to communicate the ideas to others, right? So all your brainstorming, gather all your ideas. Mind mapping, find the connection between those ideas. Okay, now you are able to able to visualize the solution. Maybe that solution could be tangible in I mean to say in a product format, 3D product format, or maybe that solution would be in an app or website format. In any of these phases, you would require a sketching skills. Uh, a good level of sketching skill is good to have a to communicate your ideas to someone, right? Okay, so I'll move forward to the scamper and creative visualization. Okay, so what is scamper? Scamper is a methodology developed by Alex Osborne in 1953, can expedite and enhance the brainstorming process by encouraging creative exercises that yield innovative and novel ideas. Okay, so this is like a definition. Okay, this is the actual thing. Okay, so imagine you are brainstorming. Okay, to brainstorming your mind would be thinking about a lot of things. Okay, how to do this, how to, what about this, what about that, all of these things. Okay, but sometimes you might get stuck at some point. Okay, from where to start thinking, right? These are the 7 tools that will trigger some of the thought process in your mind. Okay, so we can go through it. Is like substitute, substitute with something else. Just I'm just reading it out. I'll explain you with some of the example, then you will be able to better understand this. Okay, substitute. Okay, so you replace with something. Combine, you add something into your idea. Adapt, okay, you adapt to the new use case. Okay, your user might be using in some different format itself, so you'll be adapt to that, or you want user to adapt into the idea. Modify, you can modify these things. uh, P is actually put to another use actually. So uh, I can explain, as in there can be a lot of things, as in you can put to another use. I'll come to that later. Okay, eliminating is like if you just eliminate certain part, how the product will be. If you reverse the use, how the product will be. Okay, so imagine, you can imagine any problem. Okay, and you can think about how can you substitute this particular idea in this idea. Okay, how you can combine. Okay, you have a different idea, how you can combine these particular ideas. Okay, so this will trigger a chain of thoughts in your mind, so that you will be able to come up with some of the ideas faster. Okay, let's take an example of a water bottle. Okay, uh, the object is a simple water bottle. Okay, now let's see if you want to come up with a different ideas for the water bottle. Okay, how can you think of it? Okay, let's start with substitute. Okay, let's say water bottle, the object that we have, water, simple water bottle, is made of a plastic. Okay, how can you substitute, use the substitute method to come up with something different, but it will be water bottle itself. Okay, so if I say let's replace the plastic of that water bottle with some eco-friendly material. Okay, so you are substituting plastic with the eco-friendly material. So that is like a new product now. So you have a eco-friendly water bottle made up of a eco-friendly material, right? You can visualize a solution in that sense, right? Let's take an example of, let's say, combine. Okay, how about we add a filter in a water bottle itself? Will it be that? Will it be an improved water bottle? Or you might have seen some of the water bottle that come off with the with the kind of a pouch where you can put some pudina and all, and whenever you'll drink water bottle, it will enhance the taste of water, right? So it is like combining the idea. into a simple water bottle, right? Or you can think of user using water bottle in various conditions. Okay, so your water bottle has to be adaptive to those conditions. So any feature that you can come up with which will make that water bottle adapt to those particular situations or the environment. The one that is coming in my mind, let's say you're going for a trekking. Okay, you won't like to take the simple water bottle. Maybe that trekking would be exhausting. You might have to climb onto rocks and stuff like that. So if your water bottle is not is kind of a soft water bottle, it will fail to contain the water, right? It will might get poked, or the water will just spill out or something like that. So you might want to make a outer shelf or a rugged design, right? A bottle which is very rugged, so that even if you strike it, you can use it like a hammer also. Your bottle is adapting to those particular situations, right? You are adding a feature so that it is adapting. Maybe you can modify the shape as it is, that it will fit into your car holder also, no? Car water bottle holder. You can create a male female shape so that the bottle actually fits in your car and it does not move as you drive on a bumpy road, maybe, right? So that is kind of a mod in a shape you can modify. You can put to another use, like the maybe you have a cap of the bottle which is very small, but there are some bottle which come up with the cap which turn into a mini cup, right? So you can pour the water in that mini cup and then you drink, right? So this is kind of a put to another use. Your cap function is to tighten the uh, uh, is to make sure that your water does not spill. Okay, and you can once uh, you can drink from that particular hole itself, right? But if it becomes a mini cup, that is like put to another use. Okay, then eliminate is like you can remove unnecessary part to basically simplify design. Now I'm not getting anything on top of my mind. Reverse is like maybe you can collapse the bottle for the easy storage, right? Usually the bottles are straight, right? So if you make it collapsible, it's kind of a reverse process. So it will be easier for the storage. So this is like where we are using the scamper process to come up with the different ideas. I'll tell you a good example of this scamper process used by Google. Okay, so all the Google glasses which were presented in, I think, 2013. The simple glasses, you can put it on and you can see the augmented reality stuff through those Google glasses. So in that, so if you see what they substitute the traditional displays, right? So earlier the displays the displays are steady and you just happens to watch them. But over here, they substitute the display as in your glasses itself. So it's like a head mounted display, right? So it's like a substitution. You can see the for the combine part. You can see they added the other added the wearable functionality, right? They have added the speakers into it, so you can listen to the voice. And also they added a smartphone functionalities, so you don't have to carry your smartphone also, right? So all the smartphone functionality combine in those glasses, right? For the adaptation, they adapted the voice recognition technology for a hands-free interaction. Earlier, what you have to do, you have to use mouse or trackpad to actually navigate through your system, right? They use the voice recognition, so it's like adaptable to the hands-free interaction. Then for the modification, they make it more lightweight and wearable, right? Displays are not lightweight in a wearable sense, right? So they modified the design of the display or the overall concept to make it wearable. Put to another use would be like they use the camera and display for the augmented reality application, right? The camera usually is for the capturing the screen and displays to watch, but they combine it and make it like they can display the augmented reality applications, right? Eliminating, there is no need of mouse, no need of trackpad and all of this. So eliminated all those things just to have a hand-free usage. Reverse is like earlier, as in not earlier, the reverse is like you used to go in front of the TV to see it. Here the TV is actually coming sitting on you. You can move anywhere, TV moving with you. Right? It's a kind of a reverse functionality that has happened. So this is how the Google visualize and imagine the Google glasses in a scamper process, we can say. We can go to, okay, let's see. Again, how to apply this to UX design. You can just read it through. It's the same thing. Whatever you're brainstorming, you just need to see, okay, what if this functionality we added in over here? If can we combine these ideas? Can we eliminate all the distraction, all or the artifacts which are not helping? Okay, so we can we eliminate these things and create a better product? All of these things you have to think while you are working on any particular project. This will help you come up with the ideas. How to use a scamper technique, as I said, just we demonstrated with the water bottle improvisation, right? Then what is creative visualization? Creative visualization involves mentally imagining and picturing design ideas, user interaction and user experience before putting them into physical and digital form. So again, it is very straightforward. So whatever the solution you have, you nobody has to tell you, right? You imagine this thing. Whatever you are saying, just imagine. It is normally we imagine things. Whatever, okay, how it would be like this, how it would be like this. It's maybe the it depends on the imagination power also. Some people has such a good visualization power that they can completely visualize the artifacts or the solution, and then they can directly sketch it out or create a 3D model or something and then show it to. So as in guys might know the Mr. Tesla, who was the inventor of the AC electricity current. Okay, he basically used to visualize the complete mechanism in his mind, and then he used to put it on the drawing, and then that particular product used to come into life actually, right? So it requires a lot of good visualization power. Steps for creative visualization. Again, all of this brainstorming, mind mapping, concept exploration will actually uh, uh, bring down you to the creative visualization, right? So let's come to this concept, which is crazy eight. It's like crazy concept itself. It's like a fastest finger first from Amitabh Bachchan, or maybe Karan Johar ka what do you say? Like so rapid fire round. It is kind of that itself. So what you do in this particular session, it's kind of a brainstorming session itself, okay? But it is time bounded, okay? And the task is also very specifically that you have to come up with 8 sketches or of eight different solutions within 8 minutes. So it's like allocating just 1 minute for each iterations. Okay. So you would say why is it like that? Why you can't take let's say 15 or 30 minutes and you can think more and come up with the idea. The crazy idea, the approach is like as it says, to minimize the self doubt. Okay, so I remember we were carrying out this crazy eight session on fine day. Okay, and we had a professor from IIT. Okay, and the first idea that he wrote, it was not part of the eight ideas, but the first idea he always said is a magic wand. Okay, like a Harry Potter. So let's say we were working on some of the projects like uh, creating a suturing device, auto suturing device. Okay, and he was like, okay, there can be a magic wand. You just has to put it on the wound, and it will automatically get sutured. That was his idea. Okay, so by that idea, what he wanted to express is like, you don't have to self doubt, or you don't have to judge any idea while you are jotting it down on a piece of paper. Okay, you can be very fearless, and you can just jot down whatever the idea that is coming in your mind, and that is the crux of this crazy eight process. Okay, so you minimize the self doubt. Also, you don't have to overthink on the particular idea. You might go into much more detail of that particular idea. You might start designing the critical part of the idea. No, that is not that is not you would do in the crazy eight. In the crazy eight, it's like you just got 1 minute. You just have to think quickly. Okay, so no overthinking, no self doubt. Just jot down the idea. That is the clear crazy eight concept. Okay. FigJam provides this particular toolbars and features that would help you practice this crazy eight process. Okay, so if you might have used FigJam, okay, I will just show you over here, which I was using. So you have your pen, highlighter, uh, tape, eraser. Maybe you would just need a marker and an eraser. It's We have seen it's better if you do it on pen and paper in a closed room environment. We have where you have all your participants and all, or maybe you can do this in your own comfort zone as well from your home, and you can do it for your own project itself. It does not need, let's say, a lot of participant as always. It's just that you need to jot down all your ideas in eight ideas in 8 minutes. That is the thing. So we didn't use this particular tool for this crazy feature. We always have people in our design studio, and we sketch out the idea and put it on the whiteboard. So it's a faster technique to come up with the with very frugal or very simple ideas. Okay, as it does not give you much of a time to overthink on a particular idea. And what I have seen, like crazy, it helps a lot. Like all of your, let's say, if you are given a problem, okay, the first idea that comes into your mind, you have a lot of value in those. Okay, after that, let's say, after the eighth idea, you might be repeating those ideas, or might be repeating those features in your other ideas. Okay, so it all get very repetitive, but first eight ideas are very very distinct from each other, and you get the value from those ideas itself. And let's say, if you have 5 6 people, so 5 into 8, so you can do the maths. Those many ideas are enough to get to the crux of any particular problem. That is, I'm talking from my experience part. Okay, what is the difference between the crazy eight and the brainstorming process? I would say there is no substantial difference between the crazy eight and brainstorming session. It's just the brainstorming session which is time bounded, and you basically have to come up with the eight different ideas. Currently, on the top of my mind, I'm not getting any example that I have read of using any particular company using crazy eight technique. Maybe on over the internet we might be able to find out. Okay, so So the crazy eight idea. So in the financial app that we were discussing earlier, okay. So if we had to do it in a crazy eight way, okay, what we'd do, we would as we would jot down our ideas on, let's say, any piece of paper, whether it be post-it or any paper, but you would do it in your own time, as in every minute you have to come up with the particular idea. Okay, so some came up with the expense tracking, net income, tax planning, and all of these things. So for this particular exercise, it feels like very simple that you can quickly come up with all of these things. But the crazy eight usually do it in a what do you say? Yeah, on an individual level, basically. So you have your, let's say, set of panel of let's say a few people, and they would come up, they would just write down the ideas. They would not share it with anyone at the start. So they will just work on their ideas in a single minute in whatever the resolution they want to explain that idea. Okay. So let's say if you want to talk about the personal finance app. So whoever come up with the expense tracking. Okay. So it's a momentarily idea. Okay, expense tracking. But what in expense tracking? So you can just explain it in okay, what is expense tracking, so that user can track their debit as well as credit as well as any movement of money from their bank, from their own bank itself. Like it's kind of a self transfer. All of this would be come into expense tracking. Let's say then you have to jump to the new idea. Let's say bank account. Okay, in bank account, what do you mean by bank account? So you'd add all your users bank account, all his savings account, all his let's say corporate accounts. All of this will be come in the bank account. So that would be the part of this personal finance management app, which goal was like to help user manage their finance, right? So on that particular idea, you will come up with the idea. You will write in a 1 minute is a, it's kind of a 60 seconds. So you can basically jot down your idea in a much better fashion. So that you have and a single person has to come up with the eight idea itself in 8 minutes. So that is how that works. So as in, if you see the our today's topic is about the brainstorming, right? And these are the tools that helps you in brainstorming. The earlier, the crazy head, or the earlier which we saw was this scamper technique, right? Creative visualization. These are all the tools that help you do a better brainstorming session. That's it. Observation skills and your sketching skills. This will all help you in a better brainstorming. These are not the different topics, but it's a brainstorming is a bigger umbrella you can think of, under which all of these skills will help you help you uh, produce a better ideas. That's it. Let's say if you can take the example of that bottle itself, okay, and a simple bottle if you have to come up with, okay, and if I said okay, our company want to produce n number of bottles, as in the varieties of bottles, okay, what and that should be solving some of the problem for the user. What would be those? Let's say if you want to do a brainstorming session on this in a crazy eight manner, so how it would be? Okay, so once your brainstorming or the mind mapping session is done, okay, I'll share you. My screen is a double diamond design process. Okay, let's take this particular graph. Okay, okay. So this what this double diamond technique design process is. So there are four parts to it. One is like discover. Here it says, yeah, discover, define, develop, and deliver. And how you would do that? Discover. Okay, now you have the problem. Okay, and there is something written which is like you don't know about it. Okay, do you don't know what to do and all of those things. At this particular time, discover phase, you will be going diverging on the ideas. Like you will be getting all the ideas. It's like being like a baby. you will test everything, you will question everything, you will think about all that ideas that that you can gather, right? Including the magic wand idea also, let's say. Okay, maybe someday that would be possible also. You can believe on those ideas. No idea can be a foolish idea or a bad idea, things like that. Okay, once you have all those ideas, okay, so you go from zero idea to, let's say, x number of ideas. Okay, now after that you would define, okay, okay, what is that you want, what is feasible, okay, what are the problems you think that you need to solve, which are the primary problems that, what are the solutions that would solve users primary problems. Okay, so you prioritize on those basis. And yeah, of course you will see the feasibility of it from the development point of view, from the technology, available technology point of view, or maybe there might be constraint from the finance point of view also. All of these things, all those on of all of these things, you will discuss all the ideas on this particular criterias. Okay, from those criterias, some of the ideas you will see, okay, these are the idea basically we can develop. Okay, this we can do basically. So this is a primary discussion that you done, and you come up with, let's say, from, let's say, hundreds of idea, you boils down to the, let's say, 8 ideas. Okay, these 8 ideas are looks doable. Okay, now you want to develop those idea. Again, you will ideate on that. How will you develop that idea? What are the ways this particular idea can be can be presented well? Okay, so all of those set of ideas you will again come up with, or maybe set of prototypes you will come up with. Amongst all those prototype, you will be again converging. Okay, this is the prototype, these are the prototype which are coming, giving you good results, right? You will test with the user. So these are the product giving you good results, or let's say good conversion, if the problem is of that kind. Okay, or good traction, or good, let's say, uh, 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 like whatever is the business goal that if some of the ideas are achieving. So it's like you will again converging on this, and then you will be launching for the wider audience, right? So this is how the double diamond design process work. First you get the idea, so your brainstorming part is comes to this particular divergent part. Okay, where you collect the all the ideas. After that you will analyze those ideas. That's it. So what after the brainstorming? So after brainstorming you discuss those ideas, and on a certain criterias, and you basically narrow down your solutions, right? So that you would go for the best solutions. Okay, so these are the all techniques that will help you get the good brainstorming session. So it happened like that. What you see as an iPhone keyboard, okay, when the first iPhone keyboard, when the first iPhone launched, while they were working on that particular iPhone, they had to figure out the interaction of typing out the letter on a very smaller screen, right? Before iPhone, there were like QWERTY keypads, where there were physical buttons. You can feel the whichever key you are pressing and all of these things. And but with the new iPhone, where it was all touch screen, there was no there was no feedback from the there was no sensory feedback, right? In a physical keyboard, you when you press it, you get the feedback, right? Your brain observes that, okay, you have pressed the key. Over here, it's just like you are touching the screen, but you're not getting feedback if the button has been clicked or not, and all of those things. So there were a lot of problems. Okay. So, and it was Steve Jobs envisioned that phone would be just a touch screen, and without any physical keyboard. And at that particular time, it was a very bold move, right? Considering most of the smartphone had the physical keyboard. Okay, so they basically they called this project as a project Purple, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So the iPhone development, this particular project started as a project Purple, and it was very secretive within the organization. And what they did is like they come up with the organization wide competition to come up with the virtual keyboard, right? Why did they do that? So that it's a discovery phase, right? So they wanted all the ideas that can come throughout the organization, or not throughout the organization, whatever the team they had selected to work on this particular project itself. But what they did is like they come up with a wide competition in the organization itself. Okay, and everybody come up with their with their prototype. It was like that. So Apple had several teams actually working on the different keyboard prototypes at that time, right? Same project, multiple teams were working. So multiple teams were carrying out this brainstorming session, how we can improvise the keyboard and all of those things. Okay, to really able to achieve a better user satisfaction. Otherwise the iPhone would have failed, right? If user is not able to type, then how can they browse internet? How can they type out the phone contact, or write an SMS to anyone? So this was a very crucial project in for their first iPhone. Okay, so there was a one team. Currently, I don't know the name. Okay, so there was one team. So they figure out the QWERTY keyboard pattern. Okay, so their prototype was also called as a QWERTY itself, and the prototype was designed to replicate the layout of the physical keyboard. Okay, on the touchscreen itself. Okay, the same as a physical keyboard on the touch screen, and it was focused on the touch accuracy and the responsiveness. Okay, so this particular team just work on the same QWERTY keypad, so that user don't have to relearn the way keyboard work, but they had to figure out how the touch accuracy and responsiveness would work. Okay, there was another team which actually come up with the which developed the prototype with very innovative features such as auto correction and the predictive text. Okay, so that particular team was like, okay, even if user type a wrong key, still it will figure out what is the user want to type. Okay, it will predict the text. So that is another team that come up with this thing. Okay, and then the other process involve extensive trial and error with the countless iteration and refinement. The Apple basically conducted very rigorous user testing to gather the feedback and the improvement. So that means from all the company wide organization, from the competition, they had lot of prototypes. Amongst those prototypes, they selected few of the teams which were working on the very innovative ideas. Those ideas, then they remove all the other prototypes, and they focus on only those ideas which are very feasible and can achieve the maximum user satisfaction. Okay, after that they wanted to how to develop those ideas, right? So they work on the developing those ideas. So to develop those ideas, they had to build a multi-touch, right? So there was another team which were working on the multi-touch technology, and actually Jonathan, I was part of that particular team. So and so this was the scenario. They had a 3-4 teams which with a really good prototype. After that, what they did after they reiterating all those 4 5 prototype in the sense they were really working as an working prototype. What they did, they combined all of this feature into one keyboard itself. Okay, it was like a final integration of the best ideas and the best feature from all the competitive prototypes. Okay, they eventually they integrate and currently we have the key iPhone keyboard that we interact on a day-to-day basis, right? So this is how they had used their double diamond design process. They discover first how many ideas they can do, then they define basically these are the ideas are providing maximum satisfaction. Then how to develop this. For developing all of those things, they had to again research, and then while after evaluating all those prototypes, they basically again converge basically, okay, all of these functions into one, and then they finally delivered the actual design. So that was the story behind the iPhone keyboard. And it took a lot of research and development from their part of side for what we currently now feels like a very normal or very simple things, we might say. Likewise, next we'll move to the affinity mapping. Okay, so affinity mapping is actually a method used in UX design, basically to organize and synthesize huge volume of data and ideas. Okay, so if you're working in a bigger company like Apple, Google, Amazon, they have lot of data. Okay, the let's say Amazon shopping app or Google Map, they have enormous data. Okay, and from those data, the affinity mapping is actually the technique to identify the pattern, theme, or any insight to that inform the design process, right? So let's talk about the steps in affinity mapping that will give the better idea. So it says affinity mapping, also known as the affinity diagramming or affinity analysis, is a common UX technique. Okay, it is collaborative method for organization and categorizing large amount of data. So it's a huge amount of data actually. How it is different from the brainstorming? So brainstorming, you get some of the people in the room, you give a problem, and they come up with the solution. Okay, affinity mapping is like you have already launched your product, now you are getting feedback from the users. Let it be in a feedback form way, or maybe you might have added few of the data points inside your website itself, so you know where user clicking on your website, after that where he is going, how many pages he went through, or where did he dropped off. All of this thing, all of this huge data, which always provides ideas, and these ideas when you categorize, that is basically called as a affinity mapping. Very similar to the brainstorming and mind mapping, but brainstorming and mapping is, you can say, inside out. Means you get few people in a room, they ideate and they come up with the ideas. This is outside in. You have all the problems and all those things. Now you map those problems to each other and then come up with some pattern to it. Okay, this is a regular method that is used in a lot of organizations. Okay, see, when you categorize the data, your goal is not to come up with come up with a pattern for your website. It cannot be always the same goal. Okay, your goal would be just to categorize some of the data in some of the in a logical categorization, so that you would come up with some solution to those particular problem. You can prioritize those group and then come up with the solution. Like in case of Apple, the keyboard. Okay, let's say now they have launched keyboard, and then they are getting some problems like or at the time of verifying their prototypes, they are getting problem like, okay, there is a fat finger issue where user is going to click certain key, but it is the key adjacent to that particular key is getting typed, or there might be n number of problems they might be getting, and they might be getting lot of pattern also. Okay, after I user are, let's say, clicking on O itself most of the time. So these kind of insights they might be getting. So you would categorize, okay, this is kind of a fat finger problem. So fat finger problem might be handled by a visual with a visual design. You can maybe find a solution to that particular problem. Or here is the here there are the other problems that may be solved by another solutions. So it's like that. It's not always the reason to come up with the site map actually. So there are various reasons that you would do this affinity mapping process. Okay. So write all your data points on sticky notes, group together similar sticky notes, extract the insights and plan and plan next time. Basically, as you would see, there is a lot of similarity which we earlier talked about. Over here, the only thing is you have a huge number of data points, right? And those problems actually telling you're grouping those problems and coming up with some sort of solution or the next plan that you would but in the brainstorming session you would just brainstorm. You might not brainstorm on the problem what user have problems or something. You might brainstorm on the solution part of it, right? As we were working on this personal finance management app, you would be like, okay, this is the option that we should have, statistic option we should have. These are all the options that we could have. When you launch this particular app, there you will get the data. Okay, users are not able to figure out where is the transaction history is. How would you solve that particular problem? Okay, or they are not scrolling below the twofold of the screens. Okay, on the home page. So how will you solve that problem? So all of this problems you will get, and you will categorize them in certain categories, and you will find what to do the next step, right? So again, collect data, generate ideas, sort out the nodes, identify the themes or categorization. Okay, and you will label those groups, and then you will analyze and synthesize. It's a next step basically. What to do about it? Okay. The next is, okay, so this is the same phase we how we were conducting the brainstorming session. This is also similar in the similar pattern. So if you see the some of the insights like gets money from parents whenever needed. So this is like a certain kind of a user base that data. Maybe this might be the student. Okay, the student gets money from parents whenever needed. I don't know the concept of saving or investing. This is, I think, more like our finance app itself, to that example itself, right? Has freelancing experience, spends immediately after receiving money. So these are all the data points you are getting from your users, right? These are the insights from your users you are getting. And then what you'll do, you will categorize them on a certain sections. Okay, this is the you categorize in a dependency. Okay, gets money from parents whenever needed. It's actually suggests a dependency on us, on your, let's say, parents or something. Tend to ask more money from parents. Again, it's a dependency. In expenditure, it's like spends in unwanted items, spends safety on shopping and food, spends more on travel, food and shopping. So you get all these sticky notes are more on the expenditure. So you name this category as an expenditure. You name this category as a dependency. This is just an example. You might be having different set of data points for the different set of problems, right? Okay. So after you create all of this categorization, then you can basically prioritize on, as in with all, of course, with your stakeholders, you will prioritize on the certain features that maybe you want to launch next quarter. And let's say some of those things you will launch on the next year, and some of the things you can be planning for the, let's say, long term basis. All those synthesizing and analyzing you will do after you categorize this particular data set, and you would come up with that basically called as a affinity mapping. dividing problem into certain categories, or you see certain categories, emerging out of the problems that you get from your data set. That's it. So I think that is the affinity mapping. Mm, the benefits of the affinity mapping, you can say, is like it encourages more team collaboration and a diverse perspective, right? Like everybody will come up with their different perspective while you categorize this thing. These are the things more experience when you actually carried out this particular session. And these are not something like a rocket science. I mean, let's say at your home also, or with your friend also, you can do the brainstorming session. You can do the brainstorming session on the day to day problems that you would be facing also, and you will always come up with the problem. For, let's say, affinity mapping, you can just you can just open your favorite app. Let's say you can go in the app store and see the comment section. What are the people talking about it? What are the problems they are talking about, let's say, for a particular application? Or let's say you can go on Flipkart or Amazon and see a product and just look at their comments. Okay, and you can just think of, can you categorize this comment in certain sections? Okay, if let's say you are seeing a product, let's say like a electric kettle. Okay, let's take a simple example of electric kettle. You can just go on the shopping site and you can just look for all the problems that our customer talking about. You might be able to categorize in, let's say, the performance of the electric kettle. Okay, how quickly it is making water, or whatever you're doing, Maggie or something, how quickly you can do it in this particular kettle, how safe it is. Okay, uh, then how easy to use it is, and what is the longevity of this particular product. So you will be able to categorize all those comments into some of the categories. uh, you can practice this at your own sweet time, and you can come up with this categories, and then you can think of, okay, now if you have to design or improvise this particular kettle, what you would do that, or what are the first priority you would, how would you prioritize some of the problem over the other features or things like that. So that is the process you would call as you are synthesizing on those particular data to come up with the different ideas. These are like problem led ideas, right? uh, then another advantage is like clarity. Okay, once you once you analyze this particular information, you get a very high clarity on what should be your next task to improvise your product, right? And of course, it is these mappings are very insightful, and it reveals some certain patterns about what your users are talking about, or what your users are facing problems about. Okay, and it becomes more obvious. Okay, you might be hearing some of the problems with some of the apps, like, but it's the one person said those problems, let's say two-person says those problems. But when you handle a lot of data, you would get to know, oh, this is a huge problem, this is not a small problem. Okay, so you also understand the impact of that particular problem also with this affinity mapping, and of course through the large database. Okay, and yeah, you also know what are the actionable and what are not actionable. Okay, it provides a clear basis for making the informed design decisions, and basically to improvise your product, right? So there is one example I can think of regarding the affinity mapping, which is like a Jira software development product. I don't know if you might have heard, if you might have heard Asana It's the same kind of a tool. It's a project management tool where you write down your task and you basically put it in a category like, okay, this is the in progress tasks. These are the tasks that are done. These are the tasks that has been cancelled or on hold, and all of these things is a pro. The Jira is basically the project management tool. So what they did, they collected a feedback from various sources, okay, from the demographic, from India, US, all over the world, wherever their software has been used, uh, by the ethnicity and all of this. So all of this data, when they got through their surveys and community forums and all of these things, each piece of feedback, they basically written on the sticky notes, and they group all these categories into like usability, performance, new feature request, etc., etc. And this actually helped them to prioritize the improvement, which basically resulted in their user centric product roadmap. Okay, so you have to improvise your product. So the affinity map gives you the clarity also which feature you should develop first, or what are the problem you should address first, and what are the next. And now the Jira is the most uh, as I think it's the number one or number two software in the product management, in all the product management tool itself. And that product is from the Atlassian company. Yeah. So that is what I think of any example for the affinity mapping which has been used in industry currently. But I am sure a lot of companies use this affinity mapping technique to come up with the insights basically to what to do next. So that is affinity mapping. Okay, so these are not kind of a sequential process or something. It is on the designer what kind of a process you should apply to come up with certain insights or things like that. Let's say if you're working in a big company and you have already launched product, you might be getting all these users pain points, user data points, and all of these things for this thing. Once you make the affinity mapping of these things, you would see, okay, this is the problem that users are facing currently, how we can solve that. Okay, there you would try to there you would think of, okay, let's use a brainstorming technique. Okay, okay, which brainstorming technique to use? Should we use that crazy eight, or should we use the other one which was scramber? Depends on the design itself which one to use to get the better result. You can use both the techniques if you're not getting the proper results, or depends on the design. The example of affinity mapping and mind mapping. Okay, so affinity mapping example which I gave for the Jira software, as in they already had launched the Jira app, which is for the product management, and they got a lot of data points, the problems they the problem the problems that their users were facing, all those they got it. They make the categorization of it, and then they come to know, okay, they have a problem of users are not finding their UI good. Okay, or users are not able to find certain feature of this particular app. So this is what you got from the affinity mapping. Now as a designer, you need to solve this problem, right? So now you would use the technique of brainstorming. Okay, okay, this is the problem. Now user is not able to find this particular feature actually. So now you would sit with your other designers or the stakeholders, and you would brainstorm on this, how you can solve this problem. Hmm?
So, our third quiz question is, what does auto layout primarily help within UI design? Our first option is aligning elements manually. Second option is creating responsive designs. Third option is designing static layouts. Fourth option is increasing font size automatically.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Okay. Yeah. So let's start with the introduction of UI design. So UI design is uh, it's a very important skill to have, because whatever the studies or the processes that you will follow, at the end it will comes down to the design, and design is UI design, right? And UI design is where you have to think about more of an interaction. Okay, you know what are the things you want to show it on the upfront, or in the categories, and in let's say when users scroll down to a, let's say, below the we call it above the fold, basically. So when you open any app, what you see is above the fold. Once users scroll, it is below the fold. So you have all the strategies, okay, what to show, what not to show, but how you would show is basically defined by your UI design principles. Okay, so it's like from grocery, you got all the ingredients. Okay, you know the recipe also. You have best of the tools to chopping, cutting. You have utensils, the best utensils, or best oven, and all of those things. But at the end, how you serve that particular dish to your customer, that matters the most, right? Because after the waiter serves that dish to the customer, his experience is going to start from there, right? He's not going to see what are the studies you did, what are the processes that you follow. He's just going to enjoy that particular dish, and from that he's going to build the experience about your restaurant, about your dish, about everything, as in your brand and everything, right? So UI design is very important in overall UX. Okay, I always consider UX is not different and UI is not different. UX is a bigger circle. Okay, so I consider always like UX is this bigger circle, and all the things, let's say, you would do, UI is a part of the UX. Okay, you cannot say your UX was good but your UI was bad, or your UI is good and ultimately user what he saw is like the experience, the connection, the navigation is very hard. So it's like everything in a uh, one circle. Okay, your navigation, when I say, it's like information architecture. Okay, and all your maybe studies, usability studies, research, and all of those things, everything basically comes down to the user experience. After this, UX also come under a certain circle, which basically I called it as CX. But when you go in any organization, you will find people will be using sometimes CX, sometimes UX. Most of the product designer, they might not be knowing exact terminologies for all these things, but what usually the designer should talk the language uh, pretty clearly, right? To communicate their ideas clearly to the stakeholders and all. It's our job, right? So the customer experience, when you say, okay, I'll tell you in the example of Amazon. So as soon as you open Amazon app, you search for the products, you book any, you click on buy now, then you checkout process and all of this process. So all of these processes creates a particular experience. So we call it as a user experience. But the customer experience is like when you get the product actually delivered to your home. Okay, you had a conversation with your delivery boy, and maybe you return that particular product, and then you got the refund or you got the replacement, all of this. So this complete journey basically defines as a customer experience, right? And this complete journey is called a user journey. User journey is not screen by screen, how user going from one screen to the final step. No, that is called user flow. Okay. So, and there are a bunch of flow creates a whole journeys. So first is atomic design principle. Okay. Just don't get overwhelmed with the terminologies. Like atomic design system is something like sci-fi thing. Okay, it's nothing but it's just a bunch of building blocks, right? You might have played Lego in your childhood or maybe now also. What you do is you have all these Lego components, you join them together, you create certain part. That those many parts joins together creates a certain assembly, right? And that is how the design also works in that way. Okay, so in the atomic design system, when you say atomic, it is like uh, it's like a building block of life, right? So how it starts? Atom is the very finest particle of a smallest thing you can say, right? All these atoms comes together like H, O, oxygen, hydrogen, and all of this. I don't know if H2 is molecule or H2 is atom. Sorry about that. But it's like a finest particles. You combine those atoms and you create some molecule, right? Once you have the molecules, uh, it comes to once you have a lot of molecules, it creates an organism, right? And that's how we also have evolved, right? A lot of organisms are in the human body. And similarly in UI design, we have atoms, molecules, organisms, templates, and pages. Okay, so okay, so this is the idea which pioneered by the Brad Frost. Okay, and I'll show you the images from his article itself, uh, how he thought about this particular idea. Okay, so here we have atoms, molecules, organism, templates, and pages. Okay, first of all, why we need to learn these things? Okay, why it is important in the UI design? Okay, so when you open any app, what you see is pages, right? The final designs, you go from one page to another page, to another page, to another page, and you would find some of the pages are similar, like let's say if you go for on Zomato, you tap on any particular restaurant, then you see the dishes. You click on dishes, you see the detail page of that dish. You click on another dish, you see the detail page of that particular dish. And it looks like they are only same, only the data is changing, right? So it is like it following a template, right? But this template is also made up of something, like there might be some elements, some widgets, uh, uh, some UI components would be there. So these basically are they are made up of these templates are made up of this organism, and then these organisms are also made up of like they'll be starting with buttons and all of this thing. Let's look at them now. So to build these pages, we need all of these things. And why we need all of this thing? So that all our pages are cohesive. Okay, we cannot use different atoms, or let's say in UI item, it's let's say a button in one page and some other button on the other page, some different buttons, all the different completely different button on other page, and all of those things. It will be very difficult for the development also to handle all this different components, right? So let's see what are the components. Okay, so you have a label. So label is a atom. Okay, when you when there is an input field is also atom. Now you can say there is a subatomic particle also, because input field is made up of this background, black background, and therein there is a label as well, right? So you can say that this background is like a subatomic level. Okay, you combine this subatomic things and you get this input box. Let's not confuse us with all of this terminologies. It's simple. Very simple state. Label is an atom. Input field is an atom. A button is an atom, though it is made up of the label and some background itself. Okay. Then we can go to the molecules, right? So molecules is your search functionality, let's say. Okay, only this input box is not enough, right? If you want to search on any particular site, you required an input box and then you required a button. So this creates an molecule, right? Now this particular search functionality, you can paste it on any particular pages and you can have that particular functionality on those particular pages, right? The next is organism. So here you can see organism is made up of bunch of molecules. So how it is like, so logo is, we can consider as a molecule because it's a background, and then on top of there is an image, right? Then we have your labels, but these are not just labels, these are the links, right? So this is kind of another button. Link is kind of a button, but does not have a general shape of button itself. Okay, so home, about, blog, and contact, these are kind of creating a kind of a molecule. And then as we see, search is another molecule, and this particular combination creates an header, right? This looks like a header. So if we see, this is Yahoo website, the header of this, so Yahoo logo, then there's a search functionality which helps us search for the web. Then there are some buttons, there are links with some of the links with the icons, as you can see, and on top there are home, mail, answers, and all of these things, again the links or the drop down buttons, you can say. When you hover over it, they might show some menu items and all of this, right? Then you must have seen the Facebook header, which is again logo, search functionality, and there are a bunch of buttons, some icons which are kind of buttons without text, and yeah, some drop down options as well. So this particular headers are, now you're getting how this buttons has been created, how this header has been created using lot of molecules, right? This is one molecule, this is a button, but the bunch of button, this particular model is a kind of a molecules. Then there are icons, together these icons becomes a molecule. So that whenever a developers want, or the designer says, like, let's say I want to have this particular molecule on the other pages, it's just a copy paste for the developer also, right? You might not have to provide the exact design for this, and for them also it will be a one code. They don't have to build this again. So it's a very quick way of developing website and creating the cohesiveness in those websites, all the pages basically. So here I added bunch of websites, bunch of headers basically. This New York Times button, the search itself is already integrated in the logo itself. Okay, then there is a hamburger menu, then there are some buttons and all of these things. So you can design as per the requirement that your website would want. Is the Google one over here? This is also we call as a organism, because this is made up of a grid, right? So what is the molecule over here? The molecule is this particular image. Then there are okay, this molecule also made up of atoms. The atoms that we would call is like this image. Then there is label. Then there is a amount label, and this might be the link also. See additional colors. So you click on this and you'll go to you might be able to see the additional colors in this particular photo. So all these molecules are creating an organism. Now, when you have this organism, you can you can use it on any pages, right? You can use it for the this is, let's say, women's clothing category, okay, t-shirt category. You can use it for the t-shirt, men's shirt category, t-shirt category, or whatever the other page is. But this is kind of a one element which will be built once by the developer, and it will be propagated on all the other pages, so it becomes reusable, right? Okay. Next, okay. So I would say, as the creator of this particular atomic system, uh, he also said, now let's like he's Brad Frost, of course. He said, let's goodbye to this chemistry analogy, the language of atoms, molecules, and organization. It just to help us understand the hierarchy, okay, and is deliberately constructed the component of our design system, okay. So whenever you will work for any organization, or you also working on some of your working in the organization, you are not calling them as an atom. Okay, this is the atom that you have to build. Oh, this is the organism I am building. No, we usually call it component, simple, right? And all the components creates are already listed in our design system. So we create a design system which is listed bunch of components, and we use it everywhere. Okay, so that is the thing. So we'll move to the template section. Okay, over here. Okay. So what is template? So templates are page level object that place components into a layout and articulate the design's underlying content structure, right? So template includes all the arrangements of the various organisms, molecules, atoms, and all of these things that we talk about. We will just call it components. So if you see this particular thing, the header is an organism. We can call it a header component. This is a hero component. Then there is it's also like a hero component, but in the or let's say call this as a hero post. Okay, this might be the medium size post, this might be the smaller size post, and this might be the just images, so that you can click and go to this particular post, right? And so what is pages? So very simple. The pages are specific instances of the template itself. Why we are calling it instances? Because every page is different page, right? We'll not have a same page on our website everywhere, right? Under, let's say, different URL, we won't be having the same page, right? So this page is just an instant of a template with where all the placeholder content is filled with real content. Okay, so simple. You have a template, you add the data into this, you have the pages. Okay, this might not look like a page, maybe because there are still this strokes are there, but I have example for you. So this is the template. Okay, this is the homepage template. Let's say this Time Inc. organization might have designed. Okay, so it says there is a hero image, then there is a article, let's say there is a call to action, there's a title, subtext, and the call to action, which is in short we called as CTAs. Okay, and then there you have a grid where you will have bunch of other post or information or stories in that sense. When you add data to this, okay, so this is, let's say, timing homepage with the actual content. So this is the hero content. Then this particular component is getting when it gets all the information, it looks like this. And when this particular grid gets all the information, it looks like this, and this becomes a page, right? So all this organisms, atoms, and everything into this particular page. Okay, most of the time in your when you will be working for companies, you might be creating the template. Getting this template right is the most important thing. Okay, the content, you would then think of the content also. Okay, maybe the marketing or other guys, other teams in your organization will think about, okay, what are the content that you want to promote this month? Okay, next month what will be the other content? Or let's say when you go to brands, maybe this is the template you would follow, but the content would be different. Maybe you will go to experience, the same template you might want to follow, but the content would be different. But the getting this template right is the most crucial part in UX UI design. Okay, and of course you have to show this particular templates with the dummy data to your stakeholders. Then only they'll get to know, okay, this is how it will look like, and this is how we can present it. It will get presented to our users. If you show this template, they might not get the complete idea if they are not the designers. Most of the time, I usually show the template as well as the final design for my presentations in the organizations, right? So you get the idea what is atom and what is molecules, organisms. Then you create a template, and then you have your pages. Okay, so what they will do, they will provide first an hand holding for me. Okay, this is the pages icon, this is the, let's say, generate icon, or now they are communicating it with the tooltips also, like you see generate over here. Still I would not get any idea what is generate, so I'll click on it, I'll understand it, and then okay, this is what is the functionality. After that, I don't have to as in I would easily recognize what is this icon is about, right? Like this icon is about the template. So I might not get it at the first time, but when I use this functionality, I would know, okay, this is the template icon. Here is the comment icon. Though I'm using the Figma so many times, I would clearly know, okay, this is the same icon that I see in the Figma design itself. So in FigJam also, they have added the same icon. So they are also following some design library, right? And then for share, they have added a button. Like they, there might be different reasons why they would be. They have created this kind of a design itself. They might want me to do the first thing, which is share. They might want to emphasize on the share. Okay, so that's why they have kept the share in a pretty bold color, and rather than having just icon for it. Okay, so why to use atomic design? Okay, so as I said, first is the consistency. Okay, it ensures a cohesive design system. Okay, where elements are reused on all the pages and all the things. So it maintains the consistent look and feel of your pages. So it would not look like, okay, Pratibha has designed this page. Tomorrow, Tawfiq would create another page for the same organization, and they are looking all different. They are using different component itself. Okay, it shouldn't be like that, right? Because user won't be perceived, okay, this is the another designer, or this is the another designer. They will be perceiving, okay, let's say X organization where Tawfiq and Pratibha is working, and it is different. They are using the different style guide. User will see, okay, this is very inconsistent in their designs, right? Over here, I have to click on this particular button. On the other page, I have to click on some other buttons. So what they will do, Tawfiq and Pratibha will create a style guide, and then will use all the buttons, whatever they have defined, on all of their pages, so that for the user it will be a consistent experience. Okay, another advantage is the scalability. It allows for scalable design system that can grow and evolve without breaking the overall design. Okay, so developer can actually reuse it for a different devices also. If you see, the best example is the material design and also the iOS design. You pick up the iPhone, you pick up the iPad, and nowadays so you pick up the MacBook also. You find the similar components getting used across all of this component. So you get the consistent experience and a consistent look and feel for this particular thing. And for the developer, they have to build once, okay, and they can reuse it in all the devices. So their work is also reduce in some manner, right? They'll become more efficient. Okay. So that is the third point, which is basically it speed up the design and development process. Okay, by reusing the existing component. So this is the overall funda of creating the style guide, starting from the atomic design system. Then you create some molecules with the uh, uh, combinations and all. You'll create some organisms. With the organisms, you'll create a template, and with the template, your page will be live for your end users. Okay. All right. Let's go to this presentation. Let's see what it has. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the subatomic particles over here also. So what you do is, like, usually when you create a style guide, you will always define your color, right? Colors, then typography, shadows, spacing also. Spacing, when I say spacing, is like, okay, this is the text box and this is the text box. In between, there is a gap. This is called spacing. Okay. And you will always find, you will always want to keep a consistent spacing with this in your style guide, so that your design becomes a very cohesive, and it will also scalable in terms of, let's say, some of the user would want to use, you might have seen your dad's mom's will just enlarge the UI. Okay, if you see their WhatsApp, you'll find the text sizes are bigger. Okay, everything is bigger, even the icons and everything. Okay, so creating a style guide, building this atomic system actually helps making this particular job also easier for the developer. Otherwise, we'll have to give designs for the same page for the all the combinations. Like, if users are using the large fonts, if users are using medium font or the smaller font, and all of those things, so that only developer will understand, okay, how it should look and all. So this is the subatomic particles that you will, or in design world, basically it's called as a token. Okay, you will create a primary color token. You will create a dark background token. You will create a gray background token. And with this, okay, this is the icon. Okay, you use the gray token for this particular to represent this icon in a gray color. Okay, you will be creating icons also in, let's say, black colors only, right? You will create all the icons set in black color, but when you want to put it on your UI, you will always want to provide some colors. Okay, so this is the green color they have put it in for the heart shape. Okay, when user click on this, it might become red. Okay, so you won't be creating a different icon, red icon for it, and developer won't be just replacing that particular icon. What they will do, they'll just change the color from primary color to the red color. So that red color is the token that they will define in their system. Okay. And for you also, now the Figma is has become very smart, so that you can also create your style guide, and you can always reuse all of this colors, strings, numbers in your designs, and so that the design process becomes the faster for you. Okay. So over here it says the design tokens are the visual atoms of the design system. Specifically, they are name entities that store visual design attributes. Let's go to the next. I think it is making more confusing. It's simple way. It's just a color that you're defining as a token. It's a text size that you're defining as a token. When you say typography, in typography there will be various sizes, right? You would be using any particular font, so you'd use a single font, a particular size for a when you say font, font is like, you have your Open Sans font, you have Futura, you have Enter, you have Poppins, and all of these are the font names. In the font name, there are the typefaces, which we will call as a medium, large, bold, semi-bold, and all of those things, right? So, but usually you will see most of the people just call it as a font. Okay, I have changed the font size to this thing. You can say the font size, but the font remains the same, basically. It's just the size you are changing. Usually in company they have their own brand typography. Let's say if you see Apple has recently come up with the San Francisco font. So in all of their designs in your iPad, iPhone, or website, you'll always see the San Francisco font. Google has been using Roboto font for a very long time. I don't know now which one they're using for their Material 3. What you see over here is a sans serif, and serif means if you see Times New Roman font. Okay, I would just add it over here. It's like, let's say, if I say let's say Figma. Okay, and okay, this is a bookish form. So over here you can see there are some of this thing. There is a tail to this F, I, then there's M, and all those things. So this is called serif fonts. Okay, and sans serif is like sans means no serif. So you have your clean font style, which is called a sans serif fonts. Okay, so mostly in UI you usually use the sans serif fonts. Uh, some of the websites that they want to show the ancient value, or they want to keep the antique style to their graphics, or the overall branding, they would be using the more serif fonts. Okay. Okay. So some of the questions, what is style guide? Okay, let's go to Figma itself. I'll show you what is style guide. Okay. Let's go to material. And what I'll do, I'm just trying to find this. Okay. Open in Figma. Show it in Figma. Let me just find if. Oh, 1 second. Where is this file? Okay. New copy. So this is a design kit that is provided by Material. Over here, there are styles. Okay. So this is the style guide. Okay. So when and let's say there is an organization, there might be the hundreds of designers that would be working. They won't be able, they won't be using different typography, different colors for their design, because the design has to be cohesive, and it should always follow the branding of that particular organization. Okay, that is why they create the style guide. So style guide is nothing but is the guidance for the designer. Okay, if you want to use a headline large, then just use this particular Roboto 3240. So 32 would be the font size, I think. Yeah, 32 is the font size, 40 is the line height, and so on. And 0 is this particular spacing between the letters, tracking we usually call, right? So all of these things are the guidelines. So whenever you will be creating your website, okay, you want to use the heading line, you will use this. Okay, after that you want to convey something in a title, then you may be taking, or medium title, you would be taking this particular font, and you will be creating your UI in that particular manner. Again, once you have this particular titles, okay, you want to highlight the heading. Okay, you will use maybe this particular color. Okay, then you can use different color basically for, let's say you want to show error, you cannot use any red. Okay, because if the style guide says you can use this kind of a red itself from your style guide, then you have to use that particular red. So this is how you will create a guideline for the designers, right? So overall, this is called as a style guide. Who creates the plan, the style guide? It depends basically. Bigger organization has a dedicated team to create the style guide and the component itself. In smaller organizations, in the startup, maybe you would be creating the style guide for your for their website. Okay, So when I was working in a startup, I had created a complete style guide for their product. Okay, so from front end to the back end, uh, all the designs to look they are cohesive, and from the one company, you usually create a style guide, right? So once you define this, you will also define how your buttons will look like. Okay. So there you will require a different kind of button. So this is a filled button. Okay. And there are the states of the button also. So this is a button which is like a default button. Then maybe you will hover on it and it will look like a bit unsaturated, and so on. So for now, just absorb what I'm trying to tell you. So over here, it says like the style is filled. Okay, you don't want this kind of a button. You want outline button for some of the pages. So you'll use outline button. You want to use just text without anything. It's just like might be a link. So you'll use the text wala thing. You want it to show it as a elevated. So you'll show elevated buttons. This can be like like a page level button also, and for some reason you want to keep it, you want tonal, so you have this particular button. So what Google has done, Google has already defined these buttons, and accordingly you can use this button in your designs. Okay, so what will happen when you hover on this button? So they have also created all of these states also. So when user hover on this button, it will go like this. Okay, when you let's say click on this button, it will look like this. When you, let's say, press, and this is, I don't know if why they have created a pressed and a focus state. When user press on this button, it will look like this. So let's see if they have connected this thing. We can just see it in a prototype. Okay. So why this is important? So that once you define this, okay, when user click on, when user hover on this button, it should look like this. When they are focused on this button, it should look like this. Or when they press on this button, it should look like this. And when the button is disabled, it should be looking like this. So you don't have to, once you define it in your style guide, developer knows, okay, wherever you will use this button, these styles will also come along. So when you want to let's say you want to show a form where before filling any of the field in the form, you want to keep button disabled. Okay. So so to show that particular state, you can just show, okay, disable. Okay. When anybody type in that particular form and you want to show that the button gets like in its default state, you can just use this particular button. Okay, but you won't be explaining to the developer what will happen when user press on this particular button, what will happen when user just hover on this button for all the pages. You will just define it in the style guide. Okay, once you define, developer will know, okay, this is how this button will behave. Okay, currently I'm just telling you what are the types of atoms, organization, and all of these things. Usually you call it component. What are the kind of components we have in our style guide? So we'll also define cards. So you can see various cards has been defined over here. Okay, so as Google has created a very vast style guide, so they might need these many cards for their multiple UI. So over there they have given some of the examples also. So this is called a stack card. So this is the way you can actually use. So you can see this particular card is made up of all the atoms and organisms. We'll just call it image, text, header text, subhead text, title, subtitles. Two CTAs are there. CTAs is call to action buttons are there, or we call it just simple buttons are there. Then you will also define if anyone in any designer want to use carousel, how that what kind of a carousel he can show. So you can see Google has clearly defined for mobile, this carousel will be like this. When you scroll, so you can see this is the first one and there is a second one. Once you scroll horizontally, the first one becomes like this, and the second one becomes like a big rectangle in this case. Okay, and this is for the tablet they have defined. So after defining all of these things, what their designers just has to do, okay, they are creating a screen, they'll just call this, they want to use carousel, they'll just call this carousel. Okay, let's say I'm creating a screen. Okay, this is the screen if I'm creating. I'll just keep this carousel over here. Okay, this is how they have defined. I think they have defined is for 4112 screen size. Okay, so if this is how I'll put the carousel on there on the page. Let's say if I want to put some buttons also, I'll just take this button. Where was I in carousel? Yeah, I might use this button over here. Okay, let's say this will called as sign up button. Okay, this is the way I'll gather all the component in my page and will create the UI. Okay, so tomorrow, let's say if let's say Chetna comes and if she wants to create any particular design, she might want to use this carousel over at the bottom. Carousel as in she want to use some kind of this component at the bottom, and which is as a carousel itself. So she won't be creating her own carousel, right? She would be just calling it from their she will just picking it from their style guide or design kit. You can say she wants to use button, she can use button any which ways. Let's say she want to use it over here itself, uh, above the image itself. So she can create a different UI using the same components, and developer will have no problem creating either this or either this, because this is already created. This just has to build it as a building block kind of thing. Okay. Okay, so over here, if you go to styles, you will be able to see all the styles and all. You will be able to learn more about the styles. If you go to get started and go to, okay, here components. So usually in design system, in design world, everybody call all of these things as a component itself. Nobody calls it as this is an atom or molecules or organisms. Okay. So this is just for the to know how this particular system has been made. Okay. So here you can go, okay, app bottom app bar. So you'll be able to learn everything about the bottom app bar, how to use it, how not to use it, and all of those things. For developers also, they have provided the resources. There's a design kit as well for Figma, and for implementation, there are these things. So if you are creating app for Android and it's a native app, and you will be using all of this component. Of course, you will modify this component. They have material design has given the provision to add your own colors and all of those things. I think those are the things. Once you get hang of the Figma, you can self-explore all of those things. The more you explore, the more you come to know how to use all of these things. Okay. So you can go to this one by one, how this all the buttons they have created, they have written, use this button in what particular scenario, and how where not to use this button also. Like they might have added some do's and don'ts also. They have added the hierarchy also, where you have to use this particular background button, where you have to use this particular background button, and where you have to use just I think this particular outline button. Okay, they have given these guidelines. Once you follow this guideline, your UI will be more cohesive to the material design guideline, and it will also help enhance your design or pages or templates that you'll be creating. Okay, so my suggestion is to go through all of these pages. You will learn a lot from this. Okay. Okay, so we will just move this presentation. So you guys know what is atom, right? Buttons, input boxes, switches, and all of these are called atoms itself. Molecules, you know, all the atoms comes together, creates a molecule. All the molecules comes together. This is a list view, right? So these are all the molecules that have come together to create an organism. So this has become like a list view component, you can say. Okay, you can use this list view in any particular pages where you want. Okay, then you create this particular templates. Now, to be practical, this is not the template because there is a complete data you can see. All this data is filled with. This is looks like a final page itself. But when they say template, it is the position of all these things, all these components they are talking about mostly. Okay, and then you go to pages. So these are your pages. So you can see when you're using the same template for the different pages, how it looks like. Only the color is changing. But if you see, the structure remains the same. The templates remains the same. Okay. And as I said, getting this template right is the most important thing in your UI design. Okay. Now let's talk about the UI elements. Okay. So user interface element are the parts we use to build apps website. They add interactivity to user interface, providing touch points for the users as they navigate their way around. Okay, so this is about what kind of a navigation UI component that you would have in your design system. So you will always want your user to give you some inputs, right? So there will be some input elements. So let's say your input field is an element, your button is also an input element, because that button tells that you want to see the next thing, or you want to go to the next page, or you want to reveal something like that. Okay, so these are the input element. Then there is a output element. Output elements are basically they will show the result. Okay, whatever the user will do interaction, for that there will be feedback, they will show the result. And there are the helper elements which will help user to understand more context about that uh, particular screen. Okay, we'll just see one by one. So input elements are your checkboxes, radio buttons, drop down menus. There's all input you are giving. You are giving command to your command to your system, right? User is giving command to your system. Okay, then there is a combo box, of course. Let's say you would be multi-selecting this thing. Let's say on the Flipkart, Amazon website, you might have seen, you want to check any product which is having user reviews of 5 star, 4 star, uh, and you just want to see the 5 star, 4 star rating. You would multi-select those things, right? You will select 4 star as well as 5 star. That is called as a combo box. You have to just get familiar with these jargons, because whenever you will be interacting with any designer, they will be talking in this particular term. Okay, you will be using button, you will be saying toggles, you won't say on off buttons. Okay, some of the designer I have seen, they say, okay, I'll put on off button over here. It's not on off button, it's a toggle, right? Then there are buttons, then there are combo boxes, then there are input fields. You would not say I'll add something to type for user. You'll say you'll add an input field. Then there is a date picker, confirmation dialogues. This is also you're getting input from your customer, right? So these are all called the input elements. Yeah, slider, stepper. In the grocery, you might have seen this particular. How many kgs of tomatoes you want to add? So you'll say 1, 2, 3, likewise. So these are called as input stepper, or some might say the counter also. Okay, then there is a slider, volume slider, you must be familiar with. Then there are output element. Okay, user did something, user give you the input. Now you have to give the feedback, right? So you will give the feedback in various ways, right? There can be alert on the pages. Okay, there can be a toast notification which comes on your screen, right? Automatically it comes, you can click on it, you can dismiss all of this thing. Then there are notification badges, right? You always see, okay, how many calls you had, or missed calls you had, basically how many emails that are unread, and all of that. So that is the output element, it giving user an output or the feedback. The charts, then yeah, charts is again your output elements itself. Okay, now the helper elements. So helper elements is like more of a navigational kind. That's why it's called a navigational. So your kebab menu, meatball menu, whatever you call it, a lot of people call it in a very different manner. Your iOS called is more menu. It's a more button, something like that. But people has been calling it kebab menu, meatball menus. This is pretty much everyone called as a hamburger menu itself. Then there is a bento menu as well. So where you have this 9 blocks of square blocks is called as bento menu. Yeah, these are kind of a helper elements itself. Other helper elements is like navigational menus. Okay, so you basically hover on this and you got all of this elements. So this is called a navigation menus. It just help you navigate through pages to pages. Then there are links, list of links like on your over here you can see this launch calendar. It says then men, women, boy, girl. Whenever you hover on this, you'll have this particular component open up for you. From here, you can go and you can select any of this links. So these are basically helping us navigate through the pages, right? To reach to those particular pages. So they are called as a helper element. Trust me, nobody will be calling them whatever we are saying helper element, output element, input element in the industry. Everybody is very much familiar with what do we want from our user to do on this particular screen. We want something them to provide us information, then always use input field like search buttons and all of those things. When you want to show something, you'll always show it with the hamburger menu or navigational things and all of those things. When you want to give extra information to user, uh, so you will always use this list links or something. You hover on it and you get more information. Or maybe you will have accordions in the same fashion. Your breadcrumbs are also helpful element just to help. You want to help user navigate throughout your pages, so you always use a navigational element. But you'll always call them by their name itself. You'll add breadcrumbs, you'll add pagination or according as per the use case. Okay, your carousel is again a helper menu. This is just bifurcating this particular component into these three sections or at most input, output, and helper. This is just for the knowledge. It's not you will be using these terms in day-to-day life. You'll always be calling it as you're using tab bar. Okay, so tab bar basically help you navigate throughout the pages. So it's a kind of a helper element. Then there are tooltips. Okay, you want to show more information about this particular field, so we'll always use some tooltip. The one we saw in the Figma also, right? They were showing tooltip below every icon so that I'll get the more context about that particular icon. Of course, same what I said now. Progress bar. Okay, these are also helper elements which help you understand the data, right? Your latency state, this is called as a loader basically. So that is also gives help you understand that the page will be loading right now. Is usually called as a latency state. All your notification, message box, model windows, all are helper menus, helper elements, can say. Okay, but the one thing is you'll always have this, always try to make this in your style guide, include this in your style guide, so that tomorrow if somebody wants to make a model window, he does not has to create it from the scratch. He can just get the model window, and inside this model window, whatever the data they want to set up or they want to present, they can present. But they will get the ready-made design for them, which is reusable. Okay, then this tags, loader. You might have seen tags on YouTube, right? Once you open YouTube, you get all the tags like new, and maybe as per your taste, they would be having tags like motivational videos or sad song, music, and all of those things. By the way, these are not my YouTube tags. Okay. Then there are loaders. Okay. Loaders also help you. It's kind of a this particular, as in the loader is only. I don't know why they are calling the progress bar. This is not basically progress bar. The progress bar are usually tell you about the progress. When you know the definite time or the definite steps in a particular process, then only use the progress bar. But if it is an indefinite call to your server, then you usually using the loader. This is not placed rightly. Okay, let's go to next. Okay, groups and containers. Again, this is called, you will usually call this as a widget. The widget is something which has a particular specific aim or the particular information to convey to the user. Okay, so let's say this is a task complete. So how much task is complete? Let's say 79%. And this particular widget will have a chart, task, and elements as a navigation so that you can see the task and events also in this particular widget itself. So this is like a widget you will design and you can use this widget. So widget is kind of a organism, you can say. So you can use it in various templates and your pages, right? So your all these widgets, your UI containers, and your sidebars is like they're just calling groups or containers. Okay. So till now we have covered all the UI components and all of these things. How can we design our own style guide? What it should include? Okay, so let's say if I want to create my own style guide, okay, what usually happens, I'm telling my real experience. Okay, you don't start with the style guide itself. Okay, most of the company you don't start with the style guide. What you start with, you, let's say, for now we just consider that we know what we want to present to our users, right? We, let's say we are creating a flight booking app. Okay, so we know what we want to show it to our users on the first screen. Let's say usually for the style guide and all, you will go after you have created the wireframes. Okay, so let me go over here and let's say if I say this is a screen, if I'm designing for, I know what I have to show. Let's say over here, I would show flight from, okay, or rather than, okay, this is from field, okay. So user will type, okay, user will be taking flight from, and to is the destination, let's say, and then he'll tell what are the dates, let's say departure date. So it will be depart from, and let's say returning date. Okay, and once this is done, user will click on, let's say, search. Okay, so maybe you will just, this is a wireframe, so I'm just creating it just to have the idea. And over here, let's say you have your logo of the company, maybe your hamburger menu or whatever you want to keep over here. Maybe you will, over here you'll say this is light search. Okay, or you will just say about the product. Okay, and you have, let's say you have bunch of products, you have flight, you have hotel, you have let's say activities. For now, let's have this three. Okay, so now you have this, and you know that your company is your company logo, let's say it's Zomato. Okay, Zomato is coming up with the style guide. Okay, let's go to Zomato. So till now you don't know Zomato has a style guide or not. Okay, of course, when you work for Zomato, you'll always ask for do they have style guide? But let's say, for example, they don't have a style guide, but they have a logo. Okay, so now you have to convey that this is an app from Zomato, which is helping user to book flights. You'll always start from there brand colors, right? So in this case, let's say red and white are their brand colors. So what you'll do, you will start creating the style guide. Okay, red is the main brand color. You'll use white. Okay, you will also use black for the text, and this is like your simple style guide you already started creating, right? And now you want to create the UI for this. So for this example only, I would not create a full-fledged style guide. Let's just see that we have this many colors only, and we have to create this particular style guide. And maybe for variation, you might have, okay, with this red and black, you might have some spectrum, okay, of gray. Let's say I'm just adding two grays. Okay, one is this and one is this. Okay. Over here, maybe you will use the Zomato logo. Now we are just saying that we are done with the wireframing. This wireframe is everybody has agree with. Let's say all the stakeholders are saying, oh wow, this is what we want to build. This is the content we wanted on our homepage. Okay. And now you want to you make it like it should look like a Zomato. So I don't know, as a Zomato, you might take inspiration from their website. If they have, let's assume, let's say they don't have website also. Okay, so we'll start with, let's say, okay, let's create a red background so that it will look like a Zomato ka thing. Okay, let's have it over here, Zomato. Then let's call this field out. And also, okay, now you come to the text part. What are the fonts that you would represent Zomato with? So in their brand guidelines, you will always find they might be having some font associated with their brand. Okay. But for example, now we say, let's say Inter is the font. Let's use that itself. Okay. So you'll create a white this thing. Maybe you have this over here. Okay. You would, I'll also call some of the icons maybe plain. Plain would represent the flight better way. Yes, sir. I'm using the iOS components over here. So let's say this is flight. I'll make it little twist. Okay. I don't know. I'm just giving you an example. Then let's say for a hotel, be like this. Okay, the bed would represent hotel, and then the activity wise, let me find if something related to activity. Okay, I don't know if, let's say if this is representing activity. User is sailing in the sea. Okay, so this is how we can basically represent, or maybe okay, hiking is a good way to represent some activity. Okay, so these are the three services they offer. Now you have your input boxes. So let's create this input boxes. Okay, I create it like this. These are all input boxes, so they are all belongs to same category. So I'll create some rounded corner also, because Zomato, if you see the logo, it is more rounded and all. There's no very less sharp edges, I would say they have, right? Then you'll create this, and then you want to create a button. Okay, let's use a black button. Let's create a white search. Okay, so this is how we would make our UI design, let's say for Zomato. This is a very crude way just to show you guys I've created this. But now over here, while creating only, you have defined some of the things. Like you have defined how this input box will look like. Okay, so you'll create a component of this input box. Okay, while you create this input box, you will always keep in mind, okay, you will create this as a frame, you create this as a component. Okay, and this component you will call as default. Okay, then you want to show, okay, somebody hovers on it, how it would look like. Okay, so let's say you made this not black, and also you'll use your style guide or the color guide from over here. So this black is, let's say, like this. Okay, and I'll just detach this. This is when you hover. Okay, so this become like this. It should look like this has been active or something like that. So you might give some stroke also, let's say, of this particular, or maybe you'll use white color itself, but you might want to add some opacity to this. Okay, on the outside with 2% stroke. Okay, this looks like user has hover on this. Oh, sorry, you are creating an app, so you would not hover on this. So what you'll create a click instance. When user click on this, it will look like this, and also you'll have a cursor. Right. So for cursor, I'm just representing in this way. And then when user give their input, it would look like this. Let's say, let's call it Mumbai. And this text will be, you want to make it more, you want to make it look distinct than default and this thing, right? And this is like, let's call it input state. Okay, now this is, you'll combine as a variant. Now these are called same, these are like same components, right? So what you will do, you will use your, now this is, you created a small library. Okay, this is, you will always keep it in your library. So let's call this input box library. Okay, so you'll get this input box. Okay, you are representing a default state. Okay, it will look like this. Let's say this is to, from to depart. Okay, I'll have to just make these boxes a bit bigger, like this. Currently, I'm creating it in a very crude way. Trust me, let's say when the Figma class would be there, I would show you how to make it in a much more professional way. Depart, and this was written. Okay, so let's say if you want to show a state where user has already user has clicked on this from state. Okay, what you will do, from default state you want to show the click state, so it will be like this. Okay, next, say let's say you want to show user has given their input, so you will have this input state. So you, over here you would see that you just created one input box component, and you are using it on your, let's say, pages. The first you created a template also, right? The wireframe that you were seeing earlier. Okay, now you are using on the each pages as well. Okay, so likewise you will start creating your own Figma style guide or the design kit while you are creating the design. So why you would do that? Maybe you will add the basic components in your library. Okay, to start with. Okay, once you build a lot of flows, you will try to see there, okay, there are the patterns or there are the template that are getting repeated on all the designs. So all of this thing you will try to move it in your style guide or the design kit. Okay, so that everyone else also can use those style guides. Okay, so this is slowly you can build your style guide, I would say, rather than building all the components and then without defining those components, anyone can use any component in any design. Okay, then again there will be chaos. So you have to tell each component, okay, if you want to use this particular component, this will be for the input box only. That input box will be used in this particular manner and all of those things that way. So the dedicated, some big companies have a dedicated team to handle this style guide. Of course, Amazon has it, Google has it, Apple has it, and they also define all of this component. So that is what the link that I've shared. On that link, you will find they have they would be writing do's and don'ts for all their components as well, so that it will get used properly. Okay. I think I can share the iOS guideline also. For iOS, it is called developer.apple.com. If you go to this website, you can go to design, and inside design, you will see this over here, human interface guidelines. I would suggest you guys get yourself familiar, or rather by heart these guidelines. I would say, because in a lot of interviews that I have taken, most of, as in I have seen I have seen applicants are haven't heard about human interface guidelines also. Okay, so I would encourage you guys to go through these guidelines. And so at the bottom there are the resources. You click on view Apple design resources, and over here, yeah, so over here they have a sketch, Figma template. For iOS they have keynote. For all of this thing, they have already created these templates. So you can just go through these templates. For iOS 18, they have Sketch template itself. For the template, they have Figma and Sketch. For production template, okay, you can go for this. Okay, no, this is production template is just to get your icons and all of those things. I would suggest you can open Figma, go to this globe icon. You can search over here iOS, let's say 17, and you would see this is shared by Apple itself, I think. I don't know. Apple and Figma logo I can see. And you can just open in, yeah, it's from Apple itself. That's why it took the agreement and all of those things. And you can open it over here, and you can see what kind of a action sheet they have. And you also get familiar with all these terms. Okay, this is called action sheet. Okay, this is called activity views over here. Then what is called alerts? What are the types of alert that they have? Okay, with one button, two button, three buttons, side by side buttons, all of this. They have already created these components, right? Then even the bezels, okay, for this thing. So you don't have to create the frames. You can just use this for your presentation and all. The types of buttons, see the types of buttons that they have. And every button will have some or other the purpose where to use this button. I know they that you will only see in their design guidelines. Okay. So I would suggest go through all of this material, get yourself familiar, so that you will also always also talk the designer's jargons as well, right? Like menus, multitasking window, pickers, popovers, pop-up buttons, all of those things. And you'll always find sometimes material design would be calling it something else. Apple design system would calling it something else. Just get yourself familiar with those. Okay. I would suggest you can get hang of any particular design. You can say and just get started with it. As you see on the, let's say Apple also having Sketch and Figma file publishing, even the Photoshop files as well. Over here you see the Keynote file they also have for the templates. So all of these things are, all of these companies are using all these platforms, right? So I would suggest go ahead. I would suggest go for the Figma itself, because it is simple. So I would say tool doesn't matter that much. Try to get hang of all of these concepts first of all. The style guide, what does it do? The brand guidelines, I would also suggest. I think my graphic designer friends would know what is brand guideline, what is how it is important for the company, and things like that. Just get yourself familiar with all of these concepts. Then you'll be good to go for designing the UI and UX. Cool.
Moving on to our next question, which is our fourth quiz question. What is the primary purpose of wireframes in UI UX design? Finalizing color schemes is our first option. Second option is showcasing basic structure. Third option is implementing animations. And our fourth option is testing user interactions. So I should be able to see a lot of answers in the chat.
The UI element, we had seen the atomic design system, the concept of atomic design system, which is nothing but your atoms, molecules, organism makes templates, and when you put actual VX into the templates, then it becomes pages. The atoms are like your text box, which is label, your input box, your buttons, your toggles, and all are atoms. When you combine a few atoms, it creates molecules like the search box, like the search functionality, we can say. Okay. Having multiple molecules together creates organisms, and the organisms creates the template. And as I said last time, most of the time you have, as a UX designer, you have to concentrate on the template that you come up with, right? That is our job. And once you have got the templates, when you put the actual data, then it will create a final experience for the user. We saw this particular example where this time INC, this is the template. So this is the designer strategically putting up, let's say, the main story or the latest story on the top, giving it all the real estate on the page. So whenever user comes onto this particular website, he will surely notice or surely click on the latest update or latest story. After that, there would be some other interesting story, and then maybe the earlier post or stories. And when it comes to life, for that particular instance, as in this particular date, they want to show, let's say, moving people uh, as their hero content, and then the experience as their secondary content or below the fold content, and then the other stories. So this is how it will look like. I hope it will. I think it will be changing as per the day or time or things like that. To those who have joined recently, I have asked Intellipaat to provide some TA to give the mic access to everyone. Okay. After that, we saw the types of three types of elements, like input element, output element, helper elements. Input elements are those where you want user to give you some input, give you as in to the system, I mean to say. Then these are the input elements. As you can see, input field, date picker, confirmation dialog, and there is an output element. So where you will give the feedback or maybe some information to the to user or whoever using it as per the actions. So charts, hamburger menus, navigation menus, all the links, and then there are the helper menus, which basically helps user navigate to your website or app. So there are accordions, breadcrumbs, paginations, carousel, search fields. Now over here, the search field is a complete search field, okay, with the functionality. Then tab bar, wizards, your tooltips, icon, progress bar. So as it says, helper elements help user to get the context of any particular component. Also help navigate to the website. Okay. And after all of these things, we have come to UI design principle. So I think most of you guys are over here. So let's start with the UI design principle. Okay. So what are the UI design principle? In digital design, UI design principles are overarching guidance that designers rely on to create designs that serves and delight users. Okay. That is bit kind of a complex what do you say? Complex definition, I would say. So basically, what are the UI design principles? These are the rules for the good designs. Okay. So if you follow those rules, then your UI can become more beautiful, not only beautiful, but the functional also, right? So everyone need to have a strong knowledge of this UI design principles. Okay. Let's see what are these principles. Okay. So here there are 5 design principles we are going to explore. Okay. There are multiple design principles over here. They have over here we can see the 5 main principles. Okay. So what we can do, we can go along with this, and then I one by one I can help you understand what are these principles are. Okay. The first one is the hierarchy principle. Let's zoom a bit. Okay. So strong visual hierarchy is basically the core design principle of a successful user interface. Okay. When I say successful user interface, it's like user can come onto your website or the app, they will understand the data, they'll move ahead. It's like a they're moving ahead and they complete the process and so on. So that is, we can call it as a successful user interface. There might be sometimes, if there are no hierarchy in the UI, user will be having tough time understanding the content on the particular page, right? So we have to, as a designer, we have to design how users can follow the content on the interface. Okay, we basically can drive the users, what users see is that we can drive with the hierarchy. Okay, it's not the user that will decide, say, okay, where to see and where to uh, after after they see first element, they will go to second, third, or fourth. It's not like that. We basically design the hierarchy. So if you see over here on in this particular example, which says not a good UI, let me tell you why it is. Okay, so whenever users see this particular UI, what they will, their eyes will anchor from the top to bottom, so they will always notice the image. Okay, after the image, when users see this particular data, they have to decide, okay, which one is important, which one to look at first. Okay, because if you see the treatment that is given for the text, followers, products, post, and even the name of this particular person are on the same level, the same treatment has been given. Okay, so user will have hard time, okay, where to look at. Okay, so let's say they see, okay, Jim, his name basically, and then where they will see, they might see followers, products, and post. Okay, seeing followers, products, and posts for all the particular profiles might not help, because the important data is 5K, 3 products, and 353 post, and after that the follow button, right? So if you want to create a better hierarchy in this particular design, so over here there is an example. Okay, so over here the designer is using user's natural tendency to how it will look. Okay, so which is left to right. So first, their anchor on the profile photo itself. User always notices the images on the screen by default. Okay, so user will see the image first, then the gym practice, right? That is the name. So they will notice this thing because there is no competition. If you see over here, to this gym practice is his name basically. Okay, no competition, when I say, is like there is no same treatment element around this particular text. There is a enough white space also, so that it highlights basically, right? The gym practice name highlights. Then after that, okay, if user want to know more about it, then he will see the magic pattern and all this data. If let's say user is just hovering over the information, he might directly go to, okay, he has 5K followers, okay, 3 products, and there are 353 posts. So this is the way the designer has designed. It is grabbing attention for user and giving user the most important information out of this particular UI component. And then he clicks on the follow button, right? Okay. So for this to this, what are the things they have done? They have basically increased the title. They have laid the composition in left to right manner. I'm not saying a vertical fashion is disturbing or something like that, but over here this has been a better hierarchy that it gives. Like User see the photo, then the title, then maybe subtitle, or then he can use this. He can see the iconographic over here, and basically notices this particular information, which is the important information. Because when you see lot of profiles, you know, okay, these are follower, these are products, and these are post, right? The important information is 5K, 3 and 353 post. I would like to show you another example. It's over here. If you can see, I think Ahana is here. Ahana, can you give everyone? So over here, if you see the hierarchy wise, you may notice, okay, user will get anchored onto the images. Okay. And after that, where user will look for, maybe this blue background is uh, helping user to go from top to bottom, let's say. But when he goes from top to bottom, the search bar is a bit smaller, and the alert icon is a bit bigger from my perspective. Okay. Then you see the text, hey, Sibao, something like that. Welcome home. If you see, there is no hierarchy in this thing. In this thing, it looks like it's a part of a same. It has been given no hierarchy over here, right? Otherwise, you might say when we talk to any person, we say, hey, hi, right? Some person name, and then there is a followed by welcome home or something like that, right? We have the hierarchy in our tone of our language also, like the tone of our conversation also. So we specifically give more uh, impact on particular words, right? So that is the hierarchy that should come out from your UI as well. Their commas and exclamation marks are also not there. Yeah, they might also help user to get onto this particular data. They can understand this data. Okay. Over here, if you see, this is looks like a album art, and then Hear Me Now is the song name, and then Alok Ziba are the artists. I think so. Okay, but if you see the hierarchy, there is no hierarchy at all. Okay, so user will have basically a hard time understanding this data. User might just read everything. You might have to read everything. Okay, from here to here, Hear Me Now, Alok Ziba, new song, all, and over here, though, there is a lot of khichdi. Okay, so user will not anchor on to any particular thing. He just want to know, okay, what this song is about. Maybe the next piece of information is the, let's say, 26 song and all of those things, right? But putting them on the same treatment does not highlight anything. Okay, does not give a proper hierarchy to this particular UI piece. Even in the new song, all they looks like same thing. Like, do you think when you click on when you click, or this is even clickable also, this all, right? I don't think so. They looks like a part of a title itself. Okay. So how do you correct this thing? Okay. So there is, so this is how some of the hierarchy has been corrected. It's not like this is the only way you can correct it. You can use the multiple ways of using multiple treatments to all of these things and create another beautiful UI. Right. But over here, just if you see this Hey Sibao, let's say name, it is very it is highlighting, like it is more welcoming, and then it says welcome home. Okay, if user does not read that information at the starting, it does not matter, right? We have greeted the person. Then if you see this particular information, Hear Me Now is the most anchoring point that the designer want user to see first when they see this particular component. Of course, they'll see the art album art first, and they'll anchor onto the Hear Me Now. Okay, so they understand, okay, this is the song. If user want to know what is the artist, he will look more carefully and will understand, okay, this is the artist. Then if you see new song, all, now there is kind of a hierarchy. If you see this particular album, I think Mumbaton. So if you see the album name is highlighting, and then there are how many songs in this album? Let's say 26 songs, and this is some information. I don't know what does it mean, but there is a hierarchy in this particular design, right? So whenever you design any particular screen, you have to consider the hierarchy of the information that you would show to user. Just consider that user does not see by his will. Okay, the designer actually makes the choices so that they can drive the user's eyes throughout their screen. So you have to make sure that your text or your colors are accessible to the user. Okay, so even if you show the disable button or anything, it has to be accessible. Accessible in, I mean to say, user has to, user should be able to see what it is, right? If let's say, if I show you, let's say one example, let's say this is the button, okay? And let's say this is our brand color. I'm not changing right now. This is our brand. Now, when you have to show the disable button, you can, let's say, okay, I don't know how to, okay, I think I'll take you to the file. Okay, over here itself. Let's say for some reason we want to show this activities is not available right now. Okay, we want to show it as a disable. So what we can do, we can change the color of this. Okay, so what would be that color? You might say you can just put some opacity. Let's say this is 100%. If I make 50%, maybe this looks like a disable. Okay, but to what extent you can go to show this disable? If you show it like this is not accessible. Now, do you get what I mean by accessibility? It is not, it is, so there is, not readable, not this particular text is also not legible. So they can actually control the opacity of any particular text or image or particular div or anything, and actually give the this particular property. So it's not like they cannot use opacity parameter or something, opacity property or something. They can actually. But if they are not able to somehow access this, then basically you'll have to hard code a particular color. So let's say if this is you want to show disable, they might then you might have to go into let's say like this or this. No, 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 no. There is no, as I said, there is no hard coded value or something. It depends on the user. You might say you can show disable in this particular fashion also, or you might say this is also disable. Okay. So it depends on the user how he want to show. But the bottom line is it has to be accessible. Now you will say the activities may not be accessible. So you have to test it with the on the phone itself. And you'll have to, while you create the style guide, or the design system, you'll have to always define all of these things. Okay. So yeah, but I would say if this is the current if this is a problem you are facing, you can just tell them they can use the alpha property to control the opacity of the any particular item in website. In iOS and Android, I don't think there is any problem. They can use the property opacity itself, and they can change that. Okay. There is another, through my experience, I am saying, when you create, let's say, a different color, let's say last time I use, while I was showing, let's say the developer asks you to, for a specific color, okay, of this, let's say. Once you give this color, basically you have to add it in your style guide itself. Okay. And what happens when you add it in your style guide, you basically end up creating a lot of variables, right? Lot of color palette, and basically lot of colors you will end up create. Then it will be difficult for that particular style guide uh, to propagate to the more screen or more products, something like that. Let's say if I say opacity means 50% sorry, disable means 50% opacity for this particular item. So what developer will do, directly 50% opacity, even if it's a color, for a color image. Let's say if this was something like uh, of this particular color, let's say, when I say disable is 50% opacity, it will get 50%. It will get 50% opacity, right? Of course, we will not define color in this way. You will be more conscious when you will be selecting the first primary color itself. But if I want to show this disable, I can do 50% opacity. This might look like a disable field particular, or you might give some another treatment as well, or you would decide, let's say 30% opacity. It depends on you, so that your parameters becomes less in the style guide, overall style guide. Okay. So over here we had this many colors only. When you introduce new color for, let's say, just for this particular icon, you'll have to add it in your style guide. Next time they use, then this is also then you have to manage the color in your design guideline, so that they can use it anywhere if it is used multiple times. Otherwise, they will have to hard code every time they might want to, let's say, if this flight becomes disabled, then have to hard code this to that particular color. Okay, so that you will learn after the more practice, and when you'll see other design system how they are managing the disabled state. Okay, then you will come to know all of this. Going back to this, so we saw hierarchy example, understood the hierarchy. The next is progressive disclosure example. So what is progressive disclosure? Is the design pattern that gradually reveals information depending on the user's need. Okay, it's like imagine it's like a user coming to your restaurant, and you are serving a plate with let's say 20 items. Usually we have such kind of a restaurant in India where they serve a thali, right? But imagine the experience. They might not need everything. Like somebody come up with the starters and the main course and the, let's say, pudding and everything, juices at the same time. Now you have to eat. Okay. The best experience would be, let's say, when user has just come, you would serve them the starter. After that, the starter is done, you might serve them the main food. With the main food, while they are having their main food, maybe at the end you might offer something, some pudding or something, right? So that is the progressive disclosure. So in your data wise also, you do not have everything on the screen. Maybe most of the time I have seen clients would say, okay, this is the thing also we need to be upfront. All the option needs to be upfront. They might say that, but you'll have to basically do some I would say uh, information architecture and categorize all of those things, and then you can basically say, okay, this is I would serve user first, after that this, and then this, something like that. Even for the process also, like let's say user is going to user is just signing up for your website, right? So at the start, maybe you will ask, let's say, mobile number. Okay, you might not ask for the name also, because name might come later, right? You just might want to get his mobile number, OTP, and then okay, this is the right, this is the proper user, not a bot or something like that. Okay, so you'll just ask mobile number. Once you type mobile number, then you will ask for the OTP. And once he gives the OTP, then maybe you can ask what is your name, and the so on, right? You might not show mobile number field, OTP field, let's say first name field, last name field, all of at the same time, right? So that is, user might get overwhelmed. Okay, they want all of this data, and where to start with, and all of those things, right? So you will want to gradually reveal the information. Okay, it basically improves the customer experience specifically for new users, and it simplifies the user interface as well, right? Also, it creates the better understanding of your initial feature, and then the secondary features, and it in a whole sense, is basically reduces the learning curve, right? When I say learning curve is like, when users see your screen, they have to learn first, right? If it is like that, if you show everything, let's say if you have seen Tally application, how many of you have seen Tally application? Just say yes in the chat section if you have. Or for that matter, let's say Photoshop also. Okay, so when at the first time you see Photoshop, you would get overwhelmed. Okay, what can I do? Which is the first option I should use? Which is the second option, can I use? I would be using what? how to navigate between all these screens and all. In Tally application, everything upfront. You have to put values, and it's kind of a form or something, and then you will click on some button, and then it will produce something. Then you will change things. So for the new user, it will be very overwhelming, and we can conclude that it's having a huge learning curve or a bigger learning curve. Okay, once you get to know, okay, the functionality of this particular option or this particular option, then you somehow learns that particular software, right? But if there is another software, let's say it nowadays, if you log into Figma also, Figma will give you an onboarding session. Okay, they will make you aware of what are the options that are there in Figma. It's basically help you guide through those particular interface, right? So you get familiar with all the options. Okay, this is basically to reduce the learning curve. Correct, quick tour. So this progressive disclosure is like it basically reduces the learning curve, right? Imagine in a quick tour, it's all the options they show it upfront, or with all the description and all of this thing. You'll get overwhelmed, right? What is this? So what they do, they one by one basically make you familiar with their UI. So it do let's say 5 things, right? Improves the customer experience for new user, cleaner user interface, correct? Better understanding of the primary features and secondary features, and fourth is it reduces the learning curve, and the fifth is it is less prone to error. User usually not make mistake. The example which I said earlier, the sign up process. If you give mobile field, OTP, first name, last name, all of this field at the starting itself, and then there is a, let's say, next button. Okay, what user can do? User might just write first name, last name, and hit next button. Okay, then you'll have to show the error. Okay, you have to add mobile number also. Then you have to add OTP also. So it basically there will be user can make a lot of error in that particular scenario, right? So progressive disclosure help user help user be less error prone. So over here, the example of Instagram, when you have to, let's say, get to this particular option of privacy or notification security, it does not give you upfront. It basically, this screen is saying you click on profile icon, then it shows you this particular these options, then you click on settings. Inside setting, you see all these options, right? So that is a example of progressive disclosure. The next is consistency, right? So consistency is a key for cohesive UI. When I say cohesive UI, whatever the elements that you use on a particular page, okay, they are getting reused on the other page and all of the other page, and the overall product looks like a cohesive, right? It's like designed by one designer itself, though many designers would be designing it, but the consistent elements, let it be button, let it be text, font, the text sizing, the spacing between text and images and all of this thing, even the illustration style, right? If they are consistent across the product, across the all the pages, it becomes it makes user more uh, connected to your brand as well, right? So the consistent UI means similar design pattern, uh, identical terminology in all your prompts also, like the text that you'll say, all those things, even all the menus, icons, everything basically. Okay, that consistency basically comes from your style guide itself. So while you create the style guide, you basically are creating the elements that will get used across all the screens. So you have to be very careful while designing the first element itself, right? So here, I think they are showing that it's a one page itself, but if you see this particular, let's say this is called as, I think, Pacific green color, right? So this color is getting used everywhere in the overall page in a different format. Over here, it's a circle, or it's some gradient. And if you see the text style, this is the particular font they are using everywhere. If you see this fixed rate and no surprises, this is the title of for this particular section, and then there is a subtext. Okay, you will see in the next screen also, get extra credit in a second. They are following the same font size, the typeface as well, and then for the body also the same typeface, same font size. For all their link, they are using this particular color. Makes it looks like it's a brand color, right? Make it feels like it's these are from the same brand. These are offering from the same brand. This is like when you want to get ready for when you go somewhere, let's say to party, right? You might not want to wear a coat on the top and some let's say boxers on the bottom, and you might wear the sleepers and then just go, right? You want your look to be in a way cohesive, like they should go with each other, right? So that is why that is how, and the that would be like for the group of people also. If you see the dance performance, not everyone is wearing some different clothes, right? they might they might compose the costume also in certain way that they will look like a part of a same scenario, right? So same thing basically we also follow in all our pages itself. We are basically orchestrating all of these things. So contrast is again the, so basically you are saying you have two websites. Okay, one is let's say enterprise and one is let's say anything else. This comes over here. First of all, what you want user to what you want to portray to your user, right? Do you want to portray that this particular electric vehicle is from our enterprise itself, right? If you want to show that, then the particular design has to follow the your branding, right? Then there you cannot be having let's say some blue color, or and your website is in green, then you might want to avoid the blue color. Okay, you will always uh, talk to the let's say the website owner, which is that the blue, let's say blue website owner, to you will always negotiate on this particular thing. Okay, it ultimately it depends upon what you want to portray to your users. Okay, or if you want to let's say portray to your user like this is the offering from this particular website, and you are just showing a section of this particular, that is also fine. So but you will be very clear that okay, if I show in the blues, if I show in the blue color or itself, it will get portrayed as this is not from our organization, this is from something else, right? Usually if you see most of the website are try to be very neutral. Like if you see Amazon, you see uh, like let's say Apple also, they try to be very neutral with all of their colors, right? Even though Apple does not portray any other does not feature any other products than their own, but if you see Amazon, it's like more of a very minimal branding they would do usually. You would always see it on their title bar itself, the branding, but the overall page would have the products and all of those things from uh, uh, like the language they would follow is like depends on the product to product itself, right? Communicate with your designer as an or communicate your stakeholders what they want to portray on your website, what do you want user to perceive your website as, right? And depending on that you will take a call. I'll show you one consistency feature again. So if you see over here, this first of all the very not legible, because it looks like everything is faded out and having some opacity over it. But if you see these two things, they you will see this is the first story and this is the second story, but both these story are not matching with each other. Looks like a design blunder, right? Not consistent at all. Do this to your website, right? The website you will be designing, you are designing. Okay, so what you will do, you'll basically make them very consistent, right? So this looks like a part of the same family. So user expectations also also changes. As per over here, it looks like it will take me to some website which will have this particular font and color. Over here, if I click over here, it will take me to some website or some post where it will follow this particular. But over here, it looks like, okay, when you click on this, it will open the post for this in this particular app itself, which will have this particular consistent styling. Okay, once user read this particular post also, they will somehow understand, okay, what they're gonna see when they click on this website, how they gonna see it, right? Because there is a consistency over here. User might think, okay, oh, if I click over here, some different website, some different design. Over here, totally different design, right? So it's not consistent. Same over here, if you see the iconography, you can directly recognize, right? They are following, they does not look from the same family, right? The stroke over here, the stroke size over here are very different. This is very filled one, this is very line icon, and this is also line icon but very thick one. So they does not go well with each other. Okay, so you'll always want to maintain the consistency in this while designing the icons also. Like uh, consistency is in their tenets. When I say tenets or the properties, it's like the stroke of this, if it is a filled icon or not, or the line icon you want to create, outline icon basically we say, or you want to make it a true color, two color icons or something like that, or monochromatic, all of those things. But they have, all the icons have to follow the same properties. Moving to next is the contrast. Okay, so contrast, let me put it this way. Okay, the if you see a dance performance, okay, let's say any movie, let's say Pathan movie, okay, Pathan movie, there is a song like Jhume Jo Pathan and all of this thing. You would see that the Shah Rukh Khan gets highlighted. It's just not because of he's Shah Rukh Khan and he has uh, the, basically he is the actor and all of these things. The other elements also help highlighting the main dancer, right? I would say let's not talk about Shah Rukh Khan. Main dancer in the overall composition is that you might notice that all the other peoples who are dancing around, let's say the main figure, might have some different costume style, and the main person that is costume style, color as well, and the one person that is in the middle is having a different color style, or and it will get highlighted amongst all of these things, and that is how our eyes also anchor onto the main dancer when we see any particular dance performance. The same thing, the contrast is when you want to, when we may think that the chosen visual object, okay, in any composition says something about itself, but but it's more often the visual element around it that gives it a more meaning. Right? This also looks like a very difficult to understand translation, but okay, let me show you with an example. Okay, let's go to our file. Okay, let's say if I draw this circle, okay, this is the only circle. You may think, sir, how about, Achha, there is some question on, sir, how about 60-20-10 color scheme which is used in the poster design? Is it apply for web or mobile designing? Sunil, it depends upon you. You are the designer. The way you want to choose your color scheme, everything is totally fine. Just you don't want to add too many colors so that it will become difficult for you to manage. And then when you will give it to the developer, they will also have a hard time managing the all the color schemes and all. Okay. So coming back to the contrast, if you see this particular circle, you can say it tells you some information, right? This is a circle, this has a gray background or something like that. Okay. but it does not give more context. Okay, but if you put another circle, okay, next to it, then you get to understand, okay, this circle is the bigger circle. Basically, let's say you have all of these circles and all, then you might say, oh, this is the main circle, right? So this other two properties, who gave them? The all the other elements actually gave this property to this circle. Like when you say this bigger circle, this circle, it does not show that it's a bigger circle unless there are smaller circle around it, right? Same way, if let's say if I create another circle and give, let's say, some color, okay, then in overall composition, oh, this is the main character in our graphic, right? Why this is, and this is not the main character, maybe. Why, how do we get this particular property? Because of this circle. So whatever is the object in front of you, okay, the context that it does not set much of a context by itself, by the same object itself, but it depends on the surrounding object. Okay, that is basically the principle of contrast. So over here you may see there is only talking about the colors, like good, bad, like there is a contrast in color itself, but there is contrast in text also, right? You might put this particular text, hey, hi, okay, and then you might say something like welcome home, okay. So this hey hi becomes importance, or becomes more or becomes goes to the top level in the hierarchy, is because of this welcome home text, which is smaller than this particular thing. That is what I want to tell you. So if you want to highlight someone, okay, you should not be relying on that particular object itself. You have to think about the overall picture. Okay, if I want to say, okay, this is the front, this is, you want to say it's in the center, let's say in 3D, okay, what you will do, maybe you will put it over here, okay, maybe you will put this over here, and let's say now it shows like, oh, this is in 3D, this is in the middle, this is the first, and this is the second. Okay, maybe you might want to put some lens blur also, so it will get accentuated. Oh, now this is definitely in the middle, and my eyes are also focused on this particular object than this, even if maybe they are of the same colors or something like that. Or maybe I can add some opacity, and I can compose it that particular way where it will look like, okay, this is the main component, or the main guy that, or I want user to see this particular element first. So that is what contrast is about. It's not just about color, it's about the overall composition that you may have, right? Moving to the next is proximity example. Okay, so proximity example again, cohesive position, okay, cohesively positioning of two design element near each other, it creates kind of a connection between them. Okay, when I put over here, okay, when I put this over here, if I put it over here, suddenly our mind creates a relationship between them. Okay, they looks like the same. If I get someone like this, okay, this is not part of this particular group, even if I keep him close. Okay, this does not look part of this group. So that is what the proximity. So if you keep more of this thing, okay, this looks like a group, but if I just take this away just a bit, then your mind will tell you, okay, your mind will tell you, okay, this is the group and this is another group. Okay, the same with your design, how you compose your element uh, tells some relationship to the viewer as well. So over here, when you see all these books, okay, these books are presented in a same manner, right? All of them have the have the cover, title, then author name and all of this, price and all of these things. And the grid basically makes it looks like, okay, they are from a similar group, which is maybe, let's say, called, and you can name this group as a bestseller in books. Okay, so even if you are adding this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, again the relationship gets more concrete. Okay, so that is the proximity. So it depends on how you compose your element. They'll always try to make some connection. Okay, let me see if I have any example of proximity, progressive disclosure. Okay, over here, yeah. So if you present, let's say, your food items, okay, in this particular fashion, user might have a hard time, okay, what is the group over here, right? To make this, to improvise on this particular design, you might do something like this. Okay, these are all burgers, these are all pizza. So now they make them more, they makes the connection. The only connection over here, it looks like they are all the items, right? Like this is a food item, this is food, all the food items. But the another stronger connection that makes, okay, these are all burgers, these are all pizzas. This is another example. Okay, when you present the data over here, you can also you might also be getting confused. What is it data? Might not be making, does not make sense, right? But when you do it in this way, okay, Sam Flick is founder. This is Samir Sharma, co-founder. So there is a relationship between the name of the person and the position, right? Over here, which it does not come. This co-founder who's Samir Sharma is co-founder, or the Neha is co-founder, right? So this is the proximity principle. Next one. Okay. So by now we have saw the all this UI 5 UI principles, and we saw the example also. I think, let me see if there are some remaining. Okay, over here is the contrast. So if you see email address and password, they are following proximity. They feels like they're from the same group. Over here, login line, sign up, forgot password, they also forming some group. So, but you might not want to do this. You might want to some contrast between these options, right? So what you would do, you might do something like this. Okay, email ID, email address and password. Then there's a login is you want to highlight. Login is the thing that you want user to see first, then the sign up. And let's say you, if user has forgot password, you might show it in this particular fashion. Okay, let's see another example. Okay, profile setting and all of this thing. First of all, there is no contrast in the coloring itself. And so what is the next one? Oh, now there is a contrast that is driving my eyes through this particular screen. What will I notice first is this is the profile setting, right? That is it, because the top is become heavy because of this particular color, your eyes naturally goes towards the top. Okay, over here it also goes towards the top, but this particular element is because of this gray color and all, it basically competes with this profile setting uh, text as well. It's asking for attention, right? Over here, this is the only color which is asking for attention. Okay, it's calling out, see me. So you see the profile setting first, then you might, your eyes might get anchored to, okay, this is the name. If there would have been image, a very good image, then user would see that particular image. But what I see is like a very blank image. So I don't know, my eyes get directly anchored to the name itself. After that, your account info, and then there is enough contrast between to understand, okay, this is the phone icon, this is the bank account icon, and there is a bottom navigation. And amongst the bottom navigation, profile is the tab which is I'm currently on. So this is how the contrast would work in your designs. Let me see anything else. Okay, progressive disclosure. So over here you see card number, expiry date, CVV, remember my info is basically optional. Okay, see, this is the optional info, but you are, but the designer is just showing it over here, which is not required. You might just require a number, CVV, expiry date, and you click on book now. So let's see how they show. Oh, they are showing it in a simple line. remember my info. You tick on it, buy now, and you are done. Or maybe you click on this remember my info, and then the mobile number will get revealed. It might be this particular fashion. Okay, so now we have seen all of these example. Let's now go through our PPT, because now most of the information in the PPT itself. So let's see 5 levels of UI design skills. Okay, so this is the level 1, which it says. Okay, so why it is level 1? It looks like no designed by some amateur designer, or maybe the person who don't know anything about the design, because you see there's a hamburger icon which is represented by a very thin line, but the alert or basically the notification icon is too big for some reason. Over here, good morning Angelina is in some font, but if you see over here your teammates, they're in upcoming appointments, they're like, this is like a designer who think about everything. Okay, यहाँ पे कौन सा फॉन्ट अच्छा लगेगा, यहाँ पे कौन सा अच्छा लग रहा है, and whichever font he has, just want to showcase, oh, I know all of these fonts, I like all of these fonts, that's why I want to use it. In lot of my interviews, when I ask for reason to use any particular font over here, or reason for you using this color, some of the designer answers like, I felt like this is going with design, that's why I have used. So that is a very that is how you should not be answering when asked about the decisions that you have taken, right? You might say about, okay, this is the brand color, or this is the font that is decided by branding, and you want to create some hierarchy into this. So this is the let's say title font that you have put in your style guide. So that's why you're using everywhere. And this is the font size you have kept for your title font. So that is why using it over here, right? So just make a note of this. Don't say I like it. This is going, I feel like. Do not use what I feel like, right? Over here. So the overall design looks very messed up. Even the spacing is not consistent. If you see your teammates above and below, it's very different, right? Even the colors joining, meeting, awaiting. If you see the roundness over here, this is a rounded rectangle, but this is a pill or a tablet kind of treatment that has been given. Okay, then now and today, if you see, they looks like floating, isn't it? They are not aligned to each other. Nothing is aligned. Even if you see this profile photo, the top margin and left margin is very different. Over here is so it has just like placed all these elements. Okay, so this is, we can say, level 1 of design. You should not present any design which is this, which is kind of this particular uh, level. Okay. Let's go to level 2. Okay, looks like the design has improved a bit. I don't know, earlier the color was this pink color. So again, if you see this blue color, pink color, suddenly there is green color. Oh my god. In level 2, at least color looks a bit off still, but somehow it feels like, okay, not the level 1. Okay, bottom navigation bar, if you see, okay, they looks like from the same family, right? And they are having a maybe good size. Okay, but the spacing between it is clearly off. You can just eyeball it, and you can see the spacing from home to this, let's say, graph icon, and from graph to calendar icon, is it does not look like it's middle aligned. Even over here also, this file icon and between this, the buttons looks like, okay, now they are following the same tablet. No, over here it is a rounded rectangle. Over here is spill. Join meeting is not middle align. Over here also, if you see Thomas Lawrence, left alignment, right alignment is very off. Again, no hierarchy in good morning Angelina. Okay, this icon has come to its sense. Looks as in having a pretty small, not pretty small, is a enough, looks like having enough clickable area. like, or you can say the touch target. Okay, but the spacing overall does not match. Okay, lot of misalignment, as it says in the title itself. Okay, this is the level 3. Okay, in the level 3, what you can see, okay, the background color that is gone, now it's clean white. And some of the color still does not match with each other. This is in green, maybe user want to designer want to show it in the green itself. Over here, okay, joining meeting, awaiting, now this has having the same, the buttons are having are from the same family, it looks like. This icons have now got properly spaced. But one thing I see, there's a lot of font has been used. Like over here, if you see, this good morning is in, let's say, normal font, but over here it's like a condensed font that has been used. Over here, this is very light font. So again, there are a lot of this particular thing which are not good. The alignment, I think, only has been improved. So as it says, many areas need improvement. Okay, even from the corner radius, which I notice over here, they are also not similar in the button. You see, read, but this button is different from all of these buttons. So they required some better consistency, right? So consistency is not over here. Let's see level 4. Okay, what happened in level 4? Okay, at least in your teammates and upcoming appointments, now the fonts are from the same typeface. Okay, looks like Poppins, I don't know, or Montserrat. Then there is some hierarchy. Okay, good morning, Angelina. I still feel it's not a good hierarchy, but okay. Alignment, if I see, okay, by the way, I usually work on Mac and I use this particular tool. When you click on Command Shift Control 4, it gives you this particular cursor. Basically, it is for the taking the screenshot, but I usually measure the alignment and all of this. So if you see this alignment, it is not middle align with the with the image itself, right? So this is no alignment is still not proper. Okay. Then the button, I don't know, arrow is so big and there's so much spacing between this arrow, makes me uncomfortable. The font has been now in this design, I think the font has been uh, improvised, as in the font is consistent. And even this particular element has now, they doesn't look like floating. Earlier in design, it looks like floating, but now they have some alignment. So alignment actually provides a support to your designs as well, right? Otherwise, every element will look floating on the UI. Okay, so this is level 4 design. Let's go to level 5. Okay, so in the level 5, if you see over here, it looks like they have defined a touch target also. Okay, so that the developer know this is the size of this particular icon and this is how they will user will click. Anybody know what is the minimal touch target that has been uh, that has been given by iOS and Android? As per the iOS guideline, what is the touch target? 44 pixel for iOS and 48 pixel for Android. Do anybody know what is the Windows guideline was for the touch target? If anybody know, we might not need to complete this particular course. He's already pro. Okay, so I will tell you. So Windows Phone, when in early 2012, 13, 14, I think there were. So Windows has also come up with the guideline for their touch target, but they didn't mention it in pixel. They mention it in mm. Okay, so mm remains the same on all the screens, right? If you have a scale, you can just measure how much is the mm. Pixel as usually changes as per the screen resolution, DPI, on all the other settings. Though they said 8 is the minimum touch target that is required for their style guide. Okay, so let's say if you see over here, this is the hamburger icon. Okay, how much how much should be the clickable area? Basically, you have to define that this, at least this much should be the clickable area, right? If I show you on this particular design, say, let me see if there is any icon in asset. Okay, let's say this star icon. Okay, and I have this particular phone. Okay, if I put this star icon, okay, I can, this star icon can be same. Okay, let me detach this. Okay. So if I create this icon and I want it to look like this on a regular mobile phone over here. Okay. But for user to click it, how much is the touch target is required? Touch target is like the developer will or you will also create an icon in such particular fashion that it will occupy this much space or this much space or whatever. If you, let's say, if your touch target is below 44 or 48, which is, let's say, over here 44 and 44. Now this is the 44 by 44. So user will find very hard time to click on this particular icon. They might not be able to click on it. Some of them have very fat fingers. So for them to click on this particular icon, and especially if there is another icon nearby this, it will be very difficult for them to click. So you have to set the touch target, minimum touch target, right? So the minimum touch target is 44 by 44 as per iOS. Okay. So let your icon can be look visually can be smaller, but developer will provide this much enough area for this icon to be clickable. It will be like this. But when you will give the icon to your developers, I would suggest do not give it in this particular, only this icon. You always give it with the touch target as well. That they don't have to think about, okay, how much has to touch target has to provide, or what is the size of this particular icon and all of this thing. You basically, what you can do, you can create a iconography in this particular format itself. Let me add just background over here. Okay, you, let's say, create another icon. Let's say icon, for example, let's say this icon. Okay, that doesn't look like from the same family for some, because of this color. Okay, but let's say if you're creating this icon, you would not create it this way. Okay, because then this will not go with each other if you keep them next to each other, if for any reason. Okay, you always design icon keeping your touch target in mind as well. Okay, giving this giving or defining your asset in this particular format actually helps developer to directly go and develop without worrying about how it will eventually end up in, right? You are only solve the problem right away. Okay, or you can basically design icon in any particular sizes, let's say 24, 20, 24, let's say 20, or all of this fashion. But when you put it on your designs, okay, when you put it on your let's say header, you create a rectangle, put the icon inside it, and just show it, okay, this is, and then you can basically group it. So whenever the developer come and hover on this, they will know, okay, this is the touch area that has been defined by the designer. Okay, so in level 5 it looks like the touch points has been taken care. And then there's a bit of a consistency also in this. Like if you see, they looks like a bit from a same family, though. One second. Okay, for some reason my PDF has become smaller. You might not be able to see that. Okay, it's a complete. So let's move to, so this is the level 5. Okay, level 5 is 2. Any which ways, they are basically provided the good spacing. Then they say there's a logical grouping also. Okay, grouping, they means like this is the first group which is of the title bar. Then there is a second which is welcoming. Then there is a third group, third section basically, which is providing this. I think that is what they are talking about. That becomes even clearer when we divide all the objects in the design into logical groups. As you can see, these are the different spacing between the groups, but they are consistent. Okay. Looks like over here there are 3x, over here there's 5x, 5x. Okay, 5x. So there is a bit consistency, I mean to say. You can always, I would suggest do not eyeball on the spacing. Okay, always provide a consistent spacing as per the pixel wise. When I say eyeballing, is like, okay, you are designing this particular icons. Okay, maybe you think in front of this particular icon, this is bit smaller. Maybe though it is perfect, but you might eyeball it and make it bigger, a bit bigger, so that they'll always go with each other. Let's say tomorrow you are creating another icon, which is, let's say, a circle. Okay, and next day you are making an icon which basically looks like a rectangle. Okay, now if you create a same size of circle, let's say 22 by 22, 22 by 22, and if you just so you will feel like the circle is still bigger than the sorry, square is bigger than the circle, isn't it? How many of you feels like the circle is smaller than the square? Over here, let me make it dark, and let me create one frame itself, and let me take. So whenever you will hear the term eyeballing and adjusting, it is more on this. So if you see very closely, you might think that circle is still bigger than the sorry, the square is still bigger than the circle. Okay, so to make it more even, what we usually do, we usually create the circular shape of a bigger size. Now, if you see, you will feel like, okay, circle and square are of the same sizes visually. Okay, not as in the pixel wise, you will see 24 by 24. This is 22 by 22. But if you visually just see, if you eyeball it, okay, you will see now they are of the same size. Earlier, they were, I'll make this again 22 by 22. Earlier, if you see them closely, you will feel like they are very small. One second. Okay, so this is what I call eyeballing. If you can see, I can clearly see like the circle is very bit smaller than the square. Over here, they looks like the same size. So this is what you call, you will always eyeball it and create a better version. For specifically icon, but for the spacing, I would say stick to the actual pixel size. Okay, level 6. So if you see the levels again, what do they say? The level 5 is where, okay, level 1 is, okay, ugly and not consistent. This one is bit consistency, but it's not bit consistency. Ugly itself, I would say level 3 as well. And level 5 is a good design. Okay. But how you can go to the next level? Go to next level, you should be adding micro interaction. There can be screen transition, beautiful animation that will create a wow factor to your designs. That will create more interest, right? That will attract more eyes on your designs. Okay. Okay. Let's see what is good design, bad design. Let me just quit this and start again. I don't know why this document was not going full screen. Oh, okay, now it is full screen. I'll just share this again. Okay, let me know when you can see my screen. Okay, I think you can see. Okay, let's see good versus bad UI. As we say, pointless inconsistency. There is no reason to make to this particular post to be any different than the particular post. Right? The content itself will be different. So it speaks about for itself, right? Content is different, the post remains the same. These are the pointless inconsistency. Okay, so these are the things basically you have to think about when you are creating design. Let's go one by one. Consistent use of color palette for elements like button, text, links, header, footer, hover, and hover state. Correct. They has to be consistent. The two buttons cannot be uh, inconsistent in their hover state itself. Right. So maybe inconsistent when I say, let's say you can have a primary button. Let me see if the button is there. Okay, this button, and maybe you have a secondary button. Let's take this outline button. Okay, let's say this is primary button, secondary button. Okay, when it says inconsistency in, let's say, a hover and other effect. So let's see their hover. Okay, this is hover, and over here this. So if you see in the hovering also, they are very consistent. They are not like this hover is very different, totally different from the other one. Even if you see, maybe let's see the disable. Okay, let me add some white. So this is the disable state for primary button. this is the disable state for secondary button. So they look like from the same family and having consistency, right? Then consistent font styles for titles, paragraph, links. Yeah. So this is basically developer would call H1, H2, H3. This kind of a tag they will give. H1 is a headline one, H2 is headline two. So you'll always be consistent with all of this. If you're using, if you're in your website, if you're stating that this is a headline one, then anywhere you want to use headline one, it should be following the same typo, the same font size, the same line height, and all the other properties has to be same. Okay. Use either rounded or square corners for shape in your app. Okay. If you're going for a rounded corner, go for rounded corner. If you're going for squared corner, then everything has to be square. Even your card also has to be squared. Okay. Or if you are giving any particular you want to make it pill like, then you can decide basically your card can have a same radius than as of your buttons. Okay, at least consistent line thickness for icons, dividers, any other line you use. Every elements that deviates in any way must have a reason to do so. Exactly. So if you want to create something different, like from this primary and secondary, the reason is why this can be primary button itself. Maybe you want to give certain in your particular page, you want to tell user that this is the action that you should be taking and there are the other action. So maybe you will use a secondary button, right? But first you will use a primary button, consecutively the secondary button, right? So there has to be some reason to do to deviate from the whatever the element that you have created. So that is how your style guide will propagate. Okay. Using the default drop shadow. So these are kind of a tips that has been given. Okay. Do not use the default drop shadow because it's very hard. There is a material design guideline basically show it in a better tells you in a better fashion. Like whenever they have card, specifically the browser. Okay. So this material design guideline basically suggests you how to use what kind of a shadow that you can use. So what they consider is like as you are closer to the paper, okay, they consider this like a paper. Let me draw another this thing. Okay. So this is, let's say, your card, let's say white color, some this thing. Let's give some, okay, this is your let's say card. Okay. When it is on the ground means if you see the level of hierarchy, okay, this one and okay. So this looks like this particular card is on top of on the previous card. But if you can provide a bit shadow, if you give same shadow, they will not convey it properly, right? So as you are closer to your paper, your shadows might be darker, right? So here is this drop shadow. I also don't want to use this drop shadow. Okay, yeah, this much. And as this is more closer to us than the screen, so your drop shadow would be like that. It not be this much. Oh, I see. Sorry for that. Okay. Okay, let me know when you're able to see my screen, right? Okay. So just to depict that this card is closer to, let's say, on this particular frame, and this card is closer to us, the shadow would change accordingly. Okay. I'm just showing it in a very crude way. Usually you will take more time to refine this particular shadow. Maybe you would make changes in the spread also and some background blur, so that automatically it will look like that this is closer to us than the background, right? So you see the shadow difference. Does it look like it is closer to you than the background one, even if they say they are apart from each other? I hope you see the same what I see. Cool. But this is how you basically depict. Okay. This is just tip that do not use the drop or the default drop shadow. You can basically decide the value that you want to show. Even if this is a blue color button, maybe the shadow can also have some blueness into it. Okay. The same thing which actually I explained. This is the same primary and secondary button, distinguishing between that using the hierarchy, correct? Distinguishing between primary and secondary button. This is also we saw with the help of material design buttons, right? Over here, buy is more important over here, correct? No thanks is not that important. So that's why you might want to use the primary color or the primary button for this action and maybe secondary or tertiary button for this action. If you put both on the same, then there will be competition between these two. Now, here user has to carefully see, okay, try it, buy it, which is what is recommended. Nothing is recommended. That is what designer is saying. Nothing is recommended. You decide what to go with. That is also good if you want to convey that particular thing. But usually you will see in the designs, this kind of situations are avoided when there are only two choices. In any two choices, you will always see a UI recommending something. If there are, let's say, more than two buttons, 3, 4, 5, it's like a share sheet, right? Let me show you what is share sheet. I am saying share sheet or action sheet. Action sheet in iOS usually it says iOS. It's like this. This is just option one, option two, they are saying, but usually you will see it in this particular fashion, or let's say this fashion. So they are on the same level. Nothing is basically recommended amongst this button. So you want to go home, you want to favorite it, you want to email, whatever it is. Another thing is when it is a negative action like override or delete or something like that, you would always want to make it red if you're following the iOS guideline. And in Android also you usually make it red itself, but the share sheet action sheet looks different. Let me see the Android one. This is the one we were seeing the Android. But yeah, I wouldn't say you do this. If the delete text is red, then let the icon be also the same color of same color. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. As we see earlier, this lacks the text hierarchy. So when you add the text hierarchy, it looks like the same. So our job as a designer is to organize this in most digestible and comprehensive way. Yeah, okay. Let's see what are they saying. Have plenty of contrast between each style title. Use size, weight, color to separate each style. I would say be careful not to go for plenty of. What I mean to say, you have to decide, okay, from going from this text to this text. Let's say this is your H1, this is your H1, and this is your, let me get H1 also in that format. H1, or let's call this H. And there is, let's say, H3, which is, let's say, 14 pixel. This is like a body text itself. This is body. Okay. So when you are designing something, you want to carefully decide whether to go for this to this, means H1 to body or H1 to H2. Right? You might not want to just because, okay, H2, I don't want H2, I just go with the body text. And if it is more looks like a H2 and below this maybe you have a lorem ipsum text, let's say saying whatever, let's say, okay, then you will be out of hierarchy. Let's say below the body text, what are the texts that you would use for showing the content? It might be assistive text itself. Let's say assistive text. Let's say you decided that is assistive text will have 10 pixels. Okay, right? But you want to show some content as a body. Let's say on this particular screen. Let's make this black. Okay, you say okay, hi, and after that you use the body text, and after that you want to show something in a assistive text. Let's say after this you want to say this. So you have to be very careful if you go for the assistive text over here itself like this. It will not be a good idea because user will not be able to read this particular text, and this is kind of a material which is of a body text itself, right? So you always provide the body text, then you have to go upside on the, okay, after this body I'll have to go for the H2 itself, and above H2 there will be H1. So this is how you will compose, not by just a choice, or you feel like, okay, let's use H1 for here, H2 for here, something like that. There are other uses of H1, H2 also, but that we can cover up in some other classes. So for information hierarchy to be clearly visible, always start with a big title, which should be the most prominent element of the page. Yeah. So you can start with this particular title itself, or you can start with the body text itself. The both are okay. Usually I start with the body text because I know that, okay, from here I have to go up, up, up. Okay. And then I can see again, okay, if this is making sense, or if I want to not to use, let's say H1 as, and there is a font size which is H3 in between body text, I might go for that. So I would suggest you can build from top to bottom or bottom to top also, from body to titles. Okay. Separate your block of text clearly, use small amount of space to connect related information, and use lot of space visually separate information. So over here, let's say welcome home is more related to hey, hi, right? And this is, let's say, some information that you want to convey. So this information wise, this makes a group, right? So you'll always want to have some contrast. Okay, hey, hi, welcome home, and then user will. If you put it over here, it will look like this is kind of a same content that we are trying to talk to user, and user might not might neglect this particular data because he knows the context of this particular component is hey, hi, and welcome. So this might be part of welcome message itself. User may think that. So always have a logical grouping and separate it out in your UI. Next one is unalign element. Okay. So if you are using center align, use center align. If you are using left align, use left align. That is the thumb rule, I would say. Do not go something center align, something left align. You can deliberately go if you want to create some contrast between the text. Let's say as let's say Tarun Pal was saying, like there are the sections that there are multiple sections that he wants to do, he has on his website. Okay, so let's say this is one section, and let's say there is another section. For that particular section, maybe you can go center align. Let's say you want to say something. Okay, let's say this was left align itself. Usually most of the data is left align, at least in India. For other language, it will be different. And there is a next section, which is, let's say, something like this. And you want to highlight something over this area. This is saying some code. So you might highlight it in some fashion, whatever you want to give a treatment to it. But here you can give a center alignment over here because these are very distinct from each other, right? But usually follow, at least for the mobile, usually follow the same alignment. If you're going with center, follow the center alignment. If you're going with left alignment, follow the left alignment. We saw this has low contrast, this has enough contrast to gaze over all the UI elements. I think you can read this because this is everything we have covered in our earlier example itself. Confusing forms. Yeah, over here it says if there is error, not only it says highlight the error itself, but you can highlight the complete component. I would say that depends. If basically if it works for user, then nothing like it. But you would always try to help user, showing that okay, these are these are the error cases. Let's say if you have a long form or bigger form, let's say there are multiple fields, okay, and the form goes well below the first fold like this. And if there is a error case, okay, let's say if the error case is over here, for this particular example, let's just let's say the field is like this. Okay, if there is error over here, let's say you called it error, this is an error. You make this red. What happens when you scroll over this? No, user might sometimes miss it. Okay, where was the error? Which is the field? But to highlight it, to provide enough contrast, let's say you designed something like this. You gave this also as a error treatment. Let's say this become also something red. Okay, basically what you are doing, you are making it hard to miss, right, by any user, by particular user. Over here, user might miss, some might get it, but over here, maybe more people will get it. And because of this particular error, you might because of this particular treatment, you might not want to lose your users, right? User might not get this what is happening, and just then they will just drop off from this particular screen. You don't want to do that, right? So you'll always provide enough contrast for all your elements. When user, let's say, scroll, he clicks on search, you are adding a functionality. When user click on search, if there is a field that is missed by user, it will directly scroll down to that particular screen. That is a good function. That is, again, you are going one step ahead. User miss that particular field. Over here, okay, let's say if you want to, basically what you are saying, you want to explain it to developer, maybe. You will do something like this. You will show this is like this, and maybe click on this button. User will go over here. So let's say if you scroll, you click over here and it will come over here. Maybe you can go ahead of this also. You can add a cursor over it. You can add a keyboard over it. Directly, user will be ready to type on it, right? So that is the level that you are making it more harder for user to miss that particular field, and that should be your goal. Good. Okay. Poor touch target. Again, we talk about this poor touch target. Over here, it says the cross button. If the cross button is too small, user will end up following this particular person rather than he just wanted to delete this suggestion. Okay, so we'll always provide enough touch target so that user will not miss a click. Okay, next one is effective use of color and hierarchy. Over here, it's easy to understand, right? Title says your eyes actually, you designer is guiding your eyes. When you are represented with this particular component, first what you will see is the create new job. Okay, this is something about creating new job. Okay, next is when you click over here, next is this is highlighting, right? You might create you might click on this button and it will create the job. But maybe you think, okay, you didn't get it. Okay, user will say, okay, he didn't understand what is creating job is like. Then user will see this particular information. Okay, creating a new job allows you to set up this blah blah blah. Okay, now you understood this functionality and you will click on create. Okay, but if you present it in this particular manner, at the starting only, user will not get any not understand this particular field, and he might think, okay, there is nothing to do. I don't think there is something input field is there, or input action is there, or something like that, and he'll miss out on that. So do not do this particular mistake. Next is communicating error. Okay, we just had a good amount of time explaining this particular thing. You have to make it harder for user to miss whatever is the error scenario. Okay, so here is the treatment that is that it shows. Okay, what it shows, maybe problem is in the email, which is you haven't typed at the rate, okay, over here in the email, but the assistive text or the error text is shown at the top. Okay, which is not a logical grouping, right? As per the logical grouping, whereas there is the error, the next to it, the error scenario should be explained. Okay, so that is what it is explaining. If there can be a page level error also, maybe you click on something, but there is no problem with this first name, last name, and all of this field, but there might be some problem. Let's say server is not responding. Okay, so these are the kind of error you might, no, you might show it to user in different fashion. Maybe you can use a toast message, right? Maybe you can use a alert box on the top of the page just below the title, likewise. So depending on the error, depending on the context, you will choose the uh, uh, you will choose a style of style, or you will choose which way to show it to the treatment, basically I call it. Clear, using clear and understandable language. Okay, first let's see this. Okay, it says delete account. I'll click on delete account. Okay, maybe I'll click on delete account if I want to delete the account. Okay, I might not read this all this information. I want to delete account. I'll delete account. Okay, but you might want to tell user, okay, if you the repercussion of deleting this account. Okay, you might have written it over here, but user will not pay attention to this particular thing unless you show it in a simple manner. Delete account. Okay, I want to delete account, but hey, you will permanently use your profile messages and photos. I directly understand the context, and as per my requirement, I'll take the decision. Right. So this is how user basically, designers basically give treatment to their uh, components to prevent user from doing certain actions, or to make user do certain actions. Right, it depends on how easily you can easily you can communicate uh, the particular scenario to the user, because you most of the users would be just hovering over the information. They'll be like, okay, delete account, okay, delete account, okay, over here, maybe, okay, create new job, they will click on create, and the job will get create. But maybe you, if you want that, that is good, but maybe you want to show something, some information, useful information to do to the user, so that they do not get confused about the functionality. I think most of the designs or the websites that you see nowadays are following the most this modern minimal style guide, design trend, you can say. Okay, it's just that it's very simple, very clean, uh, and there is no it does not have much of a complexity in their UI. Right. So over here, if you can see this particular, I think these are from the dribble, it seems, because in the actual real life projects, you might not be creating such kind of a design. That is very clean, like not every company is Apple. So whenever you will be creating design, you have to make sure what are the users for them you are creating these designs, and what are the things that you want to portray, what is the template that you want to create, and so on. That way you will create the design. This design is more on the visual side, this trend, what we'll see. So over here they're not using more colors or things like that. They are using just about or you can say minimal component. If they're using contrast also, it would be minimal. If they're using hierarchy also, the hierarchy can it depends on the screen that you're designing or the content that you have. Hierarchy will always put, but in terms of the elements and all, this trend talks about very minimalistic, no complexities. And there is, so you'll find always there is enough white space so that whatever the content that you show gets highlighted. So these are the greens. I think these are mostly dribbles. So here, this is banana. How many kgs you want? In real life, maybe you would have baskets of banana, like 1 kg, 2 kg, 3 kg. You will use a stepper element, which is like, if you have seen the Big Basket app or some grocery app, you would see you click on 1 2 3, you click on plus plus plus, and it increases. But over here, it has been shown in this particular way. So you can have 3.5 kgs of bananas, and accordingly, I think the price will change, and you will add it to your baskets, things like that. But you can always take inspiration from this particular designs, and you can think of how you can implement in your what are the project that you are working on. The next one, again, it's the same, minimalism and simplification. Mostly Apple websites you would see is the paramount of simplified things. Whatever they show, it gets highlight. If you can just visit, let's see the current Apple page. Okay, so they are showcasing TV Plus over here. I think okay, this is .com. Okay. Over here, if you see only the iPhone 15 Pro image and the title and the subtitle. That's it. So with this much, there is no complexity. There is not much of a text written regarding the iPhone 15 or something like that, because they might not need to. It's not needed over here, like for such a minimal project. But imagine the product you might be selling, world might not know about it, so you might want to give some of the context for that particular product, right? So I wouldn't say this design will work for all the products, this particular style. It depends on the context that you're designing in, the users and all of those things. Okay. But all this white space is, I'm trying to say, is contributing to highlight this particular information. Okay. So here are the example: Revolut, Meta, Oculus Rift. All of these websites are basically following this particular minimalism and simplification because they want to portray that way also. Like these are the very simple products, easy to use, and all of those. Okay. Let's see brutalism. Brutalism embraces flat design, strong outline, contrasting colors, bold typography, real life photography. Okay. However, this new iteration of brutalism forgoes one of its main defining factor, the seemingly absent grid. Okay. Mostly they do not follow grid. Currently, it uses all of its straight. Basically, brutalism is very raw, minimal style of design, which basically embraces the functionality over the aesthetics and forms. Okay, functionality is the paramount over here in the brutalism. Okay, so it also basically characterized by I think extremely simplistic, I would say, and almost minimalistic approach. The example that you see are, I think, very uber level example, I would say. These are not the exact brutalism example. I would show you. There is a website. I would put it on the chat. Everyone, okay. If you go on website, this website is specifically for website that are brutal, that are following brutalism. So that's why it's called as brutalistwebsite.com. Okay, so some of the example, if I show you, this is not working. Maybe okay. Let's see this. See, this is highly functional, I would say, highly brutal, right? There is nothing in this. It's just a text. So this is kind of a yeah, this is an example of brutalism website. You can see another example. Maybe this one. Let's see what it says. Live from Earth. See, highly simplistic, and you can say this is minimalistic also. But there is nothing over here which is, even if you see the typography, there's no hierarchy. It's like opposite of following design guidelines, or maybe violating some of the design guidelines to be brutal. Okay. Next, we can go to glass morphism. Most of the content on the dribble that you see these days usually follow this particular glass morphism design style. Okay, it's always you will have more use of blur background, more gradient, this is semi-transparent object like cards, watercolor, glass looking spheres, and more from native elements in iOS, Big Sur, and Windows 11. Yeah, usually the if you see the iOS also has some uh, glass morphic effect to their windows. So basically, whatever the content behind any particular window, it basically gets blurred out. But over here, the example that you see is like for having the highly glass morphic designs. The another is Aurora backgrounds. So as in Aurora, as you would know, like this background, gradient background, which will be moving in certain direction or some form, and the it will it will create that Aurora kind of effect. These are very easy to make on in Figma, interestingly. Actually, you just need, let's say, if you want to create something like that, I think we'll waste some time also in that, but let's just see. Okay, there's a this thing. So this. let's say this is of some different color. This I'm giving you the practical example how you can create this thing. And let's say it has lot of blur. Okay. And the next over here, you can put it over here, you can twist it, tweak it, and then you join these two screens. Let's say it should start automatically and should follow smart animate and linear. Let's use 10 seconds. Yeah. Now let's see the effect. So they are slowly moving over here. But if you can imagine this particular effect on a larger sense, then you would find this kind of aurora effect. There are a lot of if you search over here in aurora effect or a gradient background, you will find most of the example for that. Next one is holographic and neon. So mostly use of neon color. Uh, so just to show the futuristic effects, like in the era of, it says in the era of metaverse, VR, hologram interface, this neon seems to fit well. Okay, design is getting inspired by all the new possibilities that the virtual world have to offer. Okay, vibrant and glowing colors, abstract round shape. Most of this thing, if you want to see the example of this, I would suggest you this website, awards, AWWWARDS, awards.com. You will find the the best of the best amazing designs on this particular website. You can go and click on these links and follow and see each and every website. I would just put this website in the chat as well. So by the view only, you get to understand like how is the holographic and neon effect. You see the color is also bleeding through, or getting gradient is bleeding through this text itself. Usually the text are black or white or any particular flat colors, right? But over here the gradient is also it is shown in a gradient. So if you put this particular properties in your design tend to become of kind of a this, your design is trying to showcase this particular trend. Next is this eco-conscious cardboard style. Okay. So again, as I say, the these are the you can just jot down the properties of these designs. Okay. So use of cardboard like colors, thin font over here, and very minimalistic as well. And it comes into the eco-conscious cardboard style. So you'll always see they're not using much of a colors, I would say, or the uh, very I would say neon color or the colors that basically would pop out. They're not using it over here, or maybe using it for some part. Button you would say is in black in most of the screens, black and white. Likewise, this is completely white, and say how it is in this particular style guide. Maybe they would have used the background in a very cardboard style. Over here, you would see like they're using gray background, maybe some noise, and it would show the cardboard style trait. So again, depends on your branding, how you want to position your product. Based on that, uh, based on that, this style, you will choose any of this particular style. They're using pastel colors. Yeah, maybe that would work for this particular style. Wild typography. Yeah, these days, as in 2013, 23 and 24, this trend we see much often. Like there are a lot of things happening with the font, as in not just a word or something, but with the letters also. So even some of the text will have a different types of letters. So there is a lot of uh, uh, interesting thing that are happening with the typography. So over here you see bring a team together. They're depicting in a very it's not a one sentence or one Maybe usually if you just go, you would might write it like bring a team together, or maybe in a single row itself. But this is they're doing some interesting things with the type of, this is more of a artwork itself. Over here you would see like the typography. It's not, it's just creating that particular effect, right? Maybe you'd read it in a certain fashion. There might be, you will increase the learning curve for this particular websites if you use it this way. But that is maybe what they want to portray. They want to portray that they're very stylish and not very rudimentary. Likewise, over here they are just highlighting this fundraising with some background image. I don't know what it is, but looks really cool. Oh, see this exploring the trio Lee. Sorry, I don't know what it is, of some agency. So I think I have seen this particular website. So like you can go wild with the typography, but depends on your use cases and products. Most of the companies, I don't think you will get to do things like this, but yeah, mostly these are the agencies website. They can go very creative, they can just showcase what they can do, interesting stuff. That is why they do the create. On the awards website you might see all of such kind of website. More of these websites are agency website. You would not see any functional like website kind of, let's say, for shopping or something like that, for grocery, or maybe anything. Maybe you might see some product pages, agency websites, all of those. Okay. Claymorphism. Okay. So in this, there's a lot of use of 3D graphics. As you can see over here, 3D mocks has been used. The 3D character over here, the hand is in 3D, and then you see the screen. Maybe you want to show it or present your mock in certain fashion. You can use this style. I don't know how it will be useful in actual practice, because if you are using 3D, let's say 3D items, you have to have a team of, let's say, people using 3D X Max or Blender, things like that. And then you would want to render it in uh, some other tools. Basically, there's a tool called, I think, Slice or something, which provides that helps you create the 3D component that you can basically put it on your website and it will run. Then there's a neomorphism. So you can see this, you can just go to this line website. I'll just put this, just go through this website, just see what you can do, try to learn some of the things so that you can showcase your maybe portfolio in a creative manner. Yeah. Here's the neomorphism. Can anybody tell me which app you have seen in this, following this neomorphism style guide or design trend? Very famous app nowadays. Now they have, now they are not, yeah, Crade, correct. So Crade actually started with using this neomorphism design trend. It was very early at that time and they picked it up very fast, but people had a hard time understanding their app. Not only it might be the information architecture also, but the style also, the visual treatment they had given, the font color, and all of these things were not accessible. And then they had to change it to the new design that you would see. I don't know which trend that they follow. Wireframes and UI fidelities. Acha, Dunzo also uses. Okay. I haven't used Dunzo, so but maybe others can uh, might agree for this. What is wireframe? Simple. I think all of you might be knowing. Does anybody don't know what is wireframing? I think in the last class, what we say, creating the template. Okay, that is basically creating wireframe. Okay, so a wireframe is a tool. So basically, the wireframes are the blueprint of your design. Okay, So over here, when I in the morning, sorry, in the starting also, I had given this example. When you come up with this particular template, so this is basically you are creating a wireframe, right? And then you put the actual data and all, and it will look as a final high fidelity design. Okay, so this is a template that you would design. Basically, it's kind of a blueprint. You can say the blueprint of this design, right? Means you can add the more detail afterward. First of all, you might not want to go in more details of pixel perfect UI, right? You just might want to figure out how this particular composition would work. What are the things you want to show up front? What are the things you want to show consecutively, and so on, right? So for that, you will require a wireframe. See the understand the purpose of it, to show to the client this is the wireframe that you come up with, and now we can go to the new design and all of this, not for the sake of it. The wireframe is basically you can fast iterate on the different ideas, right? Let's say you're working on a home page, and home page is like a dashboard. Let's say for example, let's say Flipkart. Okay. So the designer of Flipkart have to come up with some template before coming up with this particular design. Okay, where to show the navigation item, how they can show they have like this mobile phone, TV, appliances, all this category. Where to show these categories? Okay, where to show the login cart and all of those things. Where they want to showcase the new products, or anything they want to announcements, things like that, where they can show the phone categories, or whatever they want to show. In a way, here their designers have created a structure like uh, they're showing categories on top. There is a carousel which shows new item which gets highlighted, right? This is the only thing that you would see on the screen, so your eyes will always catch that, right? Then there is a grid he want to show with best deals on smartphone. Maybe these days they want to showcase their smartphone. Maybe tomorrow there might be best deals on, let's say, other electronic item or TVs or furniture. Likewise, new and noticeable things that they are coming up with, best sellers in fashion. So this is a template when you want to come up with. You might not work on the content that is showing, but you want to create the template, right? You want to create a strategy, basically. Yeah, let's put it that way. I think that is also again depends on it mostly depends on the strategy you are putting up with, right? What is how you can basically make this particular website work for your user. They will come again and again, and whenever they come, they will find whatever they want. They have come for faster, and you would design certain template in the certain fashion. Some other day there might be another you can say another brief. Let's say like there are the new product that is coming up with. You want to show the new products also every time they visit your website. Like there might be some marketing push, there might be some feature push that you would want to do. So you have to consider all of this factor, then you will come up with the particular template. And to come up with the template, you will first start with the wireframes itself, right? So as it says, wireframe is a tool that designers use to represent a clear overview of page structure. As I say, blueprint of UI design. You can do it from basically you go it from low fidelity. Each level serves a different purpose. Okay? So as in the depending on the level or detail that includes, wireframe can either be sketched by hand or created digitally. It depends. I usually prefer creating first on the pen and paper with my product manager, and then when we are okay, when then we have something, we reach somewhere to the solution, then actually I put it up on the Figma and showcase it digitally, and then when there is a presentation for the leadership, we usually create it in a high fidelity designs. Okay, and then those high fidelity designs then converted into developer ready version, where you will always check how the component will look like. You'll make sure you're using component from your style guides and so on, right? So this is how basically the goes wireframing. Yeah, website also. I would suggest you to go through this material design kit. You can just go in Figma and search. You click on this globe, search over here material design. Yeah, material 3 design kit or any other design kit or style guide you can type, and you will find ample of examples of style guide, and you'll get to know what are the things that includes in the style guide. So all your buttons, switches, checkboxes, all of the component that we see earlier in the presentation, all of those will come in your style guide. Some synthetic or something like that they call their style guide. Yeah, the synth, this neomorphism style guide, they call it synth. So here they say component library. So you would say, see this also. Some will say design kit as material design. Here it says design kit. Over here it says component library. Subtle differences, but one and the same thing for now. So then there will be very specific thing they must have asked you when they say you create a style guide. They might have asked you to do some like your typography, your colors, and all of those things. When they say design system, you would want to add your buttons and all the components on the atom level, on the molecular level, on the organism level also. And then you will create a template and subsequently the pages. So here are the types of wireframes. There's a low fidelity, which you might make it with pen and paper, or you can directly do it on the Figma as well. And then there is a mid fidelity, where there is some, you can see the difference between low fidelity and mid fidelity. Usually we don't call it as an any fidelity or anything. These are just wireframes. You usually not show high low fidelity wireframes to maybe your leadership or something. Maybe you would do it with your fellow designers or the PM if they understand low fidelity wireframes. Okay. Otherwise, you might go for the mid fidelity wireframe. And with your leadership, I would suggest to go with the high fidelity prototyping only, or the client leadership or client for that matter. So these are called the mid fidelity wireframe. You can easily sketch out including accurate spacing headline. Mid fidelity wireframe will have more detail, including accurate spacing, headlines, and buttons. I don't think so. They will have accurate spacing. It just depends, as in it just you have a product idea, or for you have a solution in your mind for your product project. You just sketched it out on the piece of paper, or maybe you would do it on digitally with uh, with the consideration of, let's say, some CTA, or like over here it says CTA. So you would always create a big button, right? Or maybe on paper you would just write, okay, this is CTA, and you just draw crude way, right? So it does not matter. Your headlines and buttons are very accurate. It's a mid fidelity wireframe. Okay. So wireframing tool for more accuracy. Okay, there are more wireframing tools if that you can use. So all the buttons and all will be directly available. You can directly drag and drop. It's like having a design kit itself. You can get the buttons from design kit and put it in your wireframes, and that also will be fine. But you would not want to do that because sometimes you get caught up in making this mid fidelity wireframe, and you would look at it from the final design perspective itself. You will lose a lot of time. Here the idea is to jot down your solution, not to go much detail into pixel perfection. Okay, so I don't think accuracy and precision and all of these things do matter in mid fidelity wireframe also. In mid fidelity, maybe you can say, but usually you might go from the low fidelity to the yeah, maybe mid fidelity, and then you would go to high fidelity is like final design. So yeah, mid fidelity may have some accuracy and precision, but not always. When to use when you are putting a wireframe map together, and it's the next step in a comprehensive design process. Yeah. So you have your low fidelity wireframe, let's say on piece of paper. You'll put it on the put it digitally on the mid fidelity. You will see all the screens you if they are connecting together from whenever you click on CTA where it will go, when you click on login where it will go, when user swipe where it will go. All of those you will first laid out, and then screen by screen you will try to convert into the high fidelity designs. Okay. So this is high fidelity design. This is, let's say, a very polished version of your app, app UI. Okay, it's closely resemble the final design. To achieve the level of detail required for high fidelity wireframe, these are typically created with digital tools. I disagree. Most of the time, wireframes are also created with digital tools. So, of course, high fidelity you will always create it with the digital tool. You'll not take pen and paper and will craft like a sketch of a realistic design. Right? When to use at the end of the design process? I think it is at the end, yeah, the design process usually would end up with the high fidelity design, prototyping, animations, and all of those things. Basically, in Amazon, we say becoming a developer ready design. Okay. So developer ready design is like developer will just see it and can can just try to develop the same in their environment. Okay, so all the buttons, the tappable area, and all of this thing will always mention it. Even the working of this particular prototype or the flow, that also will be present in those designs. When you have enough budget, when to use high fidelity, whatever you have enough budget, you don't have any budget, you have to create the final designs, final UI designs. I think here it says after high fidelity designs, there is another version of the fidelity which will be get into development. Maybe that might be the case. So, but you'll always create the high fidelity design for your leadership design presentation. And when you have enough time, so you will, if you start with the wireframe, you will end up saving a lot of time creating this high fidelity, because moving things in here and there in high fidelity will cost a lot of time than in wireframe. Okay, next is the prototyping. You will always show when you click on this where you will go and all of those things. You will stitch the story together and then you will present. So prototyping is again the later stage after you have the high fidelity design. Sometimes in wireframes also you will create a prototype and you would show. It depends on you as in or and your fellow designers or the design leaders what would they prefer, on what stage are at what stage you are in your design process. Let me just check if we get information architecture example. So let's take this first thing, sir. So once you, okay, it's loading, it seems. Okay, let's consider this one. Once you have the idea about, okay, there going to be a welcome page. On welcome page, there will be create an account or login. In create account, there is email, password, OTP. So this kind of a mind map you have. This is also kind of a mind map itself. Okay, so this kind of a map will give you the better idea. Okay, now you know these things are there. You can start creating a wireframe. Okay, in wireframe you create a frame. Isn't this very similar to, yes, this is the user flow itself. These are very related. There can be multiple user flows, right? And those user flows will stitch to each other, will talk to each other, right? When you on let's say shopping ad itself, okay, there can be one user flow, how user see the product, then click on buy now, then consequent is screens, then and all, and then the story. In another user flow, it will be like user clicks on add to cart, he'll go to the cart, he clicks on buy, and then the story will follow, or click on checkout or something, and the story. So these are the user flow, and they connect with each other where on the detail page, right? So there will be multiple user flow. Information architecture is more like whatever, it's more like a categorization of all the complete website, I would say. There's a difference between information architecture and affinity mapping. There's a fundamental difference, like as I said, affinity mapping, how it start with the data, right? All the data. For example, let's say for shopping website, we get to hear, okay, user are not liking this, not liking that, they have problem with accessibility, they have problem with contrast and all of these things. Okay, they will write things about this. You will get all of this thing and try to make sense about it. Okay, this is regarding the accessibility. Okay, this is regarding the hierarchy. Okay, this is about the contrast they are talking about. This creates the affinity map. This is no way similar to the information architecture, right? Let's say you're not able to click on any particular any CTA, so you'll always try to find out what is the problem. Maybe certain user would say, I couldn't see that button. Okay, then you will get, okay, there is something problem about visual treatment that you have given to those buttons. Yeah, so all of that is called as in, you will get all of this kind of data, and then you will put it, okay, this is kind of a bunch that creates which is talking about the accessibility of this button. This is some of the bunch which is talking about the physical or functionality of this particular flow, all of this thing. This categorization creates the affinity mapping. So let's say, for example, let's say you will be providing me the feedback after this particular class, right? Some of you might talk about, okay, how I'm explaining stuff. Okay, some of you are, we will talk about, okay, how I'm demonstrating the stuff. Some of you might talk about the presentation and all of this. After reading all those sentences, I would get to know, okay, these, I can create a bunch. Okay, this is regarding how I'm talking. This is regarding how these are the 5-6 comments about my presentation. These are the 5-6 comments about my demo. Okay, so I would get the map out of it, right? Categorization of data, you would say. Here, though, we are considering problems, or here, though, I'm not considering problem, I'm the considering the feedback, right? Categorization of feedback will create an affinity map, right? These are all techniques how you do it. So you do it by card sorting, you do it by some other methods. It's one and the same thing. Yeah, yeah. So there are a lot of similarities. These are the techniques that we are basically I'm basically teaching over here. These are the techniques. That's how you can do it. But what is, after you done, what has that you have created is this overall thing. So in this case, let's say affinity map. As I said, as a designer, you will see about the problem. What is the problem in front of? Okay, you did, let's say, research or some problem. So when you say research, I don't know what kind of a research you do, but as per the problem, you will define, okay, I'll do research. Then, okay, according to the research, these are the inside out. Then you would decide what is the next step you would do. There is, I'm saying it again as in, there is no predefined structure that you should always follow. It doesn't work like that in organization. It depends on the problem that you have got, and then you will decide, okay, this is the problem will require a user study. Okay, this is the problem will require, let's say, just brainstorming, or this is the problem which is very straightforward. I can just create some wireframes out of it, and create a prototype, and it will get solved. It depends on the problem, right? So do not bog down with follow this process thoroughly for each and every project. No. So let's say tomorrow your product manager comes and tell you, okay, your user are not able to see this particular button. Okay, let's say some UI. Let's take this example itself. We had that Zomato app. No, okay. So tomorrow, let's say PM comes, she says, okay, this from to depart and return user are not able to get it. Okay, user are getting dropped off from this screen itself. What we can do? Okay, what you will do? You can logically will think, okay, they are not able to understand this field. maybe might be something wrong with the text, okay, or maybe it is not legible, okay. So what you will do, you might try to add more sense. Okay, this is not from, this is, let's say, current location, you would say current location, okay. This is not to, this is like, let's say, your destination. Maybe you would say, okay, user are not easily able to see, na, you will maybe create this particular way, enhance the color, and you will show, okay, I think this might work. And then it will go in some text testing and all. You would do maybe, you would show it to some users and come up with, okay, you are able to understand these terms and all of these things. And so this is like a straightforward project, right? But tomorrow, let's say, a project manager comes to you and tells, we have flight, hotel, but we are coming up with the cars also, okay. So this is not a straightforward project, right? Let's say tomorrow the project manager said, we are coming up with the car. Here you will require a lot of study, okay. You will see what are the current solutions that are there in the market, okay. You will see, you will do some competitive analysis amongst those competitors, okay. You will see what are the functionalities that our leadership want to have in their first phase or second phase or third phase, something like this. Is the things automatically gets, these are the question will automatically pop up in your mind, and this is how you will start. Okay, now I want to start with the, let's say, research first. I'll understand what are our business goals, what are our users primary, who are our primary users, you are our secondary user. There you will try to follow maybe most of the most of the techniques that you might have learned in this particular course. All the affinity mapping, brainstorming, you use all of your arrows in your bucket to basically address all the problems, and then you will come up with some solution, right? There you will follow all the processes. But over here, this simple example, you might not follow all, you might not need to follow all the processes, right? You will try to think of which process fits in over here, which process will give me enough understanding to reach to the solution. Okay.
And moving on to our fifth quiz question: which aspect of typography primarily improves readability in UI design? Our first option is font color, second option is line spacing, third option is font style, and our last option is text alignment. So I want all of you guys to comment your answers for this question as well.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Okay. It is introduction to UX design. Okay. So what is UX design patterns? So it says UX design patterns are the familiar building block of for building the user interface. Exactly. Like these are all just building blocks to create the user interface. Designers can use Designers use UX design patterns as reusable components to solve common usability patterns. So over here, the reusable components does not mean that your style guide or design kit or things like that. It's like, okay, some of the things are working in some other apps. Okay, you might not may not want to reinvent the wheel again. Okay, you can just use those patterns in your design so that user can easily navigate through your website. Okay. So for example, let's say the design pattern that we usually see is the breadcrumb. Okay. The breadcrumb shows that the user, which he is on which page and how they can go back and all of those things. Okay. It has been used in many websites like shopping website or some other website. If you are doing, let's say, some same similar kind of a product, let's say shopping website itself, you might not want to reinvent that the breadcrumb. Let's say if currently the breadcrumb flows from left to right with some arrows or commas or something like that, or dash in between those links. You just might not want to fiddle with the, let's say, make it just center line, or you would put the breadcrumb at the bottom of the page. No, it will not work, right? Because it's a common UX design pattern. So you just want to reuse the particular component. Okay, so here the reusable component means the pattern that has been established throughout the years. Let's see. What is the need of UX design pattern? Yes, consistency, user familiarity. Once user know, okay, on this particular website it was working in this particular pattern, they see the same thing on your website and they quickly understand the functionality that you would be offering to the user. Okay, the usability of it, of course, it makes it more usable. There is less learning curve. Accessibility as well, user already know the how it work, so they are easy to access. uh, Trustworthiness. Okay, the tenets that user has already seen from the other websites, they know that okay, here also it will work in the same pattern, so it increases the trust also. Faster learning, as I said, there's a less learning curve if you use the same common design pattern. Okay, here is a difference between UX and UI pattern. Okay, most designers use the term UX pattern and UI pattern interchangeably because the distinction is minor, but there is a lot of overlap and it can get confusing. Okay, let's see that. UX pattern is reusable pattern for the user flow navigation, like infinite or continuous scroll on the social media platform or website, right? User recognize that they can scroll down to refresh the page. Like, so you don't want to do any chart for those that particular. Like there is a lazy loading, there is a shimmer effect, and all of those things. And user know that thing. Okay, how why these things are there, how they work, what are the purpose of them. So these are the things you would directly want to adopt in your designs. So this is they are called as UX pattern. Let's see what is UI pattern. It says reusable pattern for visual and interaction design. It's like a hamburger icon. Here what they say. It's like share icon. Like you don't want to create another share icon. Already there is Android share icon is different. iOS share icon is different. You don't want to create any other share icon and use it on your website. User will not understand. Okay, if user is using your app on iPhone, then you would like to put the share icon as an iOS share icon. Okay, so the simple thing is in iOS the share icon is like this. Again, I'm drawing it in a very crude way just to make you understand. Okay, and there would be, okay, so arrow that you see over here is very bad. So I'll just draw out a polygon. Okay, this is the share icon in the iOS you would see mostly, and in Android you would see something like this. Something like this. Familiar with this thing? Okay. Common example of UX design pattern. Okay. I think we'll come back to this after some time. First, we need to understand where and when to apply this UI design patterns, right? Like they are the vital, and they has been used across all the other websites, most of the website, right? So let's go one by one. Okay, so maybe you want to pinpoint the problem. Okay, it's like you can identify the problem through, let's say, mix of uh, uh, analytics or usability testing. You will get the reports and all of those things. You might identify the problem. What is the problem? Okay, for example, let's say you notice that your product sign up flow has high drop off rate. Okay, when capturing the customer details. So the user are coming to your application, they see the sign up flow, they are dropping out for some reason. That you got this data, you got it from your usability testing or maybe from the analytics itself. Okay, so what do you learn from that? You learn that a common pain point is that the sign up process is taking too long for user. That is why the drop off rate is there. Okay, so your sign up, you will just examine what is your sign up flow, sign up form look like. Okay, and then you come to know, okay, there is name, email, age, gender, mobile number, all of these things you are asking. Okay, most of the things are very relevant for your product also, like, so there, so you would again go for the common UX pattern that has been followed by all the other application for their sign up process. Okay, so how do you will go about it? So now you know this is the problem. You are asking for the unnecessary information from your users, right? So what you'll do, you will basically go through the market research, or you will do the competitive analysis and all of those things, right? So returning to this example, after your competitive analysis or market research, you get to know that, okay, competitors are mostly asking for the mobile number or email ID itself. One of these things, if they're asking email ID, then they're asking for, let's say, password, and then the sign up process is done. Or if it's a registration process, then they are asking for, let's say, just mobile number, and you'll get the OTP, and then you can go ahead, right? Or maybe they are also providing the social media accounts, like sign up with uh, Gmail, or sign up with Facebook, or sign up with Apple account, all of these things. So you directly get to know, okay, our competitors are using this particular pattern. I think you should adopt that. You should adopt the same, right? So that your drop off rate uh, will be very less. Okay, or in other word, the user, though the users that are dropping off just by seeing your overwhelming information that you're asking for from user, at least those user will not be will not drop off, right? So that is the second thing. Basically, you find solution, you will find solution through your competitive research. Okay, then what you will do, once you know, okay, this is the common UX pattern that you have to follow, you will basically customize it in your design style guide, right? So you will basically add the rounded corner to your to, let's say, the input boxes. You will you will change the typography. You will not use the competitive as it is, right? You will make it as your own design. Okay, and then you will publish basically. Okay, after that, what you'll do, you will basically test with your user. Either you implement it directly, and you will get the result from the analytics, or maybe you will do a small usability study, or user study. Basically, not usability, you will do some user study, and then you will come to know, okay, this is what now working, and then it will get implemented. So as per this particular example, now you know that how to use this particular design pattern or UI pattern, and when you can use. Okay, most of the projects, what you will do is, like, whenever PM comes with a problem, you will always rush and see what are the competitors are doing. Okay, and that is what is called a competitive analysis. You will just study there what they are doing for this particular problem. Are they facing this problem? Things like that, right? So that is how you will come to know the common UX pattern. Okay, let's see the common examples that are listed over here. Okay, Data input and outputs. Yes, of course, like the form submission, success or fail messages, app notification. You would not want to redesign it in a just for the sake of redesigning it, right? You can just make it as per your style guide, and you can directly use those. Then content restructuring. So using familiar content restructure and a UI pattern that will help user navigate in your digital products and website quickly. As in here, the example they are provided is a list view, right? Whether you don't want to do the just carousel for your listing of products, right? User will just have very hard time just going through all those carousel one by one. It's like viewing the photo gallery. It's not like that. So you'll always use, let's say it's a product listing page, you will always use a list view, right? You would not just change it to any something else. Then the navigation. So the example over is the bottom navigation. You may not want to fiddle with the bottom navigation. You maybe put the bottom navigation in the top, and or maybe vertically on the left side, right side, or this way, unless unless it is required, right? Let's say you think like this is working for your customer, then only. Otherwise you will put your bottom navigation to the bottom so that it is easier for user to reach out and change and go to any particular page, right? So this is a common UX pattern. Then your social media sharing. Exactly, like you have to put in your earlier example, you had to put the social media login through your social media. Let's say login from Facebook. Okay, you may not want to just color that login from Facebook to something like green or yellow. Like Facebook is recognized by their blue button, right? So you'll always use that particular button also. You might not want to fiddle with those things, even the icons and all of those, right? Then incentivization UX pattern, leverage design psychology. This is like a breadcrumb that you are using. So again, you don't want to fiddle with those breadcrumbs, right? I would suggest you have been using lot of apps, right? And there has been lot of UX pattern you must have seen knowingly or unknowingly, right? You can just think of, okay, this is the problem. Will this particular UI pattern will fit in your design or not, in your solution or not? And then that is how you will also present it to your leadership. This is the common thing. This is the already established mental model for your users, and you just want to adopt it. This is how you might want to explain it to your reviewer or the leadership or whoever in the company you are presenting to. Okay, so let's see the laws of UX. This is very important, very interesting. Basically, these are all the psychological laws, you can say, that has been discovered throughout the last century. Okay, so it's just a collection of these laws, and after the invention of GUI, like computers and all of those things, there has been done a lot of study to basically come up with more psychological laws, or we can say it's a UX law. And these are the laws, just not it's not just gets applied on the interface itself. They can be applied anywhere, right? It's not just about the about your website or your mobile phone screens and all of those things. These are across all the most of the products, right? So let's dive into this UX laws. Okay, so when I went through these UX laws, in this PPT I saw there are very few UX laws they have listed. I think around 10 or something, but there are more UX laws. So what we can do, I'll just share my web browser, and there is a website itself. So this is the only website maybe you will need for learning the laws of UX than looking at any other PPT or anything else, right? So let's go one by one. Okay. let's start with aesthetic usability effect. We'll follow this particular definition also, because these are more commonly used in the organizations as well when you have to explain this UX law, and these have been formulated in a very simple language. Okay, so starting with the aesthetic usability effect, user often perceive aesthetically pleasing design as a design that more usable. Okay, simple enough. Aesthetically pleasing design, right? So you would see like uh, let's say a website, or let's say Facebook, that was launched in let's say, I don't know which year, but the first version, right? The aesthetic of that particular website and the aesthetic of today's Facebook website, there are huge difference, right? And let's say if someday somehow you get to use the older one, you'll always feel, oh, there is something wrong, right? You might not want to use that also, or you might not enjoy the same features which will be provided by this new website even as the older website, but you don't want to experience those in the older website. It's not just because it's you old, but it's because of it is not aesthetically pleasing as per the today's standard, right? So the screen that you will design, okay, you will have to make sure that it is following, let's say, some of the trend. It is currently in the market, like whatever the designs that are in the market, it is following those narratives also, right? Otherwise user might feel like this is very old design, and they might not want to use this thing. You can see this particular effect in the when you go for shopping also. Let's say you want to shop for a, let's say, coffee maker, or let's say speakers. Okay, the speakers is so you will go for the specification and all of those things, and then you come to know, okay, there are these 5 speakers who has the exact same specification. Okay, they give exact same sound output and all this technical stuff. Okay, which one you will choose? Most of the user will go from which is the more aesthetically pleasing, right? Which is the one you will place it on your shelf, and it will just go with their interior and all of those things, right? And once they buy that, they would always want to use it more, because it is the perceived value of that particular thing becomes so high that you will always want to use it more. And as you will use it more, you will end up going to learn what are all the functionalities of it, and you're going to enjoy it more than any other let's say speaker in the market. Okay, so that is aesthetic usability. So tomorrow, let's say you are creating an app, let's in a competition with, let's say, Swiggy and Zomato. You have to come up with the aesthetic that are a level up from the Swiggy or Zomato as well. Just not for the sake of creating any something like copify dribble designs or something like that. It's not that. You'll always solve the problem that are there, that the users are facing, but you have to always keep in mind that you will, whatever you design, they are aesthetically pleasing as well, so that the user would want to use it. Okay, because as this is like, people judge the book by their cover, right? So it's the same thing. When they see some screen, user always judge it from their, okay, is it going to be very simple, or pleasing experience throughout the process or not? They'll just look at the screen and they'll judge on that. Okay, so that is the aesthetic usability effect. Okay, you can as in later you can go much deeper in this website and just see there are the origins of this particular. You can see 1995 this was the maybe this effect was studied and all of those things. You can just read it through. The takeaways is just whatever I just said. Aesthetically pleasing design creates positive response in people's brain and lead them to believe that the design actually works better. That is what I said, like the experience would be better. People are more tolerant of minor usability issues when the design of the product or service is aesthetically pleasing. So this is says you will just ignore some of the minor usability issues also, because you love that product, because it looks so good. That is why, let's say, if you see people are basically people basically want to buy let's say Apple AirPods, Apple headphones, or the product that they come up with. Basically, users are perceived them as more aesthetically pleasing over the any other products. Like, of course, they have the better specification, better technology inbuilt into them, but just by the look of it, the it always it pleases user, their user, like we can say. I don't want to sound like a Apple fanboy. So but it is like that, right? Or there are some antique furnitures also. Why do people buy antique furnitures? Maybe they are more pleasing, okay, and they as they are more pleasing, they want to use that also. So let's go to next one is the cognitive load. So you will always find a designers talking in terms of, okay, this will, if you add this thing, this will increase the cognitive load and all of that. What is cognitive load? It's just the amount of mental resources needed to understand and interact with an interface. Okay, let's go much deeper into the takeaway. When the amount of information coming in exceeds the space we have available, we struggle mentally to keep up. Tasks become more difficult, details are missed, and we begin to feel overwhelmed. Let's say you are again, for the same example we'll go, you are deciding to buy a speakers, right? You will see lots of speakers and you will go through the all the specifications. Okay, if the specifications are okay, let's go to Amazon website. Let's see mouse. Okay, so now you want to decide which mouse to buy. So you'll click on the mouse, then you'll go through the specifications. Let's say there's somewhere earlier the so what they have done basically, they are showing the specifications. They are showing the specification, but not upfront. This is the website of that this particular Solakaka mouse itself. These are the specifications. But what will happen? If you try to compare this specification with all the other mouse, the brain going to consume a lot of information, and after 2 3 pages of other different mouse, you will feel very tired, okay, and you won't be able to make any decision, right? So what they have done basically, they have just write down the very simple metrics that are easy to understand. So first they are showing, okay, this is the price, customers rating that you see, okay, 4.5, 4.5, okay, 4.7. Maybe you will anchor on to this particular mouse next time. They say, okay, ergonomically this is not good, but these are the good one. And that is how you will basically compare all of this mouse. So this component they have introduced in this particular website just to make you help choosing a particular mouse. Otherwise, you will have to always click on this particular mouse, go to their detail page, come back, go to click on the other mouse, go to their detail page, and there will be a lot of cognitive load on your brain. When I say cognitive load, a lot of information will be there for you to consume, and you will feel tired. Okay, then you will also feel like, okay, this task is very difficult. Finding best mouse is very difficult task, right? So that is why they are introducing such kind of a components where you can easily compare all of this mouse at once, the one you have selected similar mouse to that, and you can just take your decision to buy one, right? Intrinsic cognitive load refers to the effort required by user to carry around information relevant to their goal. Yeah, here the goal was to purchase a mouse, right? So the intrinsic cognitive load refers is the effort required for user to carry around this information from one page to another, and all of this. Then you will make some analysis, and finally you will go to your goal of purchasing the mouse. So absorb new information and keep track of their goal. Same thing. Extraneous cognitive load refers to the mental processing that takes up resources but does not help user understand the content of the interface. I think after reading all of this takeaways, our cognitive load might increase. Okay, so just keep in mind that the amount of information that you provide to your that you are providing to your users increases the cognitive load as well. And here it says the cognitive load is psychology concept closely related to Miller's law. Miller's law will also see it in sometime, right? So it's just that you always keep your website stupid simple. Okay. Let's go to the Miller's law itself because we are on the same topic. Let's go to the Miller's law. Simple. Miller's law states that the average person can only keep 7 plus or minus 2 items in their working memory. Very simple to understand. So let's say if you are showing options to your user, if there are more than, let's not take the 7 number very seriously. It says plus or minus 2. Might be 3 is very good, 4 is very good, 5 is very good. If you go more than 7, they are saying it becomes very heavy for your working memory. And by the time user reading the 7 or the 8 element, they might have forget the first element that is on the in the, let's say, list. Okay. So Miller law is very simple. Always show 5 to 7 items on the screen itself. Right. So this is the law I usually follow while I design the list view also. Okay. What you can create a list view very smaller also, but it will increase the cognitive load for the user. Like nobody, if you see your contact book, nobody go to contact book, scroll through and find a particular person, right? You'll always click on search and type out the initials of that particular person, and you will click on that. In the very rare case, you will go and find a particular person in the list, because when you see that particular list, there is a lot of thing in your there are a lot of things to consume for your mind. So just to find a particular person, right, you'll always go through, okay, this is from A, B, C, D, and then maybe you will reach to that particular person, right? So always remember this particular law. Always gives less options to your user. There has been a psychological experiment also, which I saw it on YouTube. I'll just tell you in a brief. So what they did, they had a chocolate options. Okay, they provided the in one experiment for let's say 10 people, they provided 20 chocolate options and asked them choose from these options. They can only choose one option. Okay, and to the other set of users they give the 4 options, and they also provided the same thing. They can only choose one option from their chocolates. Okay, and once they had this chocolate, they ask you about, okay, are you happy with your choice, or you wanted to try something different, or you would have tried something different chocolate. So for the A set of user, let's say, who were provided the 20 option, they were always unhappy with their choices. Most of them were unhappy with their choices because there were 20 options. To those who have been provided the 4 options, they were much more happy with their selection, because there were 4 options also only, right? So when you say about your user experience, it impacts the user experience, how much things that you are providing on your screen upfront, let's say. Okay, so even if you provide a lot of functionality than your competitors, user will feel maybe unhappy with the choice they will be having. Okay, so that is the Miller law, simply stating. Okay, let's go back to the Doherty threshold. So Doherty threshold says productivity soars when a computer and its user interact at a space less than 400 more than 400 milliseconds. Okay, that ensures that neither has to wait on other. So it's like simply stating, if you click on a button, okay, and the system is taking more than 400 milliseconds to give you the feedback, user might drop off seriously. Okay, because it feels like it's not working, or it's not coping up with the speed of the user itself. Okay, so if you are playing a game, you might feel frustrated. Okay, you are clicking one option, it is taking more time to go to next screen, or then you are clicking another option, it's again taking some more time to uh, to show the other screen and all of those things. So any interaction that you would do, if it is taking more than 400 seconds for the feedback, then your productivity basically goes down, right? So the second one says use perceived performance to improve response time and reduce the perception of waiting. So I remember one project I had done basically to improve the perceived latency. So latency is called, let's say there is a screen. Okay, let's say this is the screen and this is the another screen. Okay, let's say this is screen A. Okay, and this is screen B. Let's see if you can see button over here. Okay, there is a button over here. So when you click on button, play button on screen A, user, let's our functionality is to go to button B. Okay. In the prototype, what you will do, you will just connect it, and no seconds, user will go to the on the click of this play button, user will go to the B screen. In real life, what happens is like when you click on play button, there might be some background processes you might want to do. Okay, as a system might want to do. Let's say in our example over here, when user click on this search, user add all this from destination, depart time, return time of their flight, they add all of this information, they click on search. What happens in the background, a call goes to a server or a particular API that this is the parameters and give us now the all the flight result that you have. Okay, this particular processing takes some time, right? And for that, user will basically not reach under 400 milliseconds. 400 milliseconds is like 100 is a 1 second. 100 millisecond is 1 second. So 400 millisecond is less than 1 second itself, right? So when user will not go to screen B in 400 milliseconds. So what will happen? User will feel very boring. Okay, this app is taking a lot of time just to go. If I just show you by doing a prototype, let's say, okay, let's go instantly on the tab of, no, let's go to slide in. Okay, after the delay, let me add some delay. Let's say delay is of 3 seconds. Okay, and yeah, when I play these things, you will see, let's say I'm just mocking the, I click on play, I'm waiting, and now the B screen comes, let's say after 3 seconds. So you see that the user will feel very frustrated between those particular seconds. So this is, let's say you cannot change this particular thing. Okay, this particular processing will require the time for server to get enough information to show it to user. So what you will do, you might want to introduce another screen basically. Okay, over here maybe you will add some go over here, we'll add some, let's say, rounded circle. Over here I'm just showing the crude example. This may work, might not work. This is, you will introduce a screen where it will as soon as you click on play over here, as soon as you click on play, it will directly in 300 milliseconds, I'm saying, it will go to this particular screen. Okay, and whenever the response come, that is like 3 seconds, then user will go to this particular. Now if you see this particular flow, user click on play, it directly go to, let's say this is rotating, and after that the screen B will come. So what this rotation or this loader provides, it basically provides you enough feedback that okay, your input has been registered in our system, and you will have to wait a little bit. And this is basically to provide some latency, some feedback. Okay, you are giving a feedback. Otherwise, earlier you were not giving any feedback. The screen was screen was standstill, and then it was going to the screen B. So where you would always like to provide some feedback So you can show it in this particular manner. You can see all the other apps, how they are showing. They will use, let's say, shimmer effect, where in Facebook, you might have seen some shimmer goes from left to right. They might do some animation over here, let's say, or the progressive loading they might show. Okay, this is, you are this much close to the process. Likewise, this much close to the process. So this is always decrease the perceived latency for user. So they make you wait on their screen, but they keep you entertaining. That way, you decrease the perceived latency. Okay, let's go back to. I hope this is you have got the Doherty threshold. So the Doherty threshold, it's just say your system has to give feedback within 400 seconds. If it is not, then the productivity will be less. Let's see the Fitts law. Fitts law, again, very simple. The time to acquire a target is a function of a distance to the size of the target. Okay. So this is basically, again, I'll show with some screen. Okay, these are the two screens. Let's say let me add some simple wireframe. Something like this. And there is a, okay, let's say this particular button over here. Okay. On the other screen, if I keep the same button over here. So what Fitts law says, the time to acquire a target, the target is play button, or in this screen is this play button, right? In 7 and 8 screen. Okay. The time to acquire this target is a function of distance to and the size of the target. So distance. So distance from what? Our thumb, let's say I'm just depicting, this is our thumb. I'm, let's say, depicting it with the black color. Okay. When we hold our phone, our thumb is more close to which part? Basically this particular part, right? So the time that will required for me to click on this button will be less, because the target is also bigger and it is more closer to my thumb also. Whether in this particular case, the target is far more as in it's not closer, and it is very smaller as well. So the same thing, the function of distance to the size of the target. Okay. So whenever you want to explain to your, let's say, PM, why do you want to keep this particular button at the bottom and why not on the top or anywhere else? The reason is simple, because this is more closer to user thumb. It is easier for user to click on this button, and we will see less drop off just because of this thing. Okay. And the more bigger the target is, the easier for user to click on this. Okay. That is the Fitts law. Let's see the gold gradient effect. Okay, if you can see this particular animation also, they are trying to depict the same law with some graphic. Okay, so what it says, the tendency to approach a goal increases with proximity to the goal. Okay, so the example that I give, okay, over here, the progress bar, let's say you are designing a process which takes, let's say, 1 2, let's say 3 and 4 processes, 4 steps, let's say. Okay, not processes, 4 steps. So when user gets to know, okay, he has done 2 steps, okay, only more 2 steps are remaining, let's say. Okay, or he is very close to, now let's say he's on the 3rd step, which will be on his screen currently. So he's very close to completing this particular step. So their tendency to complete this particular process will increase, because now they see that out of these 4 steps, they already completed 3. They are just required 1 step to complete, and they'll get it. So when there is a process, like as in you would see the Amazon application also. So here you can see the example, the basket, delivery, confirm deal, and confirm and done. Okay, only 4 processes. I am on the second process. I just need to do these 2 processes. Okay. So the same thing, the closer user are to completing the task, the faster they work towards reaching it. Okay. They just need to know they are closer. Providing artificial progress towards the goal will help to ensure users are more likely to have motivated to complete the task. Okay, so you can provide some artificial progress bar also. I'll show you one example of the artificial progress bar as well. I don't know if they're using the same thing. This is the project I had worked on. So let's say we are finding a flight from Delhi to, let's say, Mumbai. Okay, for let's say 30th August. When I click on search, you see this is the bar which is progressing. This is basically artificial bar. We don't know what kind of a percentage of a process that I've done. But when we provide this, user know, okay, this is how much I have to wait to get all the results. Okay, you'll see it's still not completed. Okay, but most of the results are there. That's why we are basically created an artificial bar just to tell user, okay, something is processing, but we are very close to complete this particular process, and you get all of these results. Okay, so that is the artificial progress bar that you create. Then provide a clear indication of progress. I think this is more talking about the progress bar itself. Yeah, let's say you have a milestone journey, so you will always show, okay, you have got 2 coffees, let's say only 10 to go, something like this. Or you will see your fitness tracker app always will show, okay, this much you have completed, and this is your goal, that is you just need to reach. So this is the goal gradient effect, by which you will always make user do the the things that you want to do, that the things that you want them to do for you, let's say. Okay, let's go to Hicks law. The time it takes to make a decision increases with the number and complexity of choice. I think it's the same thing which we saw when we were discussing the Miller's law, right? Yeah, as Hicks law state, the time it takes to make a decision increases with the number and the complexity of choices. So in the earlier example which I had given, where some users were provided with 20 options of chocolates, and the another few users were provided with just a 4 options of chocolates. The Hicks law plays the role over there also. For for the people who were provided with 20 options, they were taking basically more time to make the choice of the chocolate they want to eat. Okay, and when they saw that the same case with the people provided with only 4 option, they were taking basically less time. So the thing is, the more choices you will provide, there is a tendency that user will take more time to make particular choice, or to make particular decisions, right? So let's say if user has added 5 things in their cart. Okay, and when they click on okay, checkout button, okay, and suddenly you will see, okay, there are more things you can also buy, or the things that go well with this all of this product. User will user will take more time to basically complete his checkout process, then, because you are basically diverting him. He has already had enough thing in his cart. Maybe if he has one thing or two thing, there might you might create a strategy like, only people who has added 2 3 things in their cart, you will provide this particular screen where you will suggest them other things which may go well with the things that he has already added in the cart. Otherwise, if he, let's say, has more than 6 7 things in their cart, do not show this particular screen, because it will just increase the time for them to do the checkout process, right? Because of the options that you are providing. Okay, so that is the Hicks law. Let's see the Jacob's law. Jacob's law It's very simple. It states that user spends most of their time on other site, right? Let's say you are going to create a uh, food delivery app, okay, same as like Zomato and Swiggy. So your users will be very common, correct? The common users will be using Zomato, Swiggy, as well as they might try your app, okay? But till you launch your product, user must have spent the most of their time on their websites or their applications, right? So this means that user prefer your site to work the same way as all the other site they already know. So when they come onto your food application, they might have a mental model already built in their mind, which they got it from Zomato and Swiggy. Okay. And they will always expect that your app will also work the same way as in the Zomato and Swiggy working. You'll also show the same kind of a category at first. And then when they click on, let's say, pizza category, you will show the restaurant that are offering pizzas. And then you click on the restaurants, and then you will see all the other menus that they are offering, and that is how it will work. So that is the mental model already built in users mind. You might not want to go very you might not want to do very different than that particular model, because it will increase the learning curve for them. So it says this means that the user prefer your site to work the same way as all the other sites they already know. Simple. What is already established, don't reinvent the wheel just because you want to, right? As a designer, we might have the urges, okay, Zomato is doing this way, I'll do something different way. When you might as well try it, you do the usability test and all of those things, but there are chances that when you do the usability testing, you will get a hit from user, okay, they are not able to understand your app. Okay, so there basically the Jacob's law plays the role. The same example I gave, no, the Zomato and Swiggy, if users are using, and if you are also providing the same food delivery app, they might want their your app to work the same way as the Zomato and Swiggy is working, at least the functionality wise. Let's see the examples of Ixlo. I think I should have these examples also so that you will understand it better. Yeah, cool. So let's see this particular example. Okay, here it is giving these three things. Okay, here user is given with, let's say, 1 2 3 4 5 option to see, and they have these three options. Okay, business plan, team plan, solo plan, and then they are this is basically easier for you to make the decisions. Okay, there are five things you are just analyzing this thing. There are 1 2 3 4 5 6, I think more than 10. So here it will take more time. Okay, what is this things? Okay, tick mark यहाँ पे चार है, क्या क्या चार चीजें है वो, and all of these things. Maybe these two things will be same. Okay, but you won't be comparing these two websites to each other. You will be comparing this whatever the value proposition they are giving with each other, right? So if you give all of this, you can better group them and say, okay, this is all of these things you will get. Okay, the way you can represent can be different, or you just dumb down this list to, let's say, five things or three things itself. So you will find user taking less time just to choose the particular option, and you want user to take less time. If there are user is taking more time, then with every word they have lot of thoughts associated, right? So even if they read anything, there are more thoughts will be coming up in their mind, and that might make them, okay, let's not take this decision right now, we will visit this website some other time, and then you will take the decision. But over here it's very easy for user to take the decisions, and user will take decision faster than this one. Okay, another example is like all the options are upfront. Over here there's a step by step form. On the one step you are asking some information, on the second step you are asking some information, on the third step you are asking same information. You'll get same information in both the forms, but you're overwhelming user in the first place itself. Okay, here they'll see, okay, 4 things only to fill. They'll type tuck, 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 they'll click on next. Okay, next, second step, 4 things, tuck, 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 next. Likewise. Okay, let's go to law of common region. So, what law of common region says? Elements tend to be perceived into groups if they are sharing an area with a clearly defined boundary. Okay, I'll demonstrate this in a simple way. Okay, let's take this particular screen itself. As we saw a law of proximity, when you have elements next to each other, they kind of show a connection in between, right? So you will see this, all of these things, all of these, let's say rectangles, have some connection in between them. Okay, you might think that they are of the same type itself. But if you give some common region to any of them, let's say in this case, let's see if I draw a rectangle over here, right? Give some rounded radius, then your mind will perceive it as, okay, this 4 makes a group. These things are something different, maybe related, but they are something different. Okay. One example is, let's say, go to Airbnb website. You click on this. Let's see amazing pools. Okay. Let's go to, okay, Chennai. Okay, over here. Now you have all this information on this particular page, but on the right side, there is a bounding box, and inside there is this particular information. Okay. The law of common region says that these are related to each other. So as you would know, if I change the, let's say, my check-in and check-out date, the price will change. If I change the guest from 1 to 3, the price will change, and so on. And if I reserve, this is the price that will get locked, or this is the price that will get locked, and all of this thing. They are the price details and all this. So these all things are really connected to each other, right? The same thing I demonstrated in this particular thing. When this background wasn't there, it looks like all of them are together. When you add this particular background, then it looks like these 4 are together or depend on each other or something, and this particular information is different. Okay, let's see law of common region if they have any examples. Yeah, law of common regions. Okay, so here again you can see there is a background, and this you might want to follow this 3 cards is there. So if there are more cards or something, but you will think, okay, these 3 cards are having the same or kind of a same things itself. Over here itself, let's say you have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, this kind of look same, but when you have this common region, okay, it looks like this Sunday and this icon and this 24-degree are talking about the same thing. So on Sunday, this is kind of a weather, and this is the temperature at that particular day. Okay, otherwise this gradient is not there, then you people might perceive in a way like this Saturday, Sunday is something else, uh this icons are something else, and this temperature are something else, right? There are tendencies. This is just a law that's stating that when you have a background, it feels like they are more together. Like over here, build your design skill faster, and this particular data is kind of a one thing, and this background with this background and this card thing is having very much related to each other. Okay. Next one we will see is the law of proximity, because law of proximity is also where we, okay. So I hope you understand the law of common region. I just need to tell you what is the difference between the law of proximity that we saw yesterday, right? The objects that are nearer or proximate to each other tends to be grouped together. In this example, if you see this, all of these circles, it looks like they are in proximity, they are more connected to each other. And this black circle are this, all of this black circle are connected to each other, but they are not part of this 3 by 4 grid. Okay, this is the same thing as in law of proximity. Let's see the example of law of proximity. Proximity helps to establish a relationship with nearby object. Elements in close proximity are perceived in share familiar functionality traits. Yeah, share familiar functionality traits might be they want to suggest. Like you will click on this particular thing and it will open some a news article or this particular post. User will also expect when they click on this particular thing, it will share the same. It will give same kind of a feedback, right? Because they are visually same. They're basically very identical because the same template they are using in a list manner. Same way over here. Yeah. Over here, first month, 6 months, 12 months. These are all premium packages, maybe. You can choose whichever you want. Okay. So they are very related to each other. So any of this you will choose. When you click on continue, that particular package, let's say you will go to the checkout process with that particular package. You might not think like when you click on this first month, first entry, something else will happen. And on the third entry, something else will completely different than the first thing will happen, right? You'll always think that they are very similar. They share the same functionality traits as well. Simple law of proximity. So let's go to the law of pregnance. Okay. So this is also very straightforward law. Like people will perceive and interpret ambiguous or complex images as a simplest form possible. Okay, because it is the interpretation that requires the least cognitive effort of us. So I don't know if you guys know, our mind is good at taking shortcuts. It does not want to work very hard to perceive something in depth. That's why we have like lot of magic tricks are like that itself, right? We don't try to find out okay what is happening, the magician's other hands or all of those things, or the graphics that we see on the screen. We do not try to just make sense of them in a literal way, but we try to make sense of them in a very simplistic way. Okay, so I'll tell you with the example. Okay, let's see if they have given any example. Okay, so over here, if you see, okay, if you concentrate this on this circle and there are some shape, this circle, let's say, which looks like erased or cutouts of this particular thing. Okay, but when you put a bunch of them in a particular pattern, you might be able to see a cube out of it, right? The cube is not there. Your mind is only making it look like okay, there is some cube, right? So your mind is just perceiving it a very simple form. This cube is there, and maybe this circle are behind this particular cube. Very simplistic explanation your mind is coming up with. It's not seeing these shapes as a cutouts in a literal form. Okay. Over here also, your mind is making these particular images. In a literal form, they are just dots. Some squares are bigger, some squares are smaller. But your mind is making some meaning out of it. Though it's a very complex design, right? But your mind interpret in a simple way. Over here also, it's a 2D representation, flat design, but your mind perceive it as a 3D cylinder, right? But there is no such cylinder or something. It's not 3D, it's just a flat design in a 2D fashion. So that is the law of pregnance. Okay, let's go to law of similarity. Again, this is same. Human eye tend to perceive similar elements in a design as a complete picture, shape, group, even if those elements are separated. So as you see from this graphic, this white circles, user will tend to perceive it's a complete picture or shape or something like that, even if those are elements are separated. So the example would be, let's say you are advertising slots on your particular page, right? When user scrolls, unknowingly he gets to know, oh, this is an advertising slot, because he sees something on the top also, something at the bottom also, middle also. If he's seeing same thing, he gets to know, okay, on this particular page there are 3 advertising banners, okay, something like that. So all of this, whenever you create a template or those things, you will always see, okay, user might going to add some connection between all of those things in your design. So let's say if there are bunch of buttons on your website, okay, user is going to perceive them. There are very similar. It's like again the same thing, law of proximity, right? User perceive it as the same way. Even the law of similarity is in a way it's the same. Even if you are using your buttons in a let's say, for example, I will just say, if you are using this over here, let's say you are using this button over here, and let's say this page is very long, okay, so let's say user see this button, okay, play button is over here. When let's say he read this particular thing, he see the same button, he's not going to think, okay, this play button will do something else, this play button will do something else. They both looks the same, okay, they both communicate the same thing, that we click on this, something will play, and the icon also are same. So users see this as a complete picture. They are not going to think, okay, this button belongs to the top part and this button belongs to the bottom part or something like that, right? On Amazon shopping page, you must have seen on the checkout page, there is a checkout button on the top also, and the checkout button on the bottom also, when you are actually selecting which payment mode that you want to select, okay. So that is called law of similarity, okay. Okay, I have one example for the law of pregnance also. Yeah. So imagine if you had to list down all of these things and somebody had to read, it would be very boring, right? It would be like, why would I go and read all of these things? But when you make certain shape out of it, right, it makes it more interesting, all of these titles. Then you make sense of the, okay, languages, there are 12 Chinese in overall globe, because this says the world as 100 people. If there are 100 people, 12 people are Chinese, 2 people are Spanish, 3 people are Arabic, and all of these things. It becomes very easier for you to read this particular data or to consume this data, right? When you apply the law of pregnancy. Next, let's go for the law of uniform connectedness. Very simple, as in the picture only depicts. Okay, if these lines were not there, you might not think they are connected. But when there are line, it looks like they are connected network or something. So the elements that are visually connected are perceived as more related than element with no connection. Okay, so when you are creating, let's say, where we progressive this progress bar or something, let's say this 1 2 3 are not there, or let's say you just type out this circle, 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 and circle, let's these things are not there, user might not able to perceive, okay, these are like you are trying to tell user has completed, let's say, this 2 processes only, and then he'll go to third or fourth. But when you have some connected feature to it, so when you show it in this particular fashion, then people will perceive, okay, they are connected. Now I am on now the second is done. I think I have to go on the third, and fourth is only remaining. Okay. So simple law, as in uniform connectedness. And this connection can be anywhere, as in you can create a chart also, like this box, then over here, then over here. And once you have a connection, actual connection between them, then automatically user will perceive that, okay, you are talking about some process, something like that, right? Without this, user will not be able to perceive, okay, they are connected in some way or something like that. Very simple law. Okay. Mental model. I think mental model also we talked about earlier. A compressed model based on what we think we know about the system and how it works. So the common mental model is like, if on any particular website, okay, there are a list of things, you will select something, you will go to a detail page. On the detail page, let's say if you see a buy now button, if you click that, it will ask you for the payment details depending on the product. If it might ask you for your address, at the end you will end up paying. This is called a common. This is a mental model. I'm just saying on the Uber level, this is a common mental model. Let's say if you are asking, let's say looking for a cab, okay. In India, the common mental model is you will type out the destination. Maybe you will select your current location by default. Okay. It will search for the driver around your location. The car will come. You will go. The payment might get debited automatically. Okay. Or maybe at the end of your journey, you might pay by scanning your UI or UPI or something like that. Okay. In other countries, it might be different. Okay. Like the UPI is over here. There is no UPI in other countries. Most of the countries, I think only 5, 6 countries are using UPI currently. But if you go to the West, like USA or UK or somewhere, you will always feel like they are using more credit cards. So tap and pay works as in how we use UPI. There, the tap and pay is the common. Okay, so even the counter guy will also expect you to use your credit card or something like that. In India, he will expect, okay, you might have a credit card or you might use the UPI. So he'll always give you the scanner and all of those things. Okay, so that is the mental model. Mental model about everything, anything it can be. Okay. The next one is Occam's razor. Okay. Amongst competing hypotheses that predict equally well, the one with the fewest assumption should be selected. So it's simply says, like, if you're thinking about any particular functionality, okay, if this functionality work, you come up with, let's say, 2, 3 solutions. Your solutions would also be based on some assumptions, maybe if you have not done any usability testing on all of these things. So maybe you will have some 2, 3 iterations. Okay, if you assume these things, then this is the solution. If you assume this different things, this is the assumption. If you assume these many things, this is the solution. Okay, so which solution you would go? This law just tells you, like, with the fewer assumption, any solution with the fewer assumption should be selected. Okay, so this is the best method for reducing the complexity, is to avoid it in the first place itself. Okay, I would say to avoid the complexity, usually in the organization we do usability testing and all of this thing. We always test our hypothesis and then go to the market. But in some places, maybe you might not have that much funding or that much uh, uh, as in money to or the time to do all of those things. So which one will you select? Basically, if you have a lot of solutions, the one with the lesser assumptions, okay, or lesser hypothesis. So it says analyze each element and remove as many as possible without compromising the overall functions. Your functionality, of course, will always provide the functionality, right? Consider the completion only when no additional items can be removed. Okay, so this is basically saying no to the 1,000 thing before you say something yes to few things, let's say. Okay, so this is like your remote control also. Like most of the remote controls have lot of buttons, but when the Apple come up with, it's just have, let's say, 2, 3 buttons and one wheel. Even for the phone, earlier they had lot of QWERTY keypads, and rather than QWERTY keypad also there were a lot of buttons. But when Apple come, it was just a home button, right? So they remove all of this function assumptions that for every application, this all these keyboards, all these keys would be useful, and all these assumptions they basically removed, and they come up with very simple solution. We can put it in this particular manner. Okay. Paradox of active user. User never read manuals, but start using the software immediately. Oh, it's very simple. Most of us, we don't usually use the manual that comes with our product, right? We directly start using and we try to make sense. And we try to create the mental models in our mind itself, how it works. If I click on this thing, if it is goes wrong, then we get to, it's like our childlike behavior that comes out. We do anything, everything with the particular product, then we brag about it to our friends. Okay, this is how I know how it works and all of those things, right? So this is how your functionality should be. There should be very less explanation and it should be ready to use, right? If you provide a lot of explanation, okay, if for this functionality this will help, all of these things you have to do these things and that, all of these things, user will not, most of the time he will not read, he'll just try to think whether to go ahead or not. Okay. Pareto principles, this is also very simple principle, you can apply to any most of the things. Okay. So the Pareto principle states that for many events, roughly 80% of the effect came from the 20% of the causes. So if you have to apply this in the real life, or not in the real life and real project, when you go for the user study, and if you are thinking about how should be your sample size is number of user to test with. Okay, let's say if you have 100, if you take the sample size of 100 users and you show them your prototype, okay, out of them 20 people will give you the different or the unique responses, but rest most of the 80 users will give there will be repetition in the feedback itself. But 20% feedback was given by most of the users basically. I think I made a mistake by saying this. The 20% of the problem will be submitted by 80% of the user. I'm saying, if you see it a percentage wise. Okay. Let's say, in other words, is like if you're using Photoshop. Okay. Photoshop has hundreds of options, more than that. Okay. But you will end up using the 20% of the Photoshop itself. And that 20% of the options will do all the things for you. It will create a career as a successful graphic designer also. You do not have to know all the options that Photoshop provides. It's the same thing. It's a Pareto principle. 20% are useful most of the time. It's not that the 80% are not useful, but you'll always end up using the 20% options any which ways. Okay. Let's go see the takeaways. Inputs and outputs are often not evenly distributed. Okay. A large group may contain only few meaningful contributors to the desired outcome. This is the example I was giving. The large group may contain only few meaningful contributors to the desired outcomes. Others will be very repetitive, right? Focus on majority of effort on the areas that will bring the largest benefit to the most users. Okay, so this is like in our organization we say like choosing your battle, right? Let's say you come up with the very good designs, okay, but there are a lot of debate in the on, let's say, 10, 20 functionality, or a lot of things, as in the radius that you use, or the function, the graphic that you come up with, and all of those things, right? So you have to choose your battle. Okay, you might not want to debate on all the things. You might want to just debate on the things which will give most beneficial to your users. Other things you might want to say, okay, we'll test it and we'll see what comes out, right? So that is the Pareto principle. You can apply it to anything. Okay. And let's see the Parkinson's law. Any task will inflate until all the available time is spent. Okay. Limit the time it takes to complete the task to what users expect it will take. Okay. Limit the time it takes to complete a task to what users expect it will take. So usually you will see on some of the website, you see that the deals is live till next 10 minutes itself. So in 10 minutes only you have to do the all the purchase and all of those things. Then only you'll get the offers and all of those things. So you can use it in a different way, this particular law. Otherwise user can take that their own sweet time to do all of those things, right? But you can incentivize by giving them the lesser time or limiting the time, all of this. Next one is pick and end rule. Okay, very simple. People judge an experience largely. So if you have, let's say, if you create a sign up journey, okay, how how you can say how's the experience is. So people judge their experience largely based on how they felt at its peak. So maybe in the middle of their journey and at the end. So when they click on okay done and the sign up is done, how they feel at the end, that will actually says how your UX has been. After that, you will ask them for the feedback. It will be mostly how they felt at the end and the peak. They will only remember that thing. Okay. How they felt at its peak and at its end, rather than the total sum of average of every moment of the experience. Like from first screen to last screen, how they felt, they might not remember. Even it's like for your birthday party also. From morning, you will not remember what you did morning. May then let's say on 8 o'clock, 10, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, this way. You might say, okay, when the everybody gathered, how it you felt like. That is the experience you will always live with. At the end of your birthday, there may be some celebration or something like that. That you will end up remembering, right? So this peak and end rule actually used by uh, Uber actually. So let's say when you get to Uber or Ola or any particular this thing, right? You see that they usually ask you for the payments at the starting itself. Select the payment mode itself right away, so that even if you are facing a traffic jam or something like that, but at the end of the day, at the end of your journey, your payment is done, you can directly let's say if it is late, you could have directly walked to or run to the meeting that you had to attend and all, and you'll always remember that okay, in Uber it actually helped me save my time because I don't had to deal with the cab driver at the end of my journey and all of this. So that is the peak and end rule. They always remember at the end how they felt like. Okay. So Uber actually focuses on making their end very well, like with the payment stuff and all these things in the rating at the middle of your journey. Okay. That is the example for the peak and end rule. So always be careful when you end anything end of your journey. Like Cred gives you some nice animations and the sound when you make any particular payment. That user that keep a peg on your user's mind, as in it will stick with it usually stick with them. Okay, let's go to Postal's law. Be liberal in what you accept and conservative in what you send. It's basically always be is kind of a forgivable, you can say, like the undo functionality is like being forgivable. You user made something, he wants to go back, you don't want him to work more just to go back, right? So you're just adding that functionality so that it makes users life easier, or you have a back button to make him go back. Otherwise it will always be because you want him to make the purchase, you will not always keep the purchase button itself, right? So there's another way of looking at it. Another is like, so let's say if you are asked for the any particular information, let's say mobile number, you might not ask them again and again for okay, as you are giving us mobile number, we'll give you the WhatsApp notifications also on the same screen. You can maybe add okay, by clicking on continue, we will also provide you the WhatsApp notifications, all of those things. So you just ask once and you basically uh, uh, give more functionality to your users, right? So it's like being conservative in what you send, and be liberal in what you accept. So you are accept basically you can accept all the data from the user, Okay, but you will think about what to send it to user. It has to be very meaningful stuff. Okay. Say be empathetic, flexible about, and tolerant of any of the various actions the user could take or any input they might provide. So, so you will always design the happy flow as well as the error cases also, right? So that user will get a proper feedback for their actions. Anticipate virtually anything in terms of input, access, and capability while providing the reliable and accessible interface. So always think 360-degree, what user can anticipate and what user can do with your UI. You have to be there for all type of feedback to user. Selective attention. The process of focusing our attention only to the subset of the stimuli in the environment, usually those related to our goal. I think this is yeah, more related to Ron Restorff effect. We usually don't call this by selective attention. They usually call it Ron Restorff effect. Let's go to Ron Restorff effect and let's understand this. So von Restorff effect, also known as the isolation effect, it predicts that when multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest most likely to be remembered. Yes, as per the yesterday example, we are saying the dance group dancing, the one that distinguish, which is the hero, is basically is basically following the isolation effect, right? He will wear something else, and the other group will wear something else. So by that, he will get more highlighted to us, right? So the same effect it says. Multiple similar object, the one that is different will highlight, will get remember also. Okay. So example of this, like let's say, yeah, over here. Okay. So these are all the type of subscription that you can get. Okay. But what Canva is doing, Canva is presenting this particular thing in a different fashion, right? It says recommended for you. So this will get highlighted more. That is what von Restorff effect. Okay. Because this is depicted differently, so it will get highlighted and user will remember this one than the first one and the last one. Okay. So quickly, let's start with the serial position effect. Okay. So serial position effects, again, very simple. User have the propensity to best remember the first and last item in the series. So this is a psychological principle. User remember the first and the last thing. So I would suggest keep your important task of any particular process, not in all the process, at the first and at the end, so that they will get completed as well. The one of the example that I would give is like if you would have seen the Slack app onboarding process, the most important feature, which is basically setting up your first channel. Okay, because without the first channel, you won't be able to use the Slack, and that is the most important feature for them. They introduce this at the beginning and at the end of the tutorial. Okay, so that is how they are ensuring that it makes user remember that it's a very critical step and a feature, helping them to get started effectively, right? So that is serial positioning effect. So let's see the Tesla's law. The Tesla's law, also known as the law of conservation of complexity, it states that for any system there is a certain amount of complexity which cannot be reduced. Okay, this is so in a simple state. See, everything cannot be simplified. Okay, after a certain level, this is what it is saying. Okay, for example, if we see the Zomato travel app we were saying. Okay, you go anywhere in the world, any API, you have to give this particular information to the system. Then only it can come up with the relevant information. In this case, the flight result. You have to give user your current location, the destination you are going, and the departure date. Maybe written you might not might not required to give, but these three things you need to give. Then user click on search, and then it will show you the result. Other thing, maybe it will ask you also how many passengers and all of this thing, that you can sequentially ask user. At when they select any particular flight, you can ask how many people are traveling, and that way you can calculate the final price. But at least this particular three things will be required. So if this particular complexity cannot be resolved, that is what it says, right? For any system, there is a certain amount of complexity which cannot be reduced. One rest of effect we saw. Let's see the Zeigarnik effect. This is also very interesting effect. People remember uncompleted and interrupted task better than the completed task. Okay. So, for example, user is basically going through a process, and there is some disruption, or something is incomplete. For example, your walking goal, let's say, on this particular screen. So if users see this particular screen, they see that there are 7,210 steps they have completed, and this is basically incomplete. So user, of course, user will have the goal gradient effect, so that they want to complete this. The other UX law states that if this is incomplete, user remembers this. Okay, yesterday I didn't complete this my goal. Okay, day before yesterday I didn't complete it. The user will always keep this particular things in their mind. Okay, this stays with them. So how these things are basically other application use. If you see the LinkedIn app, when you set it up for the first time, you, let's say, do some complete some profile, set up some profile and all of those things. When the next time you visit, it will tell you how much is your profile is completed. This is basically another strategy to get make user visit your screen more often, visit your experience more often. So LinkedIn use it in a way like they tell you that your profile has been incomplete. It has been just completed, let's say 50-60%. So that remember, you will always remember that whenever you will complete your profile, then you will get the better job opportunity, maybe, let's say, from the LinkedIn. So it always shows that 60%, 70% remaining component on their web page, right? So another strategy is provide artificial progress towards the goal. Will help ensure the user are more likely to have the motivation to complete the task. Same example, LinkedIn does it. LinkedIn does not calculate how exact percentage of profile you have completed and not. It's just a strategy that they tell you that you have completed the work profile but not education. So it is like you are just 60% or 70% you have completed. You are more closer to completing all of the task, so that you will have a better job opportunity. Right? That is the goal. Provide a clear indication of progress in order to motivate user to complete the task. Yeah, same, you will provide a clear indication for the same thing. So as we see, we have completed all the UX laws. Not only, I would suggest you guys to just go through this particular laws again and again. Keep visiting them. I think at least uh, a few times in the next few months or so that you, whenever there are the strategic decisions that you'll have to make for your problem, right? You can always rely on this particular laws, because these are the proven laws. These are the psychological law. So these are more related to your users, right? And you can very well make use of this law to come up with the much better design, better in the sense of high curve. You can get a high conversion rate from by using these laws. Principle of good UX design. So you good UX actually focus on user. It's not more about the design. It's not more about the just aesthetic. I would say just aesthetic because if you are just focusing on how this button is look like, how this input field is look like, this page is looking beautiful, but is not functional, it's not solving a problem, then it's of no use actually. Okay, so always focus on user, what tasks they have to do on your page, how easier you can do those tasks rather than how beautifully you can show those tasks. Okay, put usability first, exactly what I said. Create consistency. Of course, you will have a, like you will build a design kit which will have a style guide, component library, all of those things, so that you will make sure your designs are very consistent. Use visual hierarchy so that user can in a glance would understand your screen. Give the user control. Of course, user will should have the control to go next or skip any particular step or to go back or dismiss things, or on other softwares like doing undo, all this functionality. Always give user the control. Okay, design for accessibility. Always your fonts, colors, contrast has to be legible, and whatever the process that you say that you will create, that has to be understandable. So it should not have more cognitive load on user, no memory uh, load on your user, so that it can consider as a good UX that you would design. Interaction design process, by the definition it says, is what designers use to create solutions centered on the user's need, aims, and behavior when interacting with products. Simple. Let's not just get bogged down with the all this definition. Interaction design is you just have to focus on your users, the task that they are going to that you want them to do, and how easily they can do those tasks so that they can reach their goal easily. The goal might be to make the purchase, the goal might be to make a habit of walking, let's say 10,000 steps every day, all of this. And then of course the behavior when they interact, so behavior also has to be same when they're logging in and all of this, where they're clicking buttons and all of this, there has to be feedback loop, right? That is the behavior. It's like how we have a interaction in person. Your app has to be that conversational with the user, with the users, right? 5 stages of interaction design. I would say interaction design is a broader term. When you say interaction design, it's not just related to website, it's not just related to app. Even your installations, let's say if you have visited conferences on all a day and at the starting, or you might be able to interact with some of the installations, right? You will click somewhere, or maybe you might have visited the science center in Bangalore or in Mumbai. You would see there are a lot of things that are very interactive, right? So these are all comes under the interaction design itself. The person who have designed those installations, he would also be called as an interaction design. But for the sake of creating let's say website and application, we can consider this particular process. First is what user wants or user needs, that is, let's say, a problem maybe. Then you will analyze those problem by various using various methods, right? You will use all of this, you will do all your research, then you will come up with some design. You will always do a create a prototype of those design. You will test it with the users, and then you will implement or deploy. Basically, you will give it to the developer will develop it, and they will deploy it to the final users. Okay, all right.
And finally, our last quiz question is, which color scheme is typically used to create contrast in UI design? This is again a very important question because the most important part in UI design is the color scheme, right? So the first option is monochromatic, second option is analogous, third option is complementary, and fourth option is triadic. And I should be able to see a lot of right answers for this question as well, because this was our last quiz question.
Now that we are aware of all the features and tools that are offered by Figma, and we are pretty comfortable using them, we can start applying whatever the knowledge we have gained throughout this video to create an actual UI design. So we have found that the best way to practice and get good at Figma in the initial part, like in a beginner level, is to just pick up any design that are already out there. Like, for example, let's say you have a favorite application that you want to redesign. You just pick it up, you just take a screenshot and then bring it to Figma, and you just start recreating it. So I just copied an image and then pasted it here. So this is one UI that we are going to be creating. There are so many UIs that are there in the community section of Figma. Just explore there, just pick some UI design and try to recreate it. Also, I have all my components here. So these are, as you can see, there are all the smaller components that are used in this UI. I have made it, prepared them and then kept it aside so that it can reduce our time, because these are all repetitive work. No matter what, I will be explaining all these things, but still these are a bit repetitive and time consuming. So to save a bit of time, I have kept these components already ready. So to get started, how do you practice in a beginner level? What you do is, first you have this image, you have a screenshot. So just go and first of all, whenever you're creating any UI, you have to have a frame. So just go and keep it on top of this image and try to, get an approximate of this. And just bring it here. We have our frame here. So you also might have observed that we'll keep it back here. You can go a bit further, like you can make it more accurate, but it's depends on how perfect you want to keep your design. So that is there. And you can see that screens are curved here. So corner, we know about this. We go to our design panel and then just increase it till it matches the screenshot. We got that done. And now that we have our frame ready, we will get certain things done. So you can see at the top you have these timings and all these icons are there. So these kind of icons, you can get it by using a thing called as plugins. So how do you access these plugins? So you can see the resource tool that you can see in the top bar, in the toolbar, sorry. So you just click on that. You can just click on plugins here. So here there are several plugins. You can just Google it for icons. The one that is really popular is Iconify. So in the top bar, you will find this plugins in the resource section. There you can just click on this plugins. It will be, by default, it will be in components. You just go to plugins and then here just type icons. There are so many plugins that you can use. So just use any one of them. You can just Google which one is best, and you can see they provide icons. So you can just click on run. It will take a bit of time. So now you can see that this is the plugin. So here you can search for whatever the icon you want. So there are so many different plugins, so you can choose. There are so many varieties. But for now, I won't be using this. You can, for example, let's say you need this icon here. I can just pull it from here. I got this icon here. So this is how you use plugins. And there are so many plugins, guys. And for each and every, requirement there is, that is not there in Figma, you can get it from plugins by using plugins. So because all the requirements that are there from the designer perspective are being met by Figma application also, and also by the plugins additionally, This is why designers, generally prefer using Figma. So here I won't be using, any plugins or anything like that. Searching it would take too much time. So I have it ready here. So I'll go to assets and then I will just find this. I have it here. So I want it to be in the top of my screen. So what I will do is, you can see here, you can see this option here in the design panel, that is align to the top. So align to the top, and I want it to be aligned to the center also, right? It's kind of, tilted, skewed towards left. We'll just make it centered. Done. This part is done. And also, these designs that you can see, these are complex ones, but it's not really that complex also, because you can just create it using pen tool. So we won't be doing that again. It is time consuming. So what we'll do is, we'll just fill with that solid color. That's all. So I want the same color, so I'll just use this eyedrop and then just select it. Done. I got it here. So I'm done with this. Next is the logo. I will get the logo from here itself, or even I can make it. That's not an issue. And also I have to write the name of the application here, and we have this icon here in our components. So we will use that. First, let's make the icon. So there are so many shapes. I won't be making the same icon. I will just, use one polygon. So, and then I will duplicate it and tilt it to maybe 45 degrees. And maybe, try to create an icon. So I'm just trying to create something that is, usable for now. Corner radius, I will increase it a bit. So then once this is done, see, I don't want them to, all these layers, there are 3 layers here. I don't want them to be like separate components. I want them to be one unit. So what I will do is, I'll just select everything. And in Figma, we have a feature of grouping things. So what we will do is, just press Ctrl plus G. So this will be considered as one single group. So what we'll do is, let's scale it, make it smaller so that we can use it as an icon. Let's say of the height 40. Let's just check. And earlier you also saw that there is another tool called as scale tool. So we'll use the scale tool now. So we have scaled this to 48. If we want it to be bigger, maybe if you want to compare it, just bring it near this one and try to compare it, whether it is big or not. So I guess it's a bit big. Something like this, but a bit smaller. Done. So we have our icon basically. And now what we have to do is we have to recreate this. We can use any font we want. We are not, it's not like you have to be constrained in one. So text, and because it seems a bit bolder there, I'll make it bold. Maybe bold, and also the letters are not that cramped, right? So we will just increase the distance between the letters, so something like this. But they don't seem like they're of the same size, right? So let's just increase it a bit. Yes. So what we will do is we will just group this. We forgot about filling this. We will change the fill to something white. And auto layout. It looks something like this. We can just bring them near to one another. And we will group it together. Now we have a logo kind of thing. And we have a component already, so we can just copy it from here. So I want them to be in the same level and make it an auto layout. So auto layout, and then what you have to make sure is that they are in a proper distance. So one thing that we can use to make sure that the gap, the margin is proper throughout the design is we can use grids. So this is one thing that is used to make sure everything is always up to the mark. And you can use column here, and we'll be using 6 grid, and margin will be 16, or you can increase it. Let's say you want somewhere around 28. 28 or 32 is fine. We'll use 32. And this is how you use grids. So that it is more consistent, something like that. Yes, the top part we have created yet. The next part that we are going to do is this part where it's greeting the user and there's a tagline kind of thing. We will arrange it properly later on, but for now, what I will do is I'll just type it here. Now what we will do is we will scale it so that it matches this. And I think the distance between letters is a bit too much. And also between the letters. And done. We have completed that also. Now what we will do is we will create these kind of stuff. So what we will do is we will create something like this and we will scale it. Increase the font. Now once we have this, we have made it into an auto layout. Also, you can see that there is a progress bar here. Use a shape tool. And group them together. So now we have a whole component in our hand. And we can adjust the distance between them. So by taking the reference of this screen, this image, we were able to create these two things. So try to arrange them as much as possible for now. Later on, we will be using auto layout to just get it more consistent, make it more consistent. So once this much is done, we have completed halfway through it actually. So what we will do is we'll be creating this bottom nav bar. So to create bottom nav bar, I have all the icons, and you guys also know by now that how to get those icons. So what I will do is I'll just bring them here. Center them and apply auto layout. Once you apply auto layout, just make a fill here, and what we will do is we will take that color from here. Before that, we will have to change the selection color. Now that we have this, we can adjust the gap basically. So you can just bring here itself. So you can just eyeball it. And then we can try giving padding. So now we have our navigation bar, bottom navigation bar. Done, completed. So now what we will do is, for this part, we are going to be creating a different frame so that we can place it easily in the screen. So just you can copy the width of the screen. So for example, here its width is 749. 749. There are these kinds of texts, and now that you have seen how to take text from a screenshot into your design, let us just skip that part. So just the way how I had created the top part, I have created the frame and also the text that are there. So that is done. Maybe the text you can tune it however you want, but the important part is you should know how to. So I have all the components with me already. So these components, just the way how I had showed you how to create, do the auto layout and nested auto layout, you can create these. And also this component is again straightforward. So now let's proceed to bring together our design. So what we'll do is, first we will make a copy of this. we have all the icons that we have to use. So for example, we have this one, make a duplicate out of them and just copy the dimensions that are followed here inside. So it's 88, 88. We'll have to do here the same thing, 88. So basically we have all these things already with us. So just bring them aside and we have to arrange them side by side, something like this. So what we'll do is we'll just make this, put it into an auto layout and then put it inside. So bring this here and try to match the gap. And done. So bring it to your design. More than this, we have to place it in this first, in this frame. We will bring it to the center. Since we already have our text here, we'll just place it here. And the next section that we'll have is transactions. Transactions. We'll make it into an auto layout so that it's more even and more proper, so that we can manage it properly. So same thing goes to the bottom part. I have the component ready here. So just change wherever you can make the changes. What you can do is just click on it. Since this is an component, not too much changes also you cannot do it. So just detach this instance here. Also this part. Now this is done. Just auto layout this and this. And just set 20 distance. I don't think that much of distance is needed. You can just compare it with whatever the screenshot you have. Seems too much. And we have transaction. auto layout. Sometimes what happens is that, see, auto layout is not a best fit every time. So what you will do is you can remove the auto layout also. So how do you do that? You press Alt Shift A, and then you can manually, keep the element wherever you want it to be. So I want it to be here, somewhere here. Yes. And then you can just, the frame will be there, but it won't be an auto layout. That's all. So you can just align it to the center, and we'll select both the frames and we will auto layout it. Now we can say this is a bit of the only thing that we have to do is we have to place this in our frame here. Know that we already have nav bar at the bottom, so we've hidden it basically. So what we will do is go to your frame, select this frame, so select that frame and make it come to the top. So layers, earlier we learned about layers, right? Just you have to set the hierarchy. And here you go. First of all, we'll set auto layout for these, and then we'll set an auto layout here, and then we will close the gap here. Now you can see that our design is coming together, right? Here you go. Just by having an image, now we have created a full-blown design. Like this, you can create more designs of whatever the app you want to do. You can make it on your own.
So let us begin by looking at UI UX design beginner interview questions. First, how do you define UX? UX design is something that your interviewer is already familiar with. They expect you to explain UX design in your own way. I wouldn't suggest answering this question with a textbook definition. You can use real life examples to begin with. Talk about how companies have started to focus more on customer experience, which has resulted in a rise in the reach of the company with positive customer feedback. Although, whatever you say, remember to mention that UX design makes websites and applications easy to use and enhances customer experience. Let's move on to the second question. What is your design process? Here, the interviewer is interested in knowing how your thought process works. They analyze your approach and understand why you use that particular approach. Mentioning aspects like research, which involves conducting user interviews, for instance, can be beneficial for you. As you go through your portfolio, explain the problems you were trying to address and your approach to solving them. Let's look at the third question. Describe a recent challenge you faced and how you overcame it. Approximately 80% of the interviewers ask candidates to tell them about a time when something went wrong. So you must be prepared to answer this question. The best way to answer this question is to demonstrate your ability to remain calm and logical in the face of a major challenge. Choose your examples carefully. You don't want to draw attention to a problem that occurred because you missed a deadline or made a design error. Impress the interviewer by talking about a problem that happened because of something outside your control rather than something you did wrong. Let's look at the fourth question. What is your favorite project and what made it interesting for you? Your favorite project may not be the best or most aesthetically pleasing or the best match for the needs of a potential employer. To impress the interviewer, choose a project that reflects the company's typical design aesthetic. Tell a story about your design and provide enough detail to convince the interviewer that you can handle difficult design challenges. Let's see the fifth question. How did you find your way into UI UX design? It goes without saying that you chose UX design because it excites you and inspires you. You must respond to this question honestly and enthusiastically. Your response should persuade the interviewer that you are a good UX designer who understands how to apply user experience design principles to every project. You can answer this question by focusing on characteristics that distinguish you as a UX designer, such as empathy. Make it clear to the interviewer that you excel at analyzing user needs and having empathy for people who use your designs. Next, problem solving abilities. UX design is about more than just design. It is also about assisting users in overcoming their greatest challenges. Your response should demonstrate that you have exceptional problem solving abilities. And for the sixth question, we have what kind of research methods do you use when starting a project? Don't try to impress the interviewer by mentioning complex research methods you've never used before. Be truthful about your current strategy. Tell the interviewer if you wish there was a better way to gather information. This demonstrates your critical thinking skills and commitment to continuous improvement. The key point is to let them know that you are aware of the research process. Tell them about the methods you use and you would like to use. Let us look at the seventh question. What distinguishes the role of a UI developer from a UX developer? There are numerous parallels between the roles of a UI and UX developer. UI developers are primarily concerned with creating interactive and navigational elements that assist users in navigating the product, whereas UX developers are concerned with improving the quality of a user's interaction with the product. UI refers to screens, buttons, toggles, icons, and other visual elements that you interact with when using a website, app, or any electronic device. UX refers to your entire interaction with a product, including how you feel about it. While UI can influence UX, the two are distinct, as are the roles that the designers play. Let's take a look at the eighth question. How do UI developers and front-end developers differ from one another? A front-end developer is in charge of creating a client-side web interface. CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and other technologies are used to accomplish this. Front-end developers work on entire pages and create a website out of these pages. It is their responsibility to ensure the website and all of its components work properly. And for the ninth question, explain the layout of HTML. The HTML layout defines how a web page will be organized. HTML5 elements are used to define various parts of a web page. These include header. Defines the header for a section. Nav. This defines a container for navigation links. Section. This defines a section in a document. Article. This defines a self-contained independent article. Aside. This defines stuff that is aside from the content, for example, sidebar. Footer. This defines the footer of a document. And for the 10th question, what is the importance of semantic elements? Some of the reasons semantic elements are important are as follows. The use of semantic element improves the readability of the code. When semantic elements are used, developers, search engines, and assistive technologies can better understand the content and context of a website. Semantic elements improve code consistency. Now let us look at the intermediate interview questions. The first one, how do you reduce the load time of a page? You can shorten the page load time by doing the following. Image compression, getting rid of unnecessary images, reduce lookups, reduce the number of redirects, and caching. The second question, What are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a UX designer? This is one of the most frequently asked UX designer interview questions. Always use examples when answering this question. Use something from your portfolio to demonstrate the difficulties you've encountered as a UX designer. Discuss a project that requires you to work on something difficult and how it helped you to develop a new skill. They're curious about how you solve problems. They also want you to know how you deal with stress. Discuss how you handle this situation. Third question: how do you select the features for your product? Begin by explaining why it is so critical to set business goals based on the needs of buyers and other key stakeholders. Then discuss why it's critical to adjust to these goals as users need change. After you've given some context, explain how you go about analyzing your user needs and ensuring that your UX design decisions are in line with them. Then describe how you consider companies' goals when making a design decision. Include an explanation of how you sample the target market, discover their goals, and solve their problems with your designs in your response. Fourth question: how do you learn from negative feedback? Negative feedback is unavoidable, especially in the professional world. So, potential employers want to know that you can accept it gracefully and apply it to future projects. Inform the interviewer that you're welcome to constructive criticism and will use it to make better decisions. It is also a good idea to tell the interviewer that you'd rather get negative feedback from internal stakeholders than from end users because UX design is all about creating great user experiences. This strengthens your knowledge of the UX design field. Fifth question: how would you enhance our product's UX? This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched the company and considered how you can add value. This demonstrates a genuine interest in the role, which can only benefit you. Spend some time before your interview exploring their website, and if they have one, or their mobile app, identify one or two things that you believe could be improved and devise a strategy for doing so. If nothing stands out, discuss how you might run general usability tests to see how the current design is performing. Remember to consider their target users and mention these personas while sharing your ideas. And for the sixth question, tell me about a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation. What did you do? The most effective solutions are data driven. That is something you must remember. Tell the interviewer that you enjoy making recommendations or business decisions based on data and proven results. You could discuss a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation due to user research. Your research had revealed that customers were not enthusiastic about the team's recommendation. Remember that rather than subjective opinions, disagreements should be resolved using objective data. Let us look at seventh question. Give us an example of a design that resolved a business issue. You could respond to this question by referring to your portfolio and telling them about a design you worked on that solved a major business issue. You could also use a real life example of a brand that benefited from better design. Make sure to cover all aspects of the design and explain the problem thoroughly before explaining how it helped. And for the eighth question, what websites or apps are your favorites and why? Mention your preferred apps and websites. Explain why you like them, what features make them appealing to customers, and do they inspire you? As an example, consider the following. Google. Google is a prime example of a well-designed functional UX. A single search field is a great customer-friendly feature. Netflix. A simple service that uses an algorithm to recommend content based on the user's viewing history. This aids in providing the user with a personalized and easily understandable interface. Duolingo. This app makes learning enjoyable. The entire interface is gamified, giving users the impression that they are playing a game rather than learning. And for the ninth question, how do you assess a product's user experience? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize this experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want and that you have clear vision on your goals. Now let us look at some of the advanced interview questions of UI UX design. Let us start with what fundamental differences exist between creating for desktop and creating for mobile. You can talk about the following differences. Screen size. There is a clear distinction between desktop and mobile screen sizes. This has an impact on the layout design. Desktop apps can have fixed navigation bars, whereas mobile menus must rely on pull-out menus. Then, interaction. While desktop computers can fully utilize the cursor's interactivity, mobile apps do not. In mobile apps, users must use gestures such as swiping, shaking, or poking. Organizing content. In desktop apps, we can use the multi-column format which provides far too many layout and positioning options. Scrolling is the only option for mobile apps. Desktops are preferred for longer, more involved tasks, whereas mobiles are preferred for shorter tasks. Second question, what are your go-to UX design tools? You can discuss the ones with whom you are most at ease. Here are a few examples. First, Figma. Figma improves collaboration and accessibility for UX designers. Then, InVision Studio. UX designers can use InVision Studio to quickly create functional prototypes and share them with the team. Then, Adobe XD. Adobe XD gives users a vector-based system for creating prototypes. Third question, what is your area of focus? Are you a UX designer, UX researcher, or a visual designer? This is one of the easiest UX interview questions you'll encounter during your job search. You may be tempted to claim expertise in all these areas, but that is the incorrect answer. Concentrate on your greatest strength to ensure that your passion is clear. As an added bonus, discussing only one area of focus makes it easier to demonstrate that you researched and understood the company's needs. Fourth question, what distinguishes UX design from other design disciplines? You don't need to go into great detail, but make sure to explain how UX design prioritizes usability. Graphic design, on the other hand, is concerned with visual appeal. It's exactly what the interviewer is looking for. The interviewer expects you to understand the purpose of UX design and how it fits with other types of design in an organization. Fifth question, how do you identify your user's needs? Because UX design is focused on creating user-friendly experiences, you must first understand the needs of your target audience before making any design decisions. Make sure you explain your approach to user research, usability testing, and user persona development, which are very important in order to satisfy your user's needs. Sixth question, how do you know your UX design is successful? Do you use any KPIs or analytical tools to measure success? You can discuss various UI UX design tools and KPIs that you've used previously when conducting a UX evaluation. The following are some analytical tools you could discuss. Crazy Egg. Crazy Egg is one of the most basic heat map tools. Then, Good Data. It is a cloud-based BI solution. It can combine multiple data sources to generate extremely useful reports. Then, Kissmetrics. It can be used to generate reports and funnels based on customer behavior. And some of the KPIs include task success rate, time on task, and user error rate. Let's move on to seventh question. What are some of the most significant trends in UX design, in your opinion? You can name a few popular trends that have impacted UX design in a positive way. The interviewer is asking this question to get an understanding of whether you keep up with the trends and if they impact your design as well. Some of the trends that have become very popular are personalization, designs led by AR and VR, visualized data, and animation. Eighth question. Looking into the future, what do you think will be the next big thing in UX design? Employers want to see more than just that you have the necessary skills for the job. They also want to see that you're enthusiastic about your work and that you're constantly working to improve your UX skills. Don't get too caught up in making the most accurate future prediction. This is more about demonstrating that you're aware of what's going on around you and the direction in which the industry is moving. This is an excellent time to discuss any books or UX design blogs you're currently reading. This shows that you're always learning and keeping your finger on the pulse. And the last question, do you have a product concept that you would develop in the future? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize the experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want to achieve and that you have clear vision on your goals.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.